Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3076. This scene shocked Lu Yin. If he hadn't seen wrongly, then De Huang had died before he could even use his sequence laws. Who? Bai Mu. Wang Fan exclaimed. Wang Fan had not made a move all this while. His strength was not outstanding among the crowd. At this moment, he could not help but speak up. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that the attacker was a young man who was drinking from a huge gourd. He looked young, but it was impossible to calculate his age. Bai Mu was a name that Lu Yin recognized. This name and the split the heavens battle technique completely coincided with a person. Cold Immortals Sect, by family's patriarch. The frigid Immortals Sect had already existed during the era of the Above Heaven Sect. It was a powerful sect that was second only to the Lu clan. Bai Mu was the founder of the frigid Immortals Sect. He was from the same generation as the Forgotten Ruins divine King Miao Miao. He had only read about this person after defeating the frigid Immortals Sect. He didn't think that such an ancient expert would still be alive, and that he would be in Primeval City. No wonder he knew the Split the Heavens battle skill. Just one move of Split the Heavens was enough to kill De Huang. Bai Mu, who was holding the wine gourd, looked at Wang Fan. You recognize me? From the Fifth Mainland. Looks like he's a traitor. Wang Fan's face turned pale. He didn't expect Bai Mu to still be alive. Who would have thought that Bai Mu was still alive? Didn't he die in the War of the Above Heaven Sect? That was what was recorded in the Cold Immortal Sect. Bastards, all of them pretended to be dead and came to Primordial City. The Eternals had done everything they could to seal off the path to Immemorial City. Only absolute powerhouses could travel back and forth, but these people were doing everything they could to come to Immemorial City and increase its strength. Ignoring everything else, Wang Fan could see the killing intent in Bai Mu's eyes, and kept backing up. He knew that he couldn't fight Bai Mu, the founder of the frigid Immortal Sect, and a freak who had lived for countless years. Brother Bai Mu, is that guy from the Fifth Mainland as well? Eccentric Chin asked. Bai Mu took a sip of his wine before replying, You were able to recognize me, and you look a little familiar too. Let me think. You seem to be from the Wang clan. Eccentric Chen's sequence particles constantly condensed into tentacles, and in an instant, nearly 10 tentacles rushed towards Wang Fan. Let the Fifth Mainland deal with the traitor. Remember, my name is Jin Qin. Wang Fan was surprised. Jin Qin. A former elder of the Daosaur sect. One of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from 2 generations ago. You really are from the Fifth Mainland. You came in the right direction. Die. Eccentric Chen's tentacles smashed toward Wang Fan. Only one of the tentacles was left attacking Lu Yin, while the rest were all attacking Wang Fan. Even if Wang Fan was unlucky, it was not a good thing to know too many people. However, he did not expect Bai Mu to be in Immemorial City. Moreover, that old monster Qin was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the previous generation. The Above Heaven Sect had been destroyed, and only the 5th and 6th mainlands had survived. 9 mountains and 8 seas had always been on the 5th mainland. There was quite a long history between the era of Ancestor Qin and the sect Above Heaven, and there had also been peerless powerhouses. Although it was unknown why there were no records of them, it was not surprising that they would encounter the 9 mountains and 8 seas from 2 generations ago here. After all, his previous opponent had been one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas of the Above Heaven era. Their history was much older than Eccentric Chen's. Beneath Wang Fan's feet, the meditative ruin spread out, forming a piece of land that connected to Jin Qin and Bai Mu's feet. However, before the meditative ruins could fully form, it was pierced through by the descending red umbrella. The red umbrella looked ordinary, but the meditative ruins could not withstand it. The aura of death emanated from his body. Trees grew around Wang Fan, spreading all over the meditative ruins. Aura of death. Jean Chen was shocked. Bai Mu put down his wine gourd and raised his hand. 2 points and a line appeared as split the skies. At that moment, the Shaoyin divinity pointed a finger at Bai Mu. The fusion of the laws of extreme yin and extreme yang split the skies in two, and the remaining power shot towards Bai Mu. Bai Mu threw out his wine gourd, and the sequence particles attached themselves to it and absorbed the beam. The Shaoyin divinity was stunned. The next moment, the wine gourd aimed at the Shaoyin divinity and shot out the same beam. Although the power was the same, the sequence laws were completely different, as if they had been melted. This was only a corner of Immemorial City. Far away, where even heavens I was blocked by the sequence particles, an even more intense battle was taking place. This was the true peak battlefield between the humans and the Eternals. Any expert from the chosen of gods would be very difficult to kill in the Six Paths Association, but here, it was as if these experts had been weakened. The Shaoyin divinity's sequence laws were no longer as effective, and the eyeless transformation was no longer terrifying. Even an attack comparable to Mu carvings had been blocked. Even De Huang's innate gift had been directly slain by Split the Skies. It was no wonder that the chosen of gods assessment was held in Immemorial City. This place was like a millstone of life and death for the powerhouses of the sequence laws. Above their heads, huge fists continuously smashed towards Qi, but Qi transformed into a black cloth and restrained the fists. Jianan was so angry that she kept attacking, but she did not notice that a figure had suddenly appeared behind her. Under the straw hat, the figure's eyes were emotionless as sword light flashed. "Jianan, be careful." The old woman saw it and screamed. But it was too late. Ji Luo's sword slashed horizontally, splitting apart the sequence particles and sending Jianan's head flying. Jianan did not even see who had attacked her until she died. The old woman stared blankly at Jianan's corpse. How many years had it been? She had been good friends with this person ever since they had started cultivating. They had supported each other, been tied down, and had been enemies. There were also unknown feelings between them. When she saw Jianan being killed, her eyes turned red, and countless red umbrellas guided the sequence particles towards Ji Luo. Above the red umbrellas, the sequence particles were like drooping beads. They were extremely beautiful, but also very deadly. Ji Luo's body suddenly disappeared. He was so fast that even sequence law experts could not see him clearly. When one's speed reached a certain level, there was no need to break through space. Ji Luo's sword appeared on the old woman's forehead. Inexplicably, a wine gourd appeared and blocked Ji Luo's attack. Bai Mu's expression turned serious. This was a true expert. Above them, Qi transformed into a black cloth and moved towards the old woman. Suddenly, a hand reached out from Primeval City and grabbed Qi. An eternal weapon. How can a weapon become a spirit? I need to study it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi disappeared and was directly pulled into Immemorial City. This scene shocked Magician and the others. Even Ji Luo stopped. Although his expression could not be seen, his shock could be felt. Lu Yi naturally saw it as well. Or rather, the entire Immemorial City battlefield should be able to see this hand from this direction. A hand reached out of Immemorial City, causing the battlefield to fall silent. Lon Lon, who had not been noticed by Lu Yin all this time, slipped away. Lu Yin had not seen how she had attacked at all. She also had an opponent, who was eccentric Chen's tentacle, just like Lu Yin. However, her battle had been silent, and Lu Yin had not seen it clearly. She had also slipped away quite quickly. In just a short while, of the 8 participants of the Chosen of Gods, 1 had died, 1 had been captured, and 1 had fled. They had all been recognized by the Eternals as absolute experts capable of being substitutes for the 3 masters and 6 heroes. Even among the powerhouses of the sequence laws, they were top-notch. However, in Immemorial City's battlefield, they were nothing special. Here, the sequence particles were like air. Life and death were dependent on luck. No one could do anything against that hand. Strands of flames burned the sky and scorched the red umbrella. It was magician. He could no longer smile. Of the Eternal's 6 zones of calamity, the first one dealt with the six-direction association. The other 5 had their own opponents. Just like the humans, not everyone could come to Immemorial City's battlefield. Once they did, it would be difficult to leave. This was the case for both the humans and the Eternals, which was why they had not experienced Immemorial City's battle. This battle not only shocked Luin, but also the Eternals. They had never imagined that they would one day experience what it felt like to be on the brink of death. Lu Yin's expression was ugly, but he did not reveal much of his strength. He did not dare to restrain his divine power in case of a sneak attack. De Huang had been killed by Split the Heavens. Although Split the Heavens was powerful, it was also a sneak attack. Otherwise, De Huang might have been able to use the sequence laws to resist. This was a battlefield, not a martial arts competition. Even though Lu Yin was careful, he was still targeted by eccentric Qin. He had released too much divine power. One had to know that the other Eternals had yet to release their divine power, but he had not. It was rather eye-catching, so much so that 10 tentacles surrounded him. Lu Yin's pressure increased sharply. In the distance, more and more red umbrellas appeared. The old woman had her eyes on Ji Luo. Ji Luo's slash was extremely powerful, and if not for Bai Mu, she would not have been able to block it. After fighting for a while, eccentric Qin said helplessly, "Cici, since we decided to come to Immemorial City, we did not expect to return alive. We are already dead in our original space-time. It's just a matter of time and space. Leave that guy to me. You deal with the others." The old woman's tone was low. "Do you want to die? You too. Old Qin, I hope there's another world." Eccentric Qin was stunned. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and his eyes turned red. He roared, "Stop!" A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared behind the old woman. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3077. The bone vessel was hidden in the void realm, and Luin finally understood why the Eternal Corpse King had suddenly appeared behind the old woman. The Corpse King had come from the void realm, from the bone vessel. The humans had Immemorial City, and the Eternals had their own bone vessels. 3 experts from Immemorial City had died in a row, and Sovereign Shaoyin, Wang Fan, and the others had taken the opportunity to scatter. Lu Yin didn't dare to delay, and he also headed for an area with fewer sequence particles. However, he was targeted. The moment eccentric Qin rushed into the void realm, someone else came from Immemorial City and attacked them. One of them had targeted Lu Yin and was trying to kill him. The attacker's skin was green, and there were rows of hard skin on his face that looked like lime. Although he had the appearance of a human, there were changes to his appearance. It was obvious that he had lived in a special environment for too long. His pupils were smaller than a normal person's, and when he stared at Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. However, this person couldn't catch up to Lu Yin, and when he saw that Lu Yin was getting further and further away, he stopped. For a moment, Lu Yin felt as if the universe had turned into a map with this person at the center. Then, a star appeared in front of him. A star. Not a planet. Was it really a star? Ordinary people would only see a bright dot from afar. End star, Kuei star. Lu Yin heard these words in a low voice, and then he felt powerless as his entire body was being dragged towards the star. He wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't move at all. The star wasn't using gravity to absorb him, but it was robbing him of his energy, making it difficult for him to use his strength or speed. Behind him, the green-skinned person pressed down with a palm. There was a pulling force in front of him, but there was also a huge pressure behind him. Lu Yin's divine power surged once more as he forced himself to not be dragged by the star. The green-skinned person's palm was also blocked by his divine power. This person was clearly surprised, not by Lu Yin's divine power, but by Lu Yin's ability to withstand the end star's devouring. This was his ancestral world, and he had guessed that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was precisely because he had a rough understanding of Lu Yin's strength that he had chased after him. He wasn't looking for death, so there was no way he would chase after Ji Luo. However, he hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to withstand it. Lu Yin had not expected that the star would be able to devour his energy to such an extent that it would cause him to lose a large portion of his strength. This was not the strength of his disguise, but rather the loss of his own strength. He no longer had the energy to display his strength. Looking back, outside the barrier of divine power, the green-skinned man continued to attack. Every palm strike was not powerful, but it carried with it a different kind of pressure. It was related to his sequence rules. This person had a sequence rules that could oppress others. Suddenly, Lu Yin's jaw dropped as he stared off into the distance. What was he seeing? Magician was sent flying by a slipper. Slippers, slippers. Lu Yin stared into the distance and watched as the slipper flew off in a certain direction. Finally, it landed at the feet of a disdainful man who was picking his nose. The slippers belonged to the man, and he only had one slipper on his foot. The other foot was empty and bare. Lu Yin stared blankly. Did his slippers belong to that person? He stared at the man intently. The man's appearance was average, but he had an arrogant expression and a disdainful gaze. His right hand was picking at his nose while his left hand was pulling at his hair, as if he was vexed over something. His entire person exuded a shameless aura. What attracted Lu Yin's attention the most was the man's clothes, which had a chessboard pattern on them. So Wang Tian. For some reason, even without seeing his appearance, Lu Yin immediately thought that this person was So Wang Tian. It had to be him. A shameless person who liked to play chess and looked like he wanted to beat up anyone who looked at him. Who else could it be but So Wang Tian? Lu Yin couldn't think of a second person like him. His slippers were his. Was this for real? He felt an indescribable unhappiness. Big Sis had seen him use his slippers to slap many people, so why hadn't she recognized him? His slippers were actually So Wang Tian's. The pressure behind Lu Yin grew stronger, and the green-skinned man's gaze turned cold. You dare to look elsewhere after fighting with me? You sure are confident. He could see Yi Bo's face under the black robe, but in reality, even the archer god and the rest could see it. However, they might not recognize Yi Bo, and even if they did, they wouldn't say anything. Yi Bo had been eliminated, while Di Xia had passed the test. Di Qiong letting Yi Bo replace Di Xia had nothing to do with them. Letting a loser replace the winner was something they were happy to see. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at the green-skinned man. He suppressed his various thoughts and attacked. Setting Sunday. There must be many human powerhouses in Immemorial City who were thought to be dead, so it wasn't strange to see something here. A setting sun appeared in the deep darkness of space, shocking the green-skinned man. Lu Yin waved his arm, and the man's understanding of power disappeared in an instant. His mind went blank, and he couldn't control his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ancestral world disappeared while he was pushed back by Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin turned to leave, not taking advantage of his victory to pursue. After Lu Yin left, the green-skinned man shook his head and wiped the blood from his mouth. Was that a concept battle technique? At that moment, a figure appeared behind him. It was a 10-meter-tall corpse king, and it clasped its fists and smashed towards the green-skinned man. The green-skinned man turned around and took the blow head-on, grabbing the Corpse King's fist and using the force to send the Corpse King flying. He looked in the direction Luin had fled in, unwilling to give up, and turned to leave. His name was Qing Hui, and anyone who knew him would know that his defense was extremely strong. Luin had experienced this himself. His palm had landed on Qing Hui's body, but it hadn't broken through his skin at all. Although he was relieved that he didn't need to injure any of Immemorial City's powerhouses and that Kanyang had held back, he was still shocked by the fact that someone so powerful had appeared in Immemorial City. This was Immemorial City, the place where human powerhouses had come like moths to a flame, but never returned. It took a lot of willpower for someone who had long since achieved success to give up his position and family in Immemorial City to fight to the death. This was Immemorial City, the place where human battles were the fiercest. On the other side, Qing Hui returned to Immemorial City and saw Bai Mu, Su Wangtian, and Chu Yi on the city walls. Below the city walls, flames burned. The Eternals have sent the most people to the Chosen of Eternity this time, and they're all very strong. Jinan and the others are dead, Chu Yi said in a low voice. Bai Mu took a sip of wine. Although Immemorial City fights to the death all year round, the number of casualties isn't very high. Otherwise, how could we replenish the ranks? The deaths of Jinan and the others have left a gap in this direction. So Wang Tian picked his nose, the Eternals aren't doing well either. Of the 8 candidates, 1 is dead, 1 was captured, and 1 escaped. I don't know if the one I hit is still alive, but it's impossible for him to appear on this battlefield again. Forget it, there are still 4 left. He then looked at Qing Hui. How are things on your side? Qing Hui's expression turned serious, although it was hard to tell, intent realm battle technique. Chu Yi and the others were surprised, intent realm battle technique. Qing Hui nodded and wiped the corner of his mouth again. It's impossible to guard against it. It feels like it's erasing my knowledge of power. So Wang Tian put down his hand and flicked his fingers. Intent realm battle technique, tricky. Leave it to me. An old man who looked very old walked over with a trembling gait. So Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Old Zhong too, stop pretending. You ran faster than anyone else, so why are you pretending to be a cripple? The old man sighed. I'm old, I can't even walk. I'm not as energetic as you young people. Bai Mu glanced at him. You'll get beaten up if you say that. We've all lived longer than you. Old Zhong too smiled and walked down the city walls. The fire lotus burned the stars, reflecting a red color on his face. I don't know how long I can look at this fire lotus. My final destination should be here as well. He then walked a few steps and disappeared. Bai Mu hugged his wine gourd. Whose final destination isn't this fire lotus? The fire lotus is both the protector and the destroyer of Immemorial City. The Immemorial City battlefield covered a vast area that had nothing to do with spacetime. With Immemorial City as the starting point, the strings of the sequence spread across parallel spacetime, and there were no parallel spacetimes around Immemorial City. If the entire universe was a sphere and Immemorial City was above all other sequences, then there was a considerable distance below Immemorial City where there were no parallel spacetimes. It was just like the void world on the surface of the universe. And this distance was the Immemorial City battlefield. No region was safe here. As long as one could see Immemorial City, they would be affected by the battle. Lu Yin broke away from Qing Hui and fled to the edge of the Immemorial City battlefield. No matter how fast he was, he still encountered several dangerous situations, most of which were the aftermath of battle. Distance was meaningless to Immemorial City, and the most dangerous situation he had encountered was when a spear shadow had appeared from Immemorial City and pierced through the void. Not just the void, but also the void world. It had instantly killed 2 everlasting experts, and their corpses had fallen from the void world. All of the everlasting experts who had participated in the Immemorial City battlefield had come from the bone galleys. Lu Yin didn't dare to imagine how many everlasting experts were on the galleys. He constantly verified what he knew about the galleys, and although he still couldn't confirm whether they were the same as what Yuhua had said, one thing was for certain. The galleys could fight against Immemorial City, and once their power descended upon the Hexagon Society, it would bring about immediate destruction without any room for resistance. Immemorial City definitely had human powerhouses who had survived bitter adversity, such as Mr. Mu. The fact that the galleys hadn't been destroyed by Mr. Mu meant that there were powerhouses on the galleys at the same level. The galleys weren't weapons, but rather platforms that could rival Immemorial City's powerhouses. Immemorial City had gathered many human powerhouses throughout history, and the galleys had gathered many everlasting experts as well. Over the next few days, Lu Yin didn't dare to stay in one place for too long. Otherwise, he would definitely be targeted by an inexplicable attack. Over the past few days, he had seen everlasting experts die constantly, far more than Immemorial Cities. However, the galleys continued to send powerhouses. Thank you, Brother Jia. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3078. Lu Yin did not encounter Ji Luo, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, or the others, as they had all hidden themselves. No matter how strong Ji Luo was, he could die at any time on this battlefield. The chosen of gods would definitely be targeted by Immemorial City. No matter how many experts there were on the bone galleys, not all of them could compare to the 7 sky gods. On the other hand, Lu Yin's group had the qualifications to approach the 7 sky gods. It was about time, so Lu Yin left. He had stayed here for 4 hours, so he could not stay here any longer. Just as he was about to leave, a sense of danger descended upon him. Lu Yin was all too familiar with this feeling ever since he had stepped onto Immemorial City's battlefield. He scanned his surroundings with his heaven's eye and saw a pair of eyes staring at him from afar. It was an old man who looked like he would collapse at any moment, but it was this old man who was staring at him that gave Lu Yin an intense sense of danger. Lu Yin did not hesitate to run, as he did not want to fight with Immemorial City's powerhouses. These people were all top powerhouses from various eras and civilizations. The old man sighed. You're participating in the chosen of gods, but you don't even want to fight. You're too steady. Lu Yin ignored him and increased his speed. The old man's expression changed. You're an intent realm expert. I can't let you live. He then raised a hand and pointed in the direction that Lu Yin had fled. His fingers closed together as if he was trying to grab onto something. Lu Yin, who had been fleeing, suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. He clutched his chest as an indescribable pain spread from his heart. It was as if he was being scorched by the sun, but he did not see any trace of the old man's attack. Battle technique. Sequence particle. Ancestral world. There was nothing. How could this be? He turned back to look at the old man. The old man was also staring at him and aiming his palm at him. Lu Yin's mind flashed. This old man had used an intent realm battle technique, which was why he could not see through it. The old man's intent realm battle technique targeted his heart, but it was not his heart at the same time. It was just like how Lu Yin's setting sun seemed to burn his enemies, but it was not actually burning them. Lu Yin hurriedly raised his hand and aimed it at the old man. A setting sun appeared in the dark sky once more. It was beautiful and warm, or at least that was what the old man thought. However, this warmth shocked him. You can still use it under my burning heart. The old man was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but under the setting sun, he couldn't. He used the setting sun descends, world's end glow. When the sun set, the old man's face paled. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood as well, but he quickly reversed his steps to escape. There was no time to hesitate. The old man wanted to attack again, but Lu Yin vanished in the next instant. He was bewildered. What kind of speed was that? No, that's not right. It's a footwork technique. I didn't even see it clearly. The everlasting race had gained another troublesome expert, which put him in a bad mood. Lu Yin was also in an extremely bad mood. He was being hunted down by an expert with a concept battle technique. It seemed like he was being hunted down because of his concept battle technique. It was hard to find the trajectory of the intent realm battle skill. Although it could not be passed down or cultivated, once it was cultivated, it would be very strange and powerful. Immemorial City also cared about concept battle skills. That old man was definitely still chasing after him, and there might even be more people chasing after him. Lu Yin no longer concealed himself. Under these circumstances, no one from the Eternals would be able to keep an eye on him. If he continued to conceal himself, he might end up dying if he wasn't careful. For the rest of the time, Lu Yin constantly relied on reversing his steps to avoid battles. He used his celestial eye to go wherever there was the least amount of sequence particles, and he was always far away from Immemorial City. The old man was indeed chasing after him, but he couldn't catch up. There was still half a month before the end of the Chosen of the Divine Battle. If he relied on this method of hiding, it wasn't impossible to pass. But how could the Chosen of the Divine Battle be so simple? On this day, a dark red light shone from his chest. It was a scarlet vertical eye. Di Qiong had given it to him before he came to Immemorial City, but he hadn't said why. Lu Yin took out the scarlet vertical eye. This thing was the symbol of the everlasting race, and it was also a way to communicate with each other. It was similar to the wireless goo and cloud stone in the primordial space. All remaining participants of the Chosen of the Divine Battle attack the southeast corner of Immemorial City. If you don't appear, you will be considered to have given up on the Chosen of the Divine Battle. In short, Lu Yin wasn't surprised. If he could really hide until the end of the Chosen of the Divine Battle, then it would be too much of a joke. It wouldn't be so bad that only a few people had passed in so many Chosen of the Divine Battle. He looked at the majestic Immemorial City in the distance. The southeast corner. That was the direction he was currently heading in. He could just move in a straight line. However, he headed in another direction. Only an idiot would attack Immemorial City. Even if he wasn't human, he wouldn't attack. That would be courting death. This was the true difficulty of the Chosen of the Divine Battle. The first half of the month had been enough for them to adapt, but even then, they hadn't even made half of it. There were only 4 left: Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, Wang Fan, Ji Luo, and himself. Lu Yin didn't know if they would attack Immemorial City. Lu Yin wanted to go in another direction. In any case, the further he was from the southeast corner, the better. He had no intention of passing the Chosen of the Divine Battle, as he didn't want to face the only true God. Lu Yin moved continuously for several days, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the northwest corner of Immemorial City. This was indeed the furthest place from the southeast corner. Just yesterday, an intense battle had occurred in the southeast corner of Immemorial City. He had seen Ji Luo's sword slash with his heavenly eye, and he had also seen Divine Sovereign Shaoyin sequence laws. However, it had only been a fleeting glance before he was drowned out by endless sequence particles. In this place, sequence laws weren't out of the ordinary. The northwest corner of Immemorial City was very quiet, and the sequence particles were constantly gathering towards the southeast. It was obvious that some experts had been transferred there, so there weren't any major battles here. Lu Yin rested here for 2 days, occasionally looking at the battle in the southeast corner. When he looked around, he saw a familiar face, Wang Fan. This guy hadn't gone to the southeast corner either, coming here just like him. What a coincidence. It seemed like Wang Fan had no intention of passing the chosen of the divine battle. Among the experts participating, he was considered one of the weaker ones, and he didn't even have a sequence law. Lu Yin didn't know why the ancestor had allowed him to represent the first zone of disaster. Wang Xiaoyu was more suitable than Wang Fan. At the very least, she cultivated divine power and could resist sequence laws. Lu Yin noticed Wang Fan, and Wang Fan noticed Lu Yin as well. He approached Lu Yin, who frowned but didn't avoid him, allowing him to approach. This one is Wang Fan of the first zone of disaster. May I ask if you are His Majesty of the third zone of disaster? Wang Fan shouted. Lu Yin faced Wang Fan. Yes, I am. Wang Fan was delighted. Looks like you don't plan on passing either. Lu Yin's tone was low. No, I'm not confident. Wang Fan sighed. That's right, so we won't join in the fun. Lu Yin looked at Wang Fan. Why are you participating in the chosen of the divine battle? Wang Fan's expression was gloomy. Fate makes fools of people. He had no intention of participating in the chosen of the divine battle. Ever since his identity as a traitor had been exposed in the first zone of disaster, it had been impossible for him to return to the Six Paths Society. In the first zone of disaster, he was considered an exception. The first zone of disaster, the zone of disaster had been sealed off, and all the human progenitors who had joined the Eternals had died in battle. Only he and the Shaoyin divinity had survived. The Shaoyin divinity was a sequence law expert who far surpassed Wang Fan. Although Wang Fan was strong with his own strength, he did not cultivate divine power and had not reached the sequence law level. He was neither strong nor weak in the first zone of disaster. As for his contributions, no one mentioned them. He had betrayed the human race and joined the Eternals because he had been saved by the Forgotten Ruins deity on the backside of the battlefield. When facing his own ancestor, the young Wang Fan had no thoughts of rebelling. The ancestor's thoughts were his thoughts, and he had no sense of loyalty. It was easy for him to be tempted to betray the human race. Although he regretted it later, he could not change the fact that he was a traitor. He would never be able to clear his name, so he could only follow this path to the end. Everything had been going smoothly. He had made Wang Xi remember her mother's past, instigated the Four Paths balance to deal with the Lu family, and joined forces with the Shaoyin divinity to successfully banish the Lu family, allowing the Wang family to ascend to the top. However, all of this had been ruined by Lu Shaoxian. He had thought that he could ambush and kill Lu Tianyi in the first zone of disaster and become a hero of the Eternals, but Lu Tianyi had simply lured him into action. From the era of the Daosaur sect until now, Wang Fan had done many things for the Eternals, but none of them had been successful. Although the Lu family had been banished, they had returned, and because of the ordeal they had gone through, Lu Shaoxian had become Lu Yin and had become a huge threat to the Eternals. Not only had Wang Fan failed to ambush Lu Tianyi, but he had also been seen through and had been forced to hide in the first zone of disaster. It could be said that Wang Fan's betrayal was worthless. As for his contributions, naturally, no one mentioned them. However, he was proud and arrogant, and even though he had joined the Eternals, he was still Wang Fan. He did not cultivate divine power, and he did not want to be controlled by the Eternals. He wanted to become a sequence law expert and reach the position of the seven sky gods step by step. The ancestor had seen through him, and he had given Wang Fan a chance to participate in the chosen of gods. However, Wang Fan had never planned to participate in the chosen of gods. Even if he had wanted to, he would have done so after becoming a sequence law expert. Participating now would have been suicide. However, the ancestor had not given Wang Fan a chance, and aside from him and divinity Shaoyin, no one else could participate in the first zone of disaster. Wang Fan had been left with no choice but to come here. In that instant, his thoughts spun as he recalled his entire life. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. During the era of the Daosaur sect, Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Ku, and the others had been the most talented and the strongest. Although they were also called the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, they were completely different from Xiaoshenji and Wang Fan. If not for the restrictions placed on them by the name of the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, progenitor Qin and ancestor Ku would not have been able to stand side by side with Xiaoshenji and Wang Fan. Wang Fan's strength was not bad, and he was very scheming. He had hidden ancestor Gui Yuan, and Xiaoshenji could not compare to him. However, he still had not reached the level of a sequence law expert. Up until now, almost all of the sequence law experts that Lu Yin had seen were people like Old Monster Mo and Forefather Tianyi, who had lived for a long time. Even Divinity Shaoyin and the others had lived for far longer than Wang Fan and the others. Actually, according to normal cultivation, the most normal path for a progenitor's growth was Elder Chan. Elder Chan had stepped onto the path of cultivation during the era of the Daosuo sect, and he had only reached the progenitor realm a few decades ago. This period of time was not much different from the time that Wang Fan and the others had taken to reach the progenitor realm. Perhaps Wang Fan and the others were more talented than Elder Chan, and they had taken a much shorter time to reach the progenitor realm. However, such a short period of time was meaningless. If Elder Chan wanted to become a sequence law expert, then it would take him an even longer time. The same was true for Wang Fan and Xiaoshenji. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3079. Wang Fan and the others had been cultivating since the era of the Daosuo sect, but they still had not become experts of the sequence laws. The first expert that Lu Yin had met was Curmudgeon Mo, who had been cultivating since the era of the Above Heaven sect. Curmudgeon Shaoyin was a grade 9 venerate lotus, and he had lived for far longer than Wang Fan and the others. Over at Immemorial City, Curmudgeon Qin was from the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas generation before that, and Bai Mu was an ancestor of the frigid immortal sect from the era of the Above Heaven sect. Even those who Lu Yin did not know about, such as Ji Luo and Qi, had definitely existed for a very long time. If Wang Fan was given more time, he might be able to cultivate to the level of a sequence laws expert, but that would also take a long time. In comparison, progenitor Qin, Elder Ku, and the others were far too talented. Lu Yin understood Wang Fan's unwillingness and helplessness, but this was not an excuse for him to betray the human race. Wang Fan was someone that had to be killed. Your Majesty, you and I should work together and charge out of the Immemorial City battlefield. We've already given up on the trial, so it's best if we take this opportunity to return alive, Wang Fan suggested, as this was the reason why he had come looking for Lu Yin. He might not be able to escape by himself. Killing was everywhere in the Immemorial City battlefield. He had personally seen Magician try to escape, but he had been slapped to the point where it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. He had also seen Blue Sea escape, but she had also been chased down. It was easy to enter the Immemorial City battlefield, but difficult to leave. Wait, slippers. Wang Fan looked suspiciously into the distance. It seemed like Lu Shaoxian had slippers as well. What was going on? Lu Yin's face, which was hidden beneath his black robes, was filled with killing intent. I will go to the southeast corner. Wang Fan was shocked. You didn't give up on the trial. Why? Give up? No. Confidence. But I am not afraid of death. Wang Fan frowned. Right, this Your Majesty was most likely a corpse king. He had not immediately gone to the southeast corner, not because he was afraid of death or because he had given up on the trial, but because he had other plans. Corpse kings did not have emotions, but that did not mean that they were stupid. This Your Majesty was definitely waiting for the war in the southeast corner. In Wang Fan's opinion, it wasn't impossible to pass the test. Either he listened to the Bone Galleon's orders, participated in the battle of the southeastern corner, and lived for a month, or let the other participants die. As long as he lived for a month, it would appear that he hadn't passed the test and wasn't a substitute for 3' and 6 heroes. However, who else could replace 3' and 6 heroes besides him? Although Wang Fan had thought of a solution, he didn't have the ability. That seemed to be His Majesty's plan. He had used his divine power from the start to show weakness. It was dangerous to be with such a person. Since you want to go to the southeast corner, I won't accompany you. Wang Fan left decisively. Lu Yin looked at Wang Fan's back and prepared to secretly chase after him. If he wanted to leave the primeval city battlefield, he would definitely be attacked. If possible, Lu Yin would take action. Suddenly, a black line appeared from the distance. It was Bai Mu, who had opened the sky. Wang Fan looked into the distance. Split the heavens had slashed to Huang horizontally, causing Wang Fan's scalp to go numb. He hurriedly dodged. Bai Mu. Wang Fan's face turned ugly. Bai Mu hugged the wine gourd and said, "You're definitely from the Wang family. There's no mistaking the meditative ruins. I was wondering why you looked so annoying. Your ancestor, Wang Miao Miao, betrayed the human race. You're a traitor too." Facing Bai Mu's pursuit, Wang Fan could not escape at all. He was not Bai Mu's opponent, so he turned back without hesitation. He wanted to find His Majesty and draw Bai Mu's killing intent over to him. At the very least, he wanted to work with His Majesty to deal with Bai Mu. "Your Majesty, let's work together to deal with him." He soon saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already returned when Bai Mu had blocked Wang Fan. Wang Fan had asked him for help, so Lu Yin headed towards him. At this moment, Wang Fan was in the middle, rushing towards Lu Yin. Bai Mu chased after him from behind while Lu Yin faced him head-on. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he repeatedly deduced a way to kill Wang Fan. Wang Fan would not die so easily. He had not forgotten that the Lu family had been exiled not only because Lu Yuan had been blocked by the Grand Empyreans and Tianyi had been blocked by Wei Nu, but also because the Lu family's experts, including those from the subsidiary families, had all died. Wang Fan was a scheming person. Even if he was weaker than Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate him. As Lu Yin thought about this, Wang Fan drew closer. He seemed defenseless, but Lu Yin could not make up his mind to attack. If he made the slightest mistake, not only would his identity as Yibwa be useless, but the Eternals would also no longer trust God power. Not only would it be difficult for him to infiltrate the Eternals, but it might even implicate Huiwu. He hesitated. Should he attack or not? As Wang Fan drew closer, Bai Mu raised his hand and tapped twice. Split the skies. Lu Yin could already see the panic in Wang Fan's eyes, but according to Lu Yin's understanding, this person would not be so panicked no matter what situation he was in. He definitely had a backup plan. God power surged out from Lu Yin's body and transformed into a rainbow that blasted towards Wang Fan. Wang Fan watched the God power approach, and in the next instant, it swept past his body and blasted towards Bai Mu, stopping Split the Skies. "Let's go," Lu Yin said. Wang Fan exhaled. "Thank you." Clang! The sudden loud sound caused Wang Fan, Lu Yin, and even Bai Mu to bleed from their 7 orifices. Above the boundless starry sky, a huge bell had appeared out of nowhere. It was simple, ancient, and covered in gray. It was as if the passage of time had frozen the void. Lu Yin looked up at the huge bell and felt an indescribable feeling. It was shaking, and the might of heaven was unfathomable. Clang! There was another loud bang. Bai Mu spat out blood. Old monster primordial origin. He charged towards Immemorial City. The second bell rang. Outside Immemorial City, flaming lotuses bloomed, and flames formed tornadoes that swept towards the huge bell. These flames were the same ones that had burned the Book of Destiny and burned Karma's corpse and the word heaven. At this moment, they were heading towards the sky to burn the huge bell. However, the flames could not get close to the bell. After the third bell rang, Luin fainted and coughed up blood. What kind of bell could be so powerful? The Eternals actually had such a terrifying powerhouse. No wonder they could attack Immemorial City. Luin was in such a state, and so was Wang Fan. Or rather, he was in an even worse state than Luin. Luin could still stand, but Wang Fan was on the verge of collapse. Within Immemorial City, a huge palm stretched out towards the sky. Old monster primordial origin, you've finally come out. The palm was the same one that had grabbed Qi. At this moment, it seemed to want to grab the huge bell as well. A faint figure stood beside the huge bell. Ask old monster primordial origin to come out and see me. You're not qualified. Is that so? Watch me grab your broken bell and use it as a urinal. Trouble comes from the mouth. Clang! Another loud sound rang out as the huge palm and its arm cracked apart, but it still reached for the bell. At this moment, the figure beside the bell took a step forward. With a second step, he stood on top of the huge palm. Just by standing there, the huge palm found it difficult to bear the weight. It slowly bent under the pressure. I've said that you're not qualified. Old monster primordial origin, if you don't come out, I'll cripple him. Outside Immemorial City, a flaming lotus rose into the sky and followed the huge palm to burn the bell. The figure took another step forward. The flames seemed to have met their natural enemy and scattered rapidly, as if they did not dare to approach. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the huge palm retreated back into Immemorial City. Primordial origin, when was the last time you and I fought? A voice rang out from Immemorial City, and Luin immediately came to his senses. He looked over excitedly. Master, it was his master's voice. The figure made the flames not dare to approach. He clasped his hands behind his back and faced Immemorial City. It's been a long time. It's not that long. You also fought during the eternal races chosen of gods. This time, it's the same. However, the result will not change. None of the brats from the eternal races chosen of gods will escape. As he spoke, a figure walked out from Immemorial City. It was Lu Yin's master, Mr. Mu, whom he had not seen in a long time. From the first time he had seen Mr. Mu until now, had Lu Yin ever seen Mr. Mu fight? It seemed that he had, but it also seemed that he had not. Mr. Mu had swept through the heavens and pushed the people of the endless weaves to the southern weaves. The sixth mainland had been unable to stop him. Mr. Mu had killed He Wuxian's clone, and He Wuxian had been unable to retaliate. Mr. Mu had destroyed Undying God's clone, and Undying God had been unable to resist. From beginning to end, Mr. Mu's every move had seemed effortless, but he had repeatedly told Lu Yin that there were some things that he could not do. However, regardless of whether he could do it or not, Mr. Mu was there, and his strength was there. At this moment, he stood above Immemorial City, above the universe's countless parallel spacetimes, above all the strings of the sequence. He faced that terrifying bell head-on and became the ultimate guardian of Immemorial City. At this moment, Lu Yin could not recognize him. He could only look at Immemorial City as the bell echoed. Mr. Mu twirled the wooden flute in his hand, and a sorrowful tune reverberated throughout Immemorial City. It was illusory and seemed gentle, but it also contained the majestic bell. The bell and the flute formed a conflict above Immemorial City that Lu Yin could not see clearly even with his celestial eye. Not far away, Wang Fan also looked up at the sky, his eyes twinkling. Lu Yin saw it, and he was curious if Wang Fan knew Mr. Mu. He definitely did not know who Mr. Mu was. After all, the four cardinal scales knew that his master was called Mr. Mu, but they did not know who Mr. Mu was. However, the sixth mainland's three ancestors had seen Mr. Mu before, and the 4 cardinal scales' strength far surpassed the 6th mainlands at that time. Regardless of whether Wang Fan knew Mr. Mu or not, he could not tell Lu Yin, because Lu Yin was now DD on the surface. DD, you still want to pass the test? That person said that he would not let us return alive. In the past, the participants in the Chosen of Gods were not weak, and only a few passed. Don't. Wang Fan shouted at Lu Yin, but he suddenly paused. He had forgotten that DD was a corpse king, and corpse kings did not fear death. If Di Qiong wanted DDD to pass the test, then DD would try even if he had to die. Helpless, Wang Fan prepared to leave. Persuading a corpse king to escape was laughable. All right, let's go together, Lu Yin stuttered. Wang Fan was shocked. You want to leave Immemorial City? Lu Yin seemed to look at the sky above Immemorial City. No. Can't. Force. Wang Fan was delighted. Then, let's go. With Lu Yin by his side, Wang Fan felt that their chances of escaping would be much higher. Lu Yin walked towards Wang Fan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3080. Wang Fan had not been on high alert. He had just lured Bai Mu over to join forces with Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had attacked. His divine power had swept past Wang Fan's body and struck Bai Mu. At that moment, Wang Fan's guard against Lu Yin had dropped significantly. Someone who used divine power had to be an eternal. Coupled with what had just happened, Wang Fan would never have guessed that it was Lu Yin. Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to Wang Fan, but this time, things were different. Wang Fan had been on high alert before, but this time, Lu Yin had decided to attack. He did not want Wang Fan to return to the eternal realm alive. Although Wang Fan had yet to reach the sequence law level, given enough time, he would definitely reach the sequence law level. Moreover, he would not be weak in terms of the sequence law level. This was because he had cultivated the aura of death and also learned the mountain and sea combat technique, life's shadow. A Shaoyin sovereign could fuse the extreme yin and extreme yang sequence law and reach a level close to the 7 sky gods. He could even severely injure a grade 9 lotus sovereign. Wang Fan cultivated both the mountain and sea battle techniques and death chi. Once his strength reached the level of a sequence law, coupled with his sinister schemes, he would be a great threat to the primordial space. Lu Yin was only a few meters away from Wang Fan. Let's go. Wang Fan identified the direction and headed in that direction. Above the starry sky, the sound of a bell exploded, and the sound of the flute was impassioned. Terrifying pressure poured down, melting the starry sky. In all directions, the starry sky that could be seen with the naked eye was melting continuously like oil paint, falling off, revealing the world of nothingness behind it. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, as this power was unimaginable. He looked up and felt a stabbing pain in his celestial eye, but he could not see anything. This was a power that exceeded his imagination. The sequence particles had taken physical form and were erasing this part of the sky. This way, Lu Yin growled as he charged in another direction. The sky in front of him was being erased. Wang Fan was even more shocked at this moment. This was a battle that transcended the progenitor realm, and it was not something he could participate in. He knew that the Chosen of Gods would not be easy. This was Immemorial City's battle. Legend had it that Immemorial City had a method for humans to transcend. Countless people throughout history had wanted to go there, but Wang Fan and the others had never thought of going there. If Immemorial City was so good, then why didn't those who went there return? He wanted to return alive so that the next time he came to Immemorial City, he would be able to protect himself. Wang Fan was stunned by the pain in his arm, and he slowly looked down to see that his right hand had flown away. Blood spurted out. To the side, Black Robe was unusually dazzling. Wang Fan looked at Black Robe and asked, why? Lu Yin had taken advantage of Wang Fan's shock at the archaic city battlefield to make his move. He had immediately severed Wang Fan's right arm, as the cosmic ring was on his right hand. It's nothing. I just want to kill you. Lu Yin still did not reveal his identity. He struck out with a palm, and the arm hidden under the black robes completely withered. 100 punches confinement. Wang Fan's pupils shrank, and he was on the verge of going crazy. At this moment, the danger he felt was even greater than when the immemorial ancient city's battle had destroyed the entire starry sky. He had experienced the feeling of almost being killed by Xia Shang back then. The dream had reversed, and the black-robed man in front of him seemed to have become Xia Shang back then. The aura of death spread out, followed by a yellow liquid. That was the Yellow Springs. Lu Yin had assumed that Yellow Springs was in Wang Fan's cosmic ring, but he had never expected that Wang Fan would actually hide Yellow Springs under his skin. No matter what kind of power Wang Fan used, it was still difficult for him to block Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin's palm pierced through his chest, and blood splattered across outer space. Up above, the sound of bells and flutes reverberated, turning the immemorial ancient city's most unapproachable battlefield. Beneath that magnificent battlefield, Lu Yin and Wang Fan were just two ants that did not attract any attention. The surrounding space was being erased, and at this moment, no one paid any attention to them. They were like moths that had been sucked into a volcano, and they would vanish at any moment. Wang Fan's left hand grabbed Lu Yin's arm, and he seemed to have gone crazy. You're not His Majesty. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? The yellow spring spread from Wang Fan's left hand to Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin did not know what the yellow springs would do to him, so he used the reverse step to parallel time. Wang Fan's movement stopped, but the starry sky above continued to melt. The destructive power of the melting starry sky had already surpassed the limits of time and space. If Lu Yin had really fallen into it, even the reverse step would not have been able to save him. However, Wang Fan did not have time to transcend. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and broke Wang Fan's left arm. He then grabbed Wang Fan's neck and stopped the reverse step at the same time. Wang Fan felt his left arm leave his body, and a pair of familiar eyes appeared in front of him under the black robes. He would never have imagined that this person would appear here. Lu Yin looked up, and his face was illuminated by the flame lotus. You didn't expect us to meet here, did you, Wang Fan? Wang Fan was in disbelief as he stared blankly at Lu Yin's face. Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Killing you in Immemorial City is too easy for you. Before you die, I'll let you see the strongest backbone of humanity. Wang Fan's face turned red. Little beast, Lu Shaoxian, don't kill me. I'm useful to you. I didn't mean to betray humanity. It was the ancestor. The ancestor made me betray humanity. I couldn't disobey the ancestor. It was Xia Shang and Ku Jia. They were also at fault. If they hadn't embarrassed me, I wouldn't have betrayed humanity. Lu Shaoxian, let me go, and I'll help you deal with the Eternals. Let me go, I'm useful to you. Lu Yin watched Wang Fan struggle. His arm was gone, and he looked extremely miserable, but he was not pitiful. My Lu family was exiled by the four-way scales. The witch Lingshan tried to rope me in, and so did He Wuxian. Even the one true God tried to rope me in. Did I betray you? Lu Yin's tone was cold. Wang Fan was terrified. I'm worthless if I die. I'll tell you the secret of the Wang family's continent. It's not a continent, it's a palm. Let me go, and I'll take you to the other palm. It's the ancestor's palm. Lu Yin had guessed it long ago, and he also knew where the other palm was. It was in the burial garden. The ancestor had turned one of his palms into a burial garden, supporting the people of that era who could not fight against the Eternals but were unwilling to lose. He had given humanity hope to counterattack the Eternals in the future. He did not know how the Wang family had obtained the ancestor's other palm, but it was not important. In all directions, the starry sky was melting. Lu Yin exerted force. Bang! He let go, and Wang Fan's corpse fell. Lu Yin had wanted to take revenge for the Lu family for a long time, but he had never thought that killing Wang Fan would be so easy. Xia Xinji's main body had been destroyed, Wang Fan had been killed, and Long Er was dead. Only Bai Wang Yuan was left. Whether or not Bai Wang Yuan was a traitor to humanity, he would still have to pay the price. Lu Yin looked around, searching for an area with the fewest number of particles. He wanted to leave this area as soon as possible. The battle between Mr. Mu and that old freak called Primordial Genesis was the cruelest battle Lu Yin had ever seen. The moment he was touched, he was doomed. Lu Yin quickly rushed out of the area where the stars were melting. He looked back and saw Mr. Mu standing above Immemorial City once again. This was the northwest corner. The southeast corner was fighting fiercely, while the northwest corner was fighting cruelly. The battle that surrounded Immemorial City never stopped unless one escaped from this area. Lu Yin did not look back as he left the northwest corner. He did not want to be accidentally killed by Mr. Mu. However, no matter how far away he was, he could still hear the bell and flute. This battle had already lasted for 3 days, but the bell and flute still had not stopped. The area where the stars were melting continued to expand, and it even neared Immemorial City. During these 3 days, Lu Yin was occasionally caught in the crossfire of battle. He saw the sudden appearance of an Eternal Corpse King, as well as various experts rushing out of Immemorial City. Some of them weren't even humans, and he saw several strange creatures with various fighting styles. On the 4th day, the bone vessel appeared from the void and charged towards Immemorial City. Lu Yin watched in shock as the vessel tore through the flame lotus and crashed into Immemorial City. It destroyed the city's walls along the way, as if it wanted to break the entire city apart. Numerous figures blocked the front of the vessel, and corpse kings walked out of the vessel as well, drawing the battle into Immemorial City. The enormous vessel could not be shaken, and Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. No way! Was Immemorial City about to fall today? Immemorial City's ground was torn apart as experts were crushed one after another. Chu Yi and Su Wangtian arrived from other parts of Immemorial City and attacked the vessel. A giant figure walked out from the depths of Immemorial City and let out a deafening roar. Get out of the way, I'll block it. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and the heavens trembled almost imperceptibly. The giant figure blocked the bone vessel, but the force of the collision also tore through the depths of Immemorial City. Lu Yin saw an incomparably shocking scene with his heaven's eye. He saw an endless sequence of strings gathering beneath Immemorial City. When the giant figure collided with the bone vessel and tore through Immemorial City, Lu Yin saw a figure crouching on one knee. He had no arms, but he used his teeth to bite down on the source of the endless sequence of strings, or rather, the end point. The endless sequence of strings could not be shaken. Even when the bone vessel tore through Immemorial City's ground, that figure did not move at all. Everything around him went still. The shocking battle, the slaughter, and the blood seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Lu Yin could only see that figure kneeling on the ground on one knee, biting down on the endless strings of the sequence. He was using his own body to become the foundation of Primeval City, lifting it up. That was the progenitor. Was the progenitor still alive? No one had ever given him an answer. The sole true God had said that the progenitor was dead. The Grand Empyrean had said that the progenitor was dead, but Lu Yuan had said that the progenitor was still alive. No one had ever given Lu Yin a definite answer, but he saw it now. The progenitor was in Immemorial City. Under Immemorial City, lifting up the entire city and biting down on the sequence of strings. He had lost his arms, but with his mouth, he was able to stabilize countless parallel spacetime. Was he still alive? Lu Yin did not know, and he could not tell. Perhaps he was alive, or perhaps he was dead. This scene did not mean that the progenitor was definitely still alive. Rise! There was a furious roar as the giant figure overturned the bone vessel and forcefully pushed it out of Immemorial City. Chu Yi, Suwang Tian, Bai Mu, and the others all rushed out towards the bone vessel. The earth of Immemorial City closed, and it seemed like it had just been a dream. Lu Yin stood in space and stared blankly at Immemorial City. Was what he had just seen real? Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu brother, I'll give you a reward. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3081. The bone boat broke through the void and disappeared into the nothingness world once again. However, Chu Yi and the rest did not let it go this time. They all rushed into the nothingness world. To cultivators, the nothingness world was something they could not avoid. Luo Shan had become one of the Six Directions Association's masters of parallel spacetime because of the rumors that he could pass through the nothingness world. In the various parallel spacetimes, no matter how intense the battle was, very few people would enter the nothingness world. It seemed to be a symbol of a certain level. But now, this symbol was very common in Immemorial City. Chu Yi, Suwang Tian, Bai Mu, and the giant figure rushed into the nothingness world to destroy the bone boat. Especially Suwang Tian, who was surrounded by chess pieces and wearing a single slipper. He looked like a scoundrel, but at this moment, he exploded with a strange radiance. Immemorial City cannot be humiliated. The everlasting race must pay the price, even if it costs us our lives. Ha ha ha, old Xiang, do you remember our bet? I said that I would die under the sword. This time, I will find the person with the 7 swords and let him tear me to pieces. Bullshit, I will definitely die before you. I will die under the sword. Dream on, I will destroy the sword. So Wang Tian, you only have 1 slipper left, and you still dare to rush in. A girl teased. So Wang Tian picked his nose and flicked his finger at the girl. I'll treat you. Disgusting, get lost. Ha! How many years has it been? Immemorial City has not been destroyed. Every time it is destroyed, we must get back at them. Everyone, it is my honor to be able to live and die with you. I will take my leave first. Brother Hua, this is the first time you have spoken so many words. Old Gu, I will accompany you. Most of us come from different civilizations, but we are all gathered in Immemorial City. Carefree, carefree, ha 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 ha. Heroes are not judged by their cultivation. Fight to the death under Immemorial City, heroes are not judged by their cultivation. Fight to the death under Immemorial City, heroes are not judged by their cultivation. Fight to the death under Immemorial City, one by one, the experts rushed into the nothingness world. Only one sentence echoed in Lu Yin's ears, heroes are not judged by their cultivation. Fight to the death under Immemorial City. He had seen many people who were afraid of death. How many civilizations were involved in the string of sequence? Most of these people came from different civilizations. There were humans and other creatures. As long as there were emotions, there was a sense of protection. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the void world. He wanted to charge in and fight to the death with these people so that he could destroy that bone boat. On top of ancient city walls, old Zhong Tu sighed, we can't all leave, someone has to continue protecting ancient city. I say, all of you, try your best to come back alive. Otherwise, where are we going to find experts to replace you? Sigh, I'm still young, too impulsive. What was rare was that the battle around Immemorial City had slowed down a lot. The battles in the southeast and northwest corners were still ongoing, but there were no more battles in Lu Yin's direction. Not long after, the world of nothingness opened up once more, and numerous figures returned to Primeval City. Lu Yin clenched his fists as he watched corpses being tossed out one by one. No one spoke as the corpses fell off the city walls. Old Zhong sighed and pushed them towards the flaming lotus. In the end, only a wisp of green smoke was left of these existences that represented the top combat power of each civilization. Qi returned, bathed in blood, no longer the same as before. He was still elegant, but his face was filled with killing intent. So Wang Tian returned, and Lu Yin saw that his slipper was broken in half and was still resting on his foot. This slipper definitely resonated with some sort of power, and so Wang Tian was carrying a girl in his arms. It was the same girl who had teased Lu Yin before. In silence, he pushed the woman towards the flaming lotus. Bai Mu returned, but he was only a cold corpse. Half of his face was gone, and it fell into the flaming lotus. Lu Yin suddenly felt suffocated, and he did not know how to describe it. Bai Mu, the ancestor of the cold immortal sect, held a wine gourd and looked very carefree. He had been in Immemorial City for a very long time, but at this moment, he died without leaving a trace. Lu Yin had not spoken to this person, nor had he told him that he had killed the traitor Wang Fan. Lu Yin really wanted to talk to Bai Mu and tell him what the cold immortal sect had done. He wanted to bring him to the Six Direction Association to scare Bai Wang Yuan. But there was no chance. There would never be a chance. This was just what he had seen. How many people had died in Immemorial City? How many seniors from the origin space had died in Immemorial City? Lu Yin looked at all of this speechlessly. In the future, he, Big Sis, Elder Chan, Ancestor Tianyi, Ancestor Lu Yuan, and the others would all come to Immemorial City. Would this also happen in the future? Would those corpses belong to Big Sis? Ancestor Tianyi? Senior Brother Mu Xie? Void Master and the others? It's too early for you to see this. A sigh entered his ears. Lu Yin's body stiffened, and he became excited. Master. In the northwest corner, the sound of the flute continued. Mr. Mu was probably still fighting Yuan Qi. You only know how to fool around. That thing on your face can't fool a primordial realm expert. The Eternals have more than one Eternal who has crossed bitter adversity. Mr. Mu's voice rang out. Lu Yin said bitterly, I had no choice. The Eternals wanted to use the bone boats to descend on the Six Direction Association and completely destroy human civilization. After I learned of the bone boats' existence, I could only join the Eternals. But this time, it was not me who wanted to go to the Calamity Zone. It was him who was captured by Di Qiong. There's no time to talk. It's not suitable for you to come here right now. Go back and stop fooling around. Once you step into the progenitor realm, you will naturally know everything. The burden of humanity will be handed to you in the end. Lu Yin was anxious. Master, I have something to ask. What's your relationship with the progenitor? Is he still alive? Is the universe breathing? What's the matter with bitter adversity? Is it maiden? Everything will be revealed once you reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin helplessly took out the slipper. Since that's the case, please pass this slipper to Su Wang Tian. Before he could finish, Lu Yin's body fell rapidly. The surrounding space receded, and in just an instant, Immemorial City was gone. No, he had left Immemorial City and was surrounded by the sequences string. Then, the sequences string disappeared, and he fell into a parallel spacetime before finally crashing into a planet. Lu Yin lay on the ground, his body heavily pressed into the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, unable to ask anything. Was Mr. Mu unwilling to tell him? Not necessarily. Maybe he just didn't have the time to tell him. The clouds in the sky were very white, and the sky was very blue. This planet was filled with fatality. The battle in Immemorial City seemed to have happened a long time ago, even though it had only been an instant. A shadow loomed over his head as a giant eagle descended and clawed at Luin. Luin stood up and scared the eagle away. The eagle circled in the sky, unwilling to give up on its prey. Luin stood up and let out a long breath. He suddenly felt something in his hand, and when he looked down, he saw that the slipper was gone. It should have been taken by Mr. Mu, but there was an additional cosmic ring. There was also a drop of blood beside the cosmic ring. Where had this come from? He had actually wanted to take Wang Fan's cosmic ring when he had killed him, but it had been too dangerous and he hadn't had the time to think about it. This cosmic ring definitely did not belong to Wang Fan, and it should have been given to him by Mr. Mu. He had been fighting Primordial Fiend, so there was no reason for him to care about Wang Fan's cosmic ring. Was this something that Mr. Mu had given him? Luin opened it with his blood, and there were 8 astral gates inside. Even though the Eternals were the mortal enemies of the human race, it had to be said that the Eternals' coordinates and astral gates were very useful. Without these things, it would be very difficult for humans to travel to parallel spacetime. Could the 8 astral gates here be a place where Mr. Mu could meet him? Luin looked forward to it, but there was no need for him to go now. The battle at Immemorial City was too intense, and Mr. Mu would not have the time to come out. He would have to wait for a while. Luin tore through the void and returned to the Ionian Kingdom, returning to the above heaven sect through it. As soon as he returned, Luin went to the astral tree realm to look for Patriarch Lu Yuan. He wanted to ask Patriarch Lu Yuan why Wu Tian was unwilling to return when he could have. Luin went to Lu Tianjing and met with Patriarch Tianyi. Patriarch Tianyi, I want to see Patriarch Lu Yuan, Luin said. Patriarch Lu Yuan saw that Luin had returned safely and felt a lingering fear. It's good that you're back. Even though I know you have your methods, it's still too risky to send the Patriarch to rescue Wu Tian. If you're exposed, you won't even be able to escape. Luin was helpless. I didn't want to do that either, but don't worry. I won't use the identity of Yibwa again. Framing Muji was just a temporary measure. When Muji would return to the abyss and whether or not he could explain himself were all unknown. Luin had seen enough of this in the Eternals. In any case, as long as Muji made contact with the upper echelons of the Eternals, Yibwa would definitely be exposed. Right, there was also Huiwu and Wang Xiaoyu. He didn't know what was going on with Wang Xiaoyu, but Huiwu was definitely in danger. Luin told Lu Tianyi about this, and Lu Tianyi's expression turned ugly. I can't contact Huiwu. Any method I use to contact him might be discovered by the Eternals. That's why he hasn't contacted us for so many years until the last time we met. Luin was troubled. If Muji returns to the Eternals and regains their trust, I won't care about my identity as Yibwa. At worst, I'll just give up on it. But Huiwu will be in trouble. Muji had used his evil deeds to confirm that Yibwa was Luin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3082. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. I will have the Six Paths Association keep an eye on Muji. Lu Tianyi shook his head. This way, it'll be easier for Muji to gain the trust of the Eternals. Luin thought about it and realized that Muji was right. From the Eternals' point of view, Muji was just a spy that the humans had planted among them. Now that the humans had attacked Muji, what would the Eternals think? Ancestor, what do you think if I disguise myself as Muji, open the first zone Stargate, and give it another surprise? Luin suddenly asked. Lu Tianyi was stunned and looked at Luin. Smart. Time waits for no one. We need to give the first zone of calamity a surprise before Muji finds a way to contact the Eternals. We need to prove that Muji is a spy that we planted in the Eternals. While we're at it, we need to bring Huewu back. It's too dangerous for him to remain in the Eternals, Lu Yin said. Lu Tianyi nodded. We don't have to care about the results of this battle, but we can't afford to lose. I know. Lu Yin paused and looked at Lu Tianyi. I want to see Patriarch Lu Yuan. Lu Tianyi shook his head. The Grand Ancestor is in seclusion again. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, or am I not allowed to know? It's true that I haven't reached that level yet. For some things, the more I know, the worse it is for me. Lu Yin understood that Muji had taken the wrong path because he knew too much. However, Wu Tian had always been on Lu Yin's mind. Ancestor, Wu Tian helped me comprehend the concept of battle techniques. I really want to save him. With that, he left Lu Tianjing. Instead of returning to the above-the-sky sect, Lu Yin went straight to the reincarnation spacetime. There was a place in the reincarnation spacetime called the Lotus Realm, where the 9th-grade Lotus Venerable and his disciples were. Lu Yin easily found the Lotus Domain. A place like the Lotus Realm was not a place where ordinary people could casually enter. Not to mention the Lotus Realm, any cultivator's residence would not allow outsiders to casually enter. Lu Yin arrived at the Lotus Realm and looked ahead. It was very beautiful. The so-called Lotus Realm was an enormous lotus throne. Furthermore, this lotus throne was actually real. It was not forged from any other material. It was an incomparably enormous lotus throne. There was a sourcebox array around the Lotus Realm that prevented outsiders from entering. If anyone wanted to enter the Lotus Realm, they had to first report their arrival. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. 9th-grade Lotus Venerable, come out and meet me. His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the Lotus Realm. Even the Lotus Realm sourcebox array was unable to block his voice. In the depths of the Lotus Realm, the venerated lotus flower's eyes widened in shock. Lu Yin. What was he doing here? Regardless of what Lu Yin had brought to the Six Paths Society, in Venerable Lotus eyes, this person's character was unpredictable. Moreover, he was extremely daring and vicious. If possible, she did not want to have anything to do with him. But now, Lu Yin's reputation in the entire Six Direction Society was close to that of a Grand Empyrean. If it weren't for the fact that a Grand Empyrean's cultivation was unparalleled, he wouldn't have been able to suppress Lu Yin. At this moment, the Grand Empyrean was still in seclusion, so Lu Yin was the ruler of the Six Direction Society. She looked outside the lotus and said, Daoist Master Lu, I was injured in the first battle of the disaster region and I'm still recovering. May I ask if there's anything I can help you with? I'm looking for the Star Toad. The 9th-grade Lotus Venerable was stunned. Star Toad. Outside the lotus, there were several women approaching. The one in the middle was Little Lien, the favorite disciple of the 9th-level revered lotus. She had an extraordinary 9th-level talent for cultivating the path of the lotus. She was a special existence even among revered lotus disciples. Next to Little Lien was Ro, junior sister Ro. She loved Chu Jian but hated Lu Yin. Next to her was Lingmu, who had a good relationship with Qingfen. She had tried to stop Lu Yin from using Xian Qi's identity to capture Qingfen but had failed in the end. The women quickly approached the Lotus Realm. They saw Lu Yin. Xian Qi. Lingmu was shocked. Little Lien was pleasantly surprised. Brother Xian Qi. Lu Yin looked over and smiled. Little Lien. Little Lien ran over and asked excitedly, Brother Xian Qi, what are you doing in the Lotus Realm? Are you looking for Master? Lu Yin grunted. I'm looking for your master. Little Lien, your cultivation has improved. Little Lien was delighted. Thank you, Brother Xian Qi. Junior sister Ro, who was beside little Yen, lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lu Yin. She had once scolded Lu Yin because of Chu Jian, but she had been slapped by Venerable Lotus, which had caused her to hate Lu Yin. However, during the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, Lu Yin had defeated Chu Jian and then a Yuan sage. He had also crossed a half-progenitor's origin tribulation and fought 7 sky gods. His various accomplishments had shocked her, and she no longer dared to slander Lu Yin. After that, the entire Six Direction gang had changed. He had killed 7 sky gods, fought in the boundless battlefield, and even the Eternals had holed up in the first Calamity realm. Each and every one of his accomplishments had caused Lu Yin's reputation to soar. This was especially true when he had dared to come to the reincarnation spacetime and boldly alarmed a Grand Empyrean. He had even been captured by a Grand Empyrean and remained unscathed. This had caused the entire Six Direction gang to realize one fact. No one in the Six Direction gang could restrain this person anymore. This person was the supreme ruler of the Six Direction gang, and even a Grand Empyrean had not acted against him. Her own master was even more helpless against this person. Junior sister Ro lowered her head. However, she did not exist in Lu Yin's eyes, and he did not have any impression of her. He looked at Lingmu. When I took Qingfen away, someone tried to kill me in the Void God spacetime. You were the one who hired them, right? Lingmu's face paled, and she hurriedly knelt down. Dao Master Lu, please forgive me. This lowly one was reckless and offended Dao Master. Please forgive me. Xiaolian pursed her lips. Although she was pure, she was not stupid and could see some things clearly. She also knew about the relationship between Qingfen and Lingmu. For Qingfen's sake, Lingmu had done everything she could to find someone to act against him. She had even dragged her senior sister, Yaolan, into this matter. On the surface, it seemed like Venerable Lotus disciple had wanted to take Qingfen away so that Yaolan would not be implicated. However, in reality, Lingmu had put in a lot of effort. She did not like others scheming, but since Lingmu had treated her well, she did not alienate her too much. Lu Yin calmly looked at Lingmu. Xiaolian pleaded softly, Brother Xianqi, senior sister Lingmu knows that she was wrong. Can you be lenient with her punishment? Lu Yin's tone was cold. It was because of her that old madman was exposed. In the end, he was captured and brought to the New Inn, where he died. Tell me, can you be lenient with her punishment? Xiaolian did not say anything else. Lingmu's face turned ashen. Lu Yin had never pursued this matter before. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. After he had broken through to half-ancestor and returned from the Lu clan, he had been delayed by too many things. He could not always remember such a minor character. If he had not coincidentally come to the Lotus realm, he would not have remembered this matter. At that moment, Venerable Lotus walked out of the Lotus realm. How do you plan to deal with Lingmu, Headmaster Lu? Lu Yin looked at her. Many people say that you are magnanimous. With my current status, it would be ungentlemanly for me to bicker with such a minor character. Lingmu sighed in relief. However, I do not care about gentlemanly behavior. That so-called gentlemanly behavior is nothing compared to a human life. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Venerable Lotus said, Old madman's death was his own fault. He entered the New Inn and used it to save his life. He should have stayed there for the rest of his life. This was the price that the New Inn paid for protecting him. However, he escaped from the New Inn. Even if that incident had not happened, he would have been exposed. It was just a matter of time. So, your disciple is not wrong? Lu Yin asked in return. Venerable Lotus felt helpless. It was difficult for her to deal with someone like Lu Yin. If it had been anyone else, with their current strength and status, they would not have bothered with a minor disciple. What had happened in the past would have gradually disappeared. However, this person was unwilling to let it go. She could tell that this person was not trying to threaten her with this matter. He truly wanted Lingmu to pay the price. Lu Yin asked, "Venerable Lotus, have you forgotten history?" Venerable Lotus replied, "That depends on what history it is." "History that hurts you." Lu Yin did not hold back. Venerable Lotus frowned, but she did not reply. Lu Yin looked up. Human history is very important. Forgetting it is the same as betraying the future. It is irresponsible to oneself. If I let her go, I would be irresponsible to myself at that time. I was also very helpless at that time. Many times, I could not help but wonder if my future self would be strong enough to cross the river of time and come back to help my current self. Mistakes must be paid, and time cannot erase them. Lu Yin then glanced at Lingmu. "However, I really don't want to do anything. You deal with it yourself. You need to give an explanation for this matter." Venerable Lotus nodded. "I understand. Little Lien, take Lingmu back." Ro lowered her head and hurriedly helped Lingmu back to Lotus Domain. Little Lien looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Xian Qi, I'll go in first." Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. "Path Master Lu, did you say that you wanted to find a star toad?" Venerable Lotus asked. Lu Yin nodded. "If the Eternals can hire a star toad, so can we, right?" "That's right. Actually, my Six Paths Association hired a star toad once, but the price was too high, so I stopped hiring it." Lu Yin laughed. The Six Paths Association has so many parallel universes, and they do not belong to a single person. Naturally, they cannot afford the price. The Eternals only belong to one true God, and He controls all of their resources. He also has other methods, so hiring a star toad is very easy. Profit without cost. Venerable Lotus did not understand. Lu Yin did not explain. Instead, he said, "I want to hire a star toad. You should be able to find it." Venerable Lotus was curious. "Why do you want to hire a star toad?" "To enter the Calamity Realm." Venerable Lotus was shocked. "You want to enter the Calamity Realm?" Lu Yin smiled. "Are you scared?" Venerable Lotus looked at Lu Yin as if he was crazy. The previous battle in the Calamity Realm was already so intense. The Eternals have more powerhouses than we saw, and the 7 sky gods could appear at any time. What's the point of entering the Calamity Realm now? You don't really think that you can destroy the Calamity Realm, do you? The one true God is there. Lu Yin replied, "You don't have to worry about that. Just find the star toad. I'll pay the price for hiring it, and I can even pay a bit more, provided that it doesn't betray us." Venerable Lotus stared at Lu Yin. "You really want to attack the Calamity Realm again?" Lu Yin grinned at the 9th grade Venerable Lotus. "Not me, but us." Venerable Lotus' expression changed. "Since you already know that I want to attack the Calamity Realm, then let's go together. My injuries haven't healed yet. It doesn't matter. Just take it as a show of force." "Why do you want me to go?" "I don't trust you. I don't want you to leak information to the Eternals." Venerable Lotus was speechless. Lu Yin was too direct. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3083. In the wood dimension, far away from the wooden carvings, a figure frowned and kept thinking. This direction won't work, and the other direction won't work either. This is troublesome. Why did woodcut change directions? What are you doing at the border? This person was none other than Mu Ji, who had been kicked into a spatial crack in the 3rd zone by Lu Yin for no apparent reason. He had been sent to a parallel spacetime, and his cosmic ring had even been snatched away. As such, he could not return directly to the zone of E and could only return to the wood spacetime continuum. If he wanted to go to the calamity zone, he would have to pass through the wood spacetime border and enter the endless battlefield. Then, he would have to pass through the endless battlefield to enter the calamity zone. Only then would he be able to enter the first calamity zone. He could come back to the wood time-space because he was born here, but how to enter the border was a problem. Now that the Eternals had holed themselves up, not to mention the border, even the endless battlefield had stopped fighting. There was no war at the wood spacetime border. If he wanted to pass through, he would have to break through. But once he tried to break through, he would be caught by the wooden carving. He did not want to face the woodcut again. Yi Bo, that bastard, he must be Lu Yin. Otherwise, why would he attack me? However, what was the point of him attacking him at that time? He had attacked in an instant and even snatched his cosmic ring. It was clear that he didn't want Lu Yin to return to the Eternals. The worst outcome he could think of was that he had been tricked. Yi Bo was a spy, but he had made Mu Ji the scapegoat. This was the worst possibility Mu Ji could think of. He was in a hurry to return to the land of calamity as soon as possible and explain things to his ancestors. Otherwise, the 6 factions and the Eternals would not tolerate him. What else could he do? He couldn't possibly find a parallel universe and live a miserable life, right? He had to hurry back. Yi Bo, that bastard. In the first calamity region, the ancestor of the past did not know that Wang Fan was already dead. For the chosen of God's battle, the first calamity zone had sent out sovereign gods Shaoyin and Wang Fan. She was not sure about Wang Fan, but sovereign god Shaoyin had a 30% chance of passing the test. This was already very high. Even if the 3 pillars and 6 Hao or the 7 heavenly gods went, they might not be able to return safely. That was the primeval city battlefield. 8 of them had entered the immemorial ancient city battlefield. She only hoped that a few more could pass the test and increase the strength of the first domain of disaster. As long as more than half of the 7 sky gods returned and a few more passed the test, it would be time for the Eternals to counterattack. As for the descending bone airship, it was a fake. The people below did not know about it, but she and the 7 gods knew that it was impossible for the descending bone airship to leave Primeval City. The descending bone airship could indeed destroy the entire 6 Paths faction, but what about the battlefield in Primeval City? Since the bone boats had left, Primeval City could also have experts leave. It was just a change of battlefield. The god of forgotten ruins arrived. I just received news that of the 2 who participated in the second disaster region, one has returned and the other has been captured. In the 5th zone, one of them managed to escape with heavy injuries, while the other one is dead. Right now, only the 2 of us are participating in the test, plus Underworld from the 3rd Calamity Zone and Ji Luo from the 6th Calamity Zone. The ancestor of the past looked at the godly power lake calmly. Only half is left. That's right, only half of it is left. Hee hee, how pitiful. What do you think their expressions will be when they see the primeval city battlefield for the first time? The Forgotten Ruins god laughed. Ancestor, she looked at her, have you recovered from your injuries? The god of Forgotten Ruins was distressed, of course not, it's all that little Lu Yin's fault, and that mysterious civilization that appeared out of nowhere. If you hadn't disturbed me, I would have stayed in the 6th mainland to recover. Above Heaven's sect will take over the 6th mainland sooner or later. There won't be any difficulty. It isn't safe for you to stay there, ancestor, she said. After saying this, she seemed to have thought of something. Are you waiting for Lu Yin there? The Forgotten Ruins god's lips curled up. Maybe, I'm full of expectations for our little Lu Yin. Think about it, what will he be like once he steps into the progenitor realm? In the current universe, apart from the primordial realm and the few old monsters who are undergoing bitter calamity, no one can suppress him. How arrogant will he be then? Hee hee, it's interesting just thinking about it. Right, I'm sorry, I forgot that you are one of those old monsters. The ancestor of the past did not mind. I failed long ago, or I wouldn't have stayed here. The strength I once had is gone. However, it's impossible for Luin to break through to the progenitor realm. His 4 inner worlds are each more ridiculous than the last. It's extremely difficult for anyone to break through to the progenitor realm with just one, but he has 4. The Forgotten Ruins god nodded. That's why I'm looking forward to it. He's the best at surprising people. Who knows, he might give us a surprise in the next moment. Just as she finished speaking, the ancestor of the past and the Forgotten Ruins god looked into the distance at the same time. No way, it's so effective. In the distance, Wood God, Void Master, and the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign appeared one by one. Further away, golden light shone brightly as Victorious Celestial charged over. Awesome, this is how we humans should behave. The ancestor of the past frowned, and a long sword appeared in his hand as he slashed into the distance. The light gauze sword sky. The green sword flashed, and no one could stop it. However, there were only a few people participating in this battle, and they were all at the sequence lower realm. The only one who was not was Luin, but he had some defensive abilities in the spiritual force path, so he was not defeated by the sword. The Void Master resisted the dizziness. The light gauze sword sky was a monster that forced the Lu family to cultivate their spiritual force. How could they resist such a monster? Luin was currently using Muji's appearance. Victorious Celestial leaped up and smashed his golden staff into the ground of the zone of disaster. Come on. The Forgotten Ruins god had a headache. I can't stop him. The ground shattered once again. Wu Ho, Wang Ho, and Two-Blade Flow walked out together. Tiango barked and charged at Victorious Celestial. At this time, Victorious Celestial took out a stinking object from his cosmic ring and almost fainted from the smell. However, compared to the unkillable Tiango, he could endure it. Woof! Tiango barked and ran away with its tail between its legs. Victorious Celestial laughed maniacally and charged at the Black Mother Tree with the stinking object. He wanted to see if withering had left any traces here. Divine power surged into the sky as Two-Blade Flow, Heavy Ghost, Wang Ho, and Wu Ho all rushed out. Wu Ho was stunned. Why were they suddenly attacking the zone of disaster? Was it because of the Chosen One battle? Did Luin feel that the Eternals were lacking in battle power? It was not impossible. In the sky, the ancient god appeared, and a blackish-purple substance condensed to form the hell-suppressing arena. He was looking for Luin, but he did not realize that Luin was not here. Muji and the Void Master had teamed up to fight the ancient god. They had seen how powerful the ancient god was, and how he could fight Lu Tianyi, who had come from the Divine Seal Catalog, alone. The Forgotten Ruins god was also looking for Luin. Strange, why was little Luin not here? The ancestor of the past was also looking for Luin, but she frowned when she saw Muji. Luin, who was disguised as Muji, was targeted by a heavy ghost. He enlarged his mace and smashed it down. Traitor, die. Heavy blow of love. In front of Luin, Venerate Lotus made a move, and she easily pushed the mace away. At that moment, a beam of light appeared in the zone of disaster. The Eternals had asked for outside help. Venerate Victor was unstoppable, and even the ancestor of the past could not stop him. If they did not ask for outside help, the first zone of disaster would not be able to withstand this attack. A familiar scene appeared once again as the Star Toad spoke in a sharp, childish voice. Ha, there's money to be made again. Thank you, boss. The ancestor of the past looked at the toad, chased them away. The toad's eyes squinted happily, and he suddenly threw the lotus at the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past was surprised and dodged. Star Toad, you. The toad smiled brilliantly. The boss this time is the Six Direction Association. Sorry, old friend. The ancestor of the past frowned. Was this premeditated? This was troublesome. On the other side, Lu Yin, who was disguised as Mu Ji, found Huiwu, and the two pretended to fight. Come with me, you've been exposed. You're not Mu Ji. Huiwu was surprised. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Mu Ji did not betray the Eternals. I only threw him out, but he will return. Once he does, you'll be finished. He saw you leave the zone of disaster before the corpse god was killed. Huiwu's expression turned ugly. You're trying to take me away. That's right. Huiwu's gaze was complicated as he looked deeply at Lu Yin. Thank you, but I can't leave. Lu Yin frowned. You have to leave. Mu Ji will definitely expose your identity to gain the trust of the Eternals. You won't be able to survive. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I really can't leave, Huiwu said solemnly. Lu Yin was furious. What are you thinking? Isn't it good to live? You and Wu Tian are both like this. Do you know how much I sacrificed to save you? You risked your lives, but I'm not playing around. Every step I take is a risk of death. Wu Tian doesn't want to leave, and you don't want to either. Why? Huiwu forced Lu Yin back with a palm strike. There are some things that I can't tell you. I'm sorry, but I really can't leave. A golden meteor appeared above Lu Yin's head and smashed down with divine power. Have you seen Immemorial City? Lu Yin stared at Huiwu. Huiwu's eyes trembled. Too many powerhouses have died in Immemorial City, batch after batch. No one knows how long they can last or how many more can be replenished. One day, Immemorial City won't be able to hold on. Even if you want to die, isn't it better to die in Immemorial City? Why must you die in the Eternals' territory? What can you do? You can't do anything in the Eternals' territory with your strength. Huiwu sighed and nodded. Yes, it's because I can't do anything that there's meaning in staying. Lu Yin didn't understand at all. Go back. Also, thank you, Brother Lu. The golden meteor bombarded the ground with divine power, drowning out an area and forcing Lu Yin to retreat. Lu Yin had wanted to cooperate with Huiwu to control evil and take him away. This would prove that Mu Ji was on the human side while also taking Huiwu away. But Huiwu didn't go with him. This battle ended as quickly as it started. Mu Ji rushed to Mu Ji's tower under Heavenly Lord Victor's protection, pretending to take something away before leaving Calamity Zone. There was no point in forcing him to stay in Calamity Zone. Now was not the time for a decisive battle. After Lu Yin and the others left, the Star Toad also left. Aside from the destruction of Calamity Zone, there wasn't much loss. There was nothing worth losing. The progenitors who had betrayed the human race and joined the first Calamity Zone were all dead. Even Wang Fan had died in Immemorial City's battlefield. Only the Shaoyin divinity sovereign was still alive. The corpses were also exhausted, and so were the progenitor corpse kings. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3084. There was no longer anything in the first domain of calamity that was worth their lives. Unless they had the confidence to kill the ancestor of the past and the 7 sky gods, there was no point in continuing this battle. Similarly, Ancient God and the others didn't fight to the death. They knew they couldn't stop the 6 Paths Society's experts from leaving. Ridiculous, the Forgotten Ruins deity muttered. The Ancient God descended. What is the meaning of this battle? Ancestors, she looked at the distant tower. It should be Mu Ji who wants to take something away. Is there really a human spy among the Eternals? Wasn't he submerged in the divine power lake for 100 years? You can even betray us. The god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. Ancestors, she was not surprised. There are all kinds of people, there is no need to care about him. In front of absolute strength, no matter how many methods he has, it is useless. It is time for the 6 regions of calamity to unite. Now that Di Qiong has dealt with the divine residence nation, more and more civilizations will disappear. Sooner or later, it will be the 6 direction sect's turn. The god of forgotten ruins was alarmed. You don't want us to help the other regions of calamity, do you? The ancestor of the past looked at the god of forgetful ruins. I've always felt that there are human spies in the 7 celestial gods. The god of forgotten ruins rolled his eyes. You can doubt anyone but me. I even dragged my own juniors here. Wang Fan, Wang Xiaoyu, which one of them didn't bring heavy losses to mankind? The ancestor of the past didn't refute. Wang Xiaoyu was known as the greatest trader in the history of the 5th mainland. She had triggered a war between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, causing the 5th mainland to split apart. On the other hand, Wang Fan had joined forces with Reverend Xiaoyin to banish the Liu family. The two of them had caused so much damage to the primordial space that it was impossible for them to be spies, let alone the god of forgotten ruins who had pulled them into the Eternals. As for the ancient gods, he had already cultivated the Corpse King transformation. Moreover, he was the only true deity to rope him in, so ancestor she couldn't possibly be suspicious. Black Wuxian, White Wuxian, and the zombie god had all dealt heavy damage to the human race. The ancestor of the ancient era was only talking about it. If he really wanted to suspect the 7 heavenly gods, it would not be her turn. The 7 heavenly gods' position was not below hers, and they directly received orders from the one true god. On the other side, Lu Yin's expression was extremely ugly. He had paid a heavy price to invade the first zone of calamity in order to bring Huiwu back, but Huiwu had still not left. He knew that he would die, but he still refused to leave. Why? He met Lu Tianyi at the entrance of the zone of tragedy. Lu Tianyi did not directly attack the calamity zone, but if the situation was not good, he would make a move. Old ancestor Tianyi, what's going on? He refused to come out even though he knew he was going to die. He had risked his life for both Wu Tian and Hui Wu, and he had paid a huge price to help them. Lu Tianyi found it strange as well. I really didn't know about this. Huiwen was the one who arranged for Huiwu to enter the everlasting race. I was only helping Huiwen complete her plan. Logically speaking, Huiwu should have withdrawn if things didn't work out. Lu Yi knew that Lu Tianyi did not know, or else this battle would not have happened. Lu Tianyi would not have allowed Lu Yin to take this risk even if he knew that Huiwu would not return. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Let's go. Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Little 7, there are too many people in human history who have endured humiliation and moved forward alone. Wu Tian and Huiwu must have their reasons for their choices. I know, but I feel like this is the last time I'll see Huiwu. Ancestor, there will be more such farewells in the future. Lu Tianyi sighed. This is life. Lu Yin had already done everything that could be done. He returned to the sect above the sky, set aside his worries, and took out his cosmic ring. Mr. Mu had given him 8 astral gates, and he wanted to see what they were for. Even if Mr. Mu wanted to meet him, there was no need to give him 8 astral gates. These astral gates belonged to the everlasting race. Lu Yin opened one of them and entered. He took a step forward, and when he reappeared, he found himself in another region of space. It didn't seem any different from the 5th mainland space, but Lu Yin still felt that something was off. He opened his celestial eye and looked around, but the further he looked, the more he felt that something was off. Lu Yin strolled through space and saw planets, technological civilizations, cultivation civilizations, and even ancient civilizations. However, he could not shake off the feeling that something was wrong. After a while, he realized that this spacetime gave him a similar feeling to the realm of calamity. Yes, it was the realm of calamity of the everlasting race. Could this place be related to the everlasting race? Lu Yin remained vigilant and carefully retracted his aura before landing on a planet. This planet was a technological civilization that was probably in the era of space exploration. In a desert, a manned spacecraft was being activated, its target being the planet's space station. Countless people watched excitedly from afar. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. The manned spacecraft soared into the sky and headed for outer space. The three men in the spacecraft held their breaths as excitement, apprehension, and all sorts of emotions stimulated their brains. There was no such thing as an accident. They wanted to enter the space station and win glory for their country and their home. The manned spacecraft headed for outer space, and as expected, everyone watched as the spacecraft followed its predetermined path. Soon. Inside the spacecraft, the three men looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Their country would definitely not disappoint them, and they would definitely be able to enter the space station smoothly. Suddenly, one of the men's pupils shrank, and he slowly turned his head as if he had seen a ghost. He looked in a certain direction and saw that there was another person there. The other two noticed as well, and they stared blankly at the newcomer. It was Lu Yin. Sorry for scaring you. You want to go to the space station, right? I'll send you there. Lend me this. Lu Yin threw the three men out of the spacecraft and sent them to the space station. He waved his hand at the same time, and a passage appeared between space and the planet. You can use this to return. It'll last you a few years at least. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the spacecraft flew into outer space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From start to finish, the three men did not say a single word. They were all stunned. What was going on? Where had this newcomer come from? How had he sent them to the space station? And what was with that shockwave? How could it send them back to their home planet? Everything seemed so surreal. This universe was too crazy. Hold on. One of them reacted. Not good, that's a manned spacecraft. It can't be that far. The other two exchanged glances. Was this something they should be thinking about? This guy didn't seem to care about outer space at all. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was in a manned spacecraft that was flying into the distance. Under his control, the spacecraft was nothing more than a shell, and he was the one that was truly moving. His speed had already surpassed the limits of the planet's technology. He had no choice. This region of outer space felt very similar to the Eternal's domain of tragedy. He did not want to cause trouble and run into any powerful Eternals. Perhaps Mr. Mu knew that this was Eternal's territory, and that was why he had given him the Stargate. He had allowed Lu Yin to investigate. Then, which domain of tragedy was this? He had to find the Eternals first. He wasn't completely sure that this was the Eternal domain of tragedy. The manned spacecraft flew into the distance. One day later, Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. He could feel an unusual aura in that direction. How should he describe it? His heart palpitated. Yes, it was a palpitating feeling. It felt like there was something in that direction. Lu Yin controlled the spacecraft and headed in that direction. Another half a day passed. With his speed, half a day was already a considerable distance. With his eye of heaven, Lu Yin saw a color that was even darker than outer space. This color could not be seen with the naked eye, and it felt like something was pressing down on that direction. Continue. The manned spacecraft continued to head in that direction. Not long after, the spacecraft stopped. It had been intercepted by another spacecraft, but its technology was far more advanced than this one. It was at the level of a battleship. Warning. Forbidden area ahead. Retreat immediately. Warning. Forbidden area ahead. Retreat immediately. Lu Yin stared into the distance and saw many planets connected together to form something like a fortress. It was similar to Iron Blood Weave's fortress, but it was not as desolate and simple as Iron Blood Weave's fortress. Instead, it was filled with luxury. This was luxury. Hundreds of planets were connected together to form a colossus in outer space. These planets were of different sizes, and the largest one was comparable to Night King Planet. There were so many planets that formed a fortress, and they were filled with all sorts of luxuries. There was laughter, and curses. There were beauties and fine wine, and there were all sorts of rare treasures in the sky and on the ground. Even the waterfalls were filled with nectar. Even though Lu Yin had not personally ascended to the top, he could still feel the extravagant intoxication. This was not the Eternals. The Eternals would never do something like this. Then, where was this place? This place was clearly luxurious, but Lu Yin felt as if the entire universe was giving off a stifling feeling that was similar to that of the Eternals' Calamity Realm. The laughter here was loud and wild, but it was also very fake. The wine here was intoxicating, and the beauties were enchanting. However, that stifling feeling was all a facade, and it all seemed like a facade. There were countless parallel spacetimes in the universe, and Lu Yin had seen the despair of the Eternals, the peace of the divine kingdoms, and the cruelty of the cultivation world. Now, he was witnessing an existence that was equivalent to heaven for humans. Lu Yin stared blankly. It all seemed like an illusion, but it was all real. What was going on? This oppressive feeling of luxury was full of contradictions. Warning. Forbidden area ahead. Retreat immediately. Warning. Forbidden area ahead. Retreat immediately. The manned spacecraft retreated, but Lu Yin went in. He could clearly see that this was not the Eternals, but rather the humans. He wanted to understand a little more before paying a formal visit. The Stargate that Mr. Mu had given him might not have represented the Eternals, nor was it meant to meet him. It might have represented a powerful civilization that could fight against the Eternals. In Lu Yin's opinion, this civilization might have reached such a level. However, he still had to investigate first. There were many parallel spacetimes in the universe, and not all of them had seen the Eternals. The Limitless Empire had not seen them before, and they had been conquering everywhere. Lu Yin easily entered the fortress that had been built on this planet. He climbed up, and the extravagance on top of it opened his eyes. No matter what, he was still a progenitor. His greeting just now was enough to show his strength, but the owner of this place actually refused to meet him. Did he not care about a progenitor at all? Or did he not care about this spacetime? Lu Yin stepped forward. Please wait a moment. The man turned around and glared at Lu Yin. Brat, don't you understand human speech? I won't see you. Scram. Lu Yin looked at the man. Have you heard of Mr. Mu? The man's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. You know Mr. Mu? Seeing the man's attitude, Lu Yin understood. As expected, Mr. Mu had given him the astral door, which was a spacetime that he had already explored. His goal was to allow Lu Yin to contact the civilizations of these spacetimes. The Eternals had 6 zones of calamity, and they had scattered them across parallel spacetimes to destroy the human race. That's my master, Lu Yin said. The man's expression softened, and he stepped forward and said in a gentler tone, My apologies. I did not know that you were Mr. Mu's disciple. Then, who are these two? Lu Yin introduced them. They are my seniors. Actually, it was not by accident that they came to this spacetime. It was Mr. Mu who pointed them in the right direction. The man nodded. Since Mr. Mu introduced you, follow me. I'll take you directly to the Patriarch. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm Lu Yin. I'm Calamity, and our Patriarch is called Ji. She's my mother. This way, please. With Calamity leading the way, Lu Yin and the other two climbed to the top of the fortress and met Erji, the owner of this Calamity expedition. Erji watched Calamity bring Lu Yin and the others in and frowned. "What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you didn't want to see us?" Erji said with difficulty. "Brother Lu Yin is Mr. Mu's disciple. This trip was also guided by Mr. Mu." Erji was shocked. Mr. Mu's disciple. She waved her hand to dismiss the dancers, and her aura changed from enchanting to noble and dignified. This was the leader of a clan. Lu Yin looked at Erji. "Senior, are you the patriarch here?" Erji nodded and made an inviting gesture. "Have a seat. Since you're Mr. Mu's disciple, there's no need to be courteous. We're all family." Lu Yin did not expect Mr. Mu's token to be so useful. This Calamity expedition was not a benevolent group, and they were filled with the desire to destroy. Their words were not polite, and they did not even care about progenitors. However, they were polite to Mr. Mu. "Patriarch Erji, although I was guided here by Master, I do not know much about this place. Can you give me a brief introduction?" Lu Yin asked directly. Erji looked at Calamity. Calamity said, "We are called the Calamity Expedition here. The entire fortress belongs to our clan." With Calamity's introduction, Lu Yin finally understood the Calamity Expedition. He did not hide anything, and Lu Yin also knew why the people of the Calamity Expedition did not cultivate. It was because there was a lunatic here, and he was the patriarch of this clan. They did not know what realm this lunatic was at exactly. This lunatic patriarch was suppressed at the bottom of the Calamity Expedition, and he was extremely powerful. However, due to a mistake in his cultivation, he had gone mad. Not only was his mind unclear, but he could not even release his strength. It was trapped in his body, or more accurately, in his blood. The lunatic patriarch's strength was constantly increasing in his blood, and only by letting his blood flow out could he alleviate the sudden increase in strength. Otherwise, his body would definitely explode. The meaning of the existence of the Calamity Expedition was to allow the lunatic patriarch to dilute his blood. In other words, he would pour his blood into the bodies of the Calamity Expedition members, and they would absorb different types of blood according to their endurance. Therefore, the people here did not need to cultivate, and their strength came from madness. The lunatic patriarch's strength also had to come from the lunatic patriarch, or else the lunatic patriarch would definitely explode and die. The people here received the lunatic patriarch's blood from the moment they were born, and the amount of blood they received gradually increased over time. The people who received the lunatic patriarch's blood had to constantly release their strength, or else the strength that they did not cultivate would cause them to explode. This was the reason why the Calamity Expedition members were so destructive. They did not want to destroy, but rather, they had to release their strength. This was also part of their cultivation. Every time they received the lunatic patriarch's blood, the amount they could withstand would increase the next time. Regardless of whether it was space, land, planets, or anything else, the Calamity Expedition members would destroy any parallel spacetime they found until the entire parallel spacetime was destroyed. The Calamity Expedition members had no enemies, and it could be said that they were all enemies. This was because they destroyed everything without any reason. Of course, destruction was not the same as killing, as they only destroyed and did not kill. This was completely different from the Limitless Empire. The Limitless Empire was for resources, while the Calamity Expedition was for survival. It was also because of this that the people of the Calamity Expedition enjoyed themselves all year round, as their lifespans were not very long. While the lunatic patriarch's blood could allow them to reach the progenitor realm and even have the destructive power of a sequence law, their lifespans were not even comparable to Enlighters. Even Erji was only 200 years old. If Lu Yin took Lu Xiaoshuan's age into account, then he was about the same age as her. If he took into account the time spent cultivating in different spacetime zones, then he was old enough to be Erji's grandfather. Short lifespans, explosive strength, and an unrestrained desire to destroy formed a unique civilization like the Calamity Expedition. No one had expected that the Calamity Expedition, which even progenitors could ignore, would have such a short lifespan. It doesn't matter. We're already used to it. Enjoying ourselves is also part of life. Urgi was very open-minded. The Calamity Expedition members did not look too good. They had destroyed many parallel space-time zones and had seen too many civilizations. Many of them had cultivators who could live for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. The more they came into contact with these civilizations, the more unbalanced they felt. This was like a normal person who had obtained billions of dollars but only had 10 days to live. What would this person do in these 10 days? Elder Chan praised, "Leader, you're broad-minded. I'm impressed." Urgi looked down, "It's quite broad-minded." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3086. Don't be fooled by our ferocious appearance. We have never taken the initiative to attack other human civilizations, not even astral beasts. If they don't bare their fangs at us, we will not attack. This is the family rule set by our ancestor, and we have always followed it. Elder Chan asked, "That crazy ancestor?" She nodded. Elder Chan exclaimed, "If there is a chance, I really hope to visit this ancestor and set such a family rule." Senior is not an ordinary person. She refused, "That won't do. After all, the ancestor is crazy. It will damage his image if outsiders see him." When the ancestor was alive, he was very concerned about his image. She paused, "Where's my comb?" Lu Yin blinked. This lunatic patriarch has character. Ever since he met the expedition of woe, he felt that this race was not normal. They looked evil, but they did not bully others. They were magnanimous and had a bit of bad taste. Perhaps this was the temperament of people who had great power but no lifespan. Their lifespans were limited, and they had to live freely. Lu Yin got down to business. "I come from the primordial space and joined the Six-Party Association Alliance. There are dozens of parallel universes working together to fight against the Eternals. Even so, they are still difficult to deal with. I came here to join forces with the expedition of woe to fight against the Eternals." "Are the Eternals really that strong?" Woe asked. Lu Yin's expression was heavy. "I won't hide it from you. Although I don't know how strong your crazy ancestor is, the Eternals definitely have a powerhouse who can match him, and a normal one at that." She narrowed her eyes. "A normal powerhouse on the same level as the crazy ancestor?" Lu Yin nodded. "There's a limit to this universe. At least, no one has been able to break through this limit. Your madman patriarch is probably at this limit, and the Eternals have powerhouses who can break through this limit. Of course, we also have powerhouses who can break through this limit, or we would have been wiped out long ago." She sighed in relief. "You should have said so earlier. I was just thinking about how to reject you." Lu Yin was speechless again. Disaster said bitterly, "Don't blame my mother for being too blunt. You have to know that the reason why we accepted the power of the ancestors' blood is not only for ourselves, but also for the ancestors' survival. We don't want the ancestor to die, and we want to enjoy as much as we can in our limited lives. We don't want to die so quickly either. Although we want to find an opponent, we're not seeking death." "I understand. So far, the Eternals have reached a balance with us humans. That's why Mr. Mu asked me to find you. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mr. Mu. He must have known you for a long time. He didn't ask us to find you before because he felt that the time wasn't right. Now that I've found you, it means that humans have a chance of defeating the Eternals. That's why we agreed," Urgi interrupted. Lu Yin looked at LG. Guji smiled. No matter what, Mr. Mu's kindness to our tribe is something we will never be able to repay. With Mr. Mu's personality, if he thinks that we cannot win even if we join, he will definitely not send us to our deaths. Moreover, even if I refuse, I would feel embarrassed. Calamity and helplessness. That was what he thought too. Lu Yin was curious. What happened between you and Mr. Mu? You don't know. I don't know at all. Guji said, actually, it's very simple. Our calamity expedition destroys parallel dimensions. Occasionally, we will encounter strong enemies. One time, we encountered a strange enemy that killed half of our tribe. Even the tribe leader of that generation died. As a result, we were unable to share the ancestor's blood, causing him to self-destruct. Fortunately, Mr. Mu appeared and suppressed the power of the ancestor's self-destruction. He stayed with our calamity expedition for 100 years, waiting for our tribe to recover before leaving. If not for Mr. Mu, our tribe would have ceased to exist, and the Luni ancestor would have self-destructed long ago. Lu Yin understood now. No wonder this tribe treated Mr. Mu so well. Saving them was one thing, but staying for 100 years was a great kindness. 100 years was nothing to Mr. Mu, but it was different for the calamity expedition, as it could nurture a generation. 100 years was enough for the calamity expedition and Mr. Mu to develop feelings for each other. Alright, now that we've finished talking about business, our calamity expedition will entertain you properly. Lu Yin, Elder Chan, and Ling Qing, come and watch our singing and dancing. Guji waved her hand, welcoming the extravagant singing and dancing that made Elder Chan and Ling Qing very uncomfortable. Lu Yin did not mind. He was a young man, and in the cultivation world, he was still considered very young. Watching the singing and dancing and tasting the food was not a bad thing. He also saw the other members of the calamity expedition. There were a few who could withstand the power of progenitor blood, and Guji, in Lu Yin's opinion, was definitely able to withstand the power of a sequence law. However, Lu Yin had not seen how they did it. He wanted to see what kind of destructive power this was that was completely dependent on bestowment power. Lu Yin stayed with the calamity expedition for a total of 5 days. On the second day, Elder Chan and Ling Qing left. 5 days later, Lu Yin returned to the Eternal Kingdom and brought Calamity with him. He had Calamity leave its aura in the coordinates of the Eternal Kingdom so that the Calamity expedition could travel back and forth. The Calamity expedition's attitude filled Lu Yin with anticipation for the next set of stargates. When he had first used his compass to search for parallel spacetimes with different flows of time, he had hoped to find allies to deal with the Eternals together. Finding a divine kingdom had strengthened his resolve, and if not for the events that had occurred later, he would have continued to venture into the Outlands. Mr. Imaki had spent an unknown amount of time to give Lu Yin 8 stargates. This meant that there were 8 powerful civilizations that Mr. Imaki had taken a liking to. Even if there were only 8 people, they represented 8 powerhouses of sequence law, which would be extremely important in the upcoming battle against the Eternals. More importantly, if Lu Yin's guess was correct, Mr. Imaki had already laid down the foundation for the Calamity expedition. If not for Mr. Imaki's friendship with them, it would have been very difficult for Lu Yin to join forces with them. They were extremely hostile to strangers. The more powerful a civilization was, the more they would think about themselves. Lu Yin was confident that he could rope in these civilizations to deal with the Eternals, as long as they were humans. However, it was hard to say how long it would take, and Mr. Imaki had saved him a lot of time. Lu Yin took out a second stargate, and this time, Elder Chan and Ling Qing followed him. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Mr. Imaki could find these civilizations, then so could the Eternals. If the Eternals set a trap for them, then they would be in danger. With Elder Chan and Ling Qing around, it would not be easy for the Eternals to deal with them. Furthermore, they could also bolster Lu Yin's momentum since he was not a progenitor. Lu Yin opened the stargate and stepped through, appearing in a familiar region of space. Was this the Divine Kingdom? Elder Chan and Ling Qing followed behind him. The Divine Kingdom. Elder Chan was shocked. Ling Qing was just as shocked. This was the original Divine Kingdom. Lu Yin had not expected this stargate to lead to the Divine Kingdom, but he was not surprised. The Divine Kingdom had fought against Di Qiong, and it was considered powerful in each parallel spacetime. The four divinities and the goddess recognized by spacetime had borrowed the power of the four divinities, which was equivalent to 5 powerhouses of sequence law. In terms of numbers, only the 5 spirit tribes could compare. It was not surprising that Mr. Imaki had found the Divine Kingdom. It was a pity that the Divine Kingdom had been destroyed. When the Six-Way Society had attacked the first zone of calamity, they had attracted the Arrow God support. After the first zone of calamity had been sealed, the Eternals had changed their strategy and allowed the other zones of calamity to deal with the Six-Way Society as soon as possible. That was why Di Qiong had killed the Divine Kingdom. Coincidentally, the Limitless Empire had been to the Divine Kingdom before. They had used some unknown method to find the Divine Kingdom. Lu Yin did not know and had tried to lure the Forgetful Ruins God to the Limitless Empire, but he had been thrown into the Divine Kingdom. Fortunately, he had helped the Divine Kingdom deal with Di Qiong. Although the 3 divinities had died and the goddess had lost her power, the Divine Kingdom had been saved. It was now in the Eternal Kingdom. The spacetime where the Divine Kingdom had existed had been completely destroyed. After all, Di Qiong would find this place. The Divine Kingdom had been completely relocated, and this place was now in ruins. Elder Chan sighed. I did not expect the Divine Kingdom to become like this. Lu Yin was glad. If the Limitless Empire had not thrown me into the Divine Kingdom, it would have been completely destroyed. Speaking of which, sect leader, the goddess had asked about the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin looked at him. What happened? Tell her the truth, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin nodded. I will have a chat with her. The 3 of them left the ruins of the Divine Kingdom. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. If the Divine Kingdom was like this, would the civilizations represented by the next 6 stargates be in the same situation? Mr. Mu might have found these civilizations for a very long time, so long that it would not be strange for anything to happen. Lu Yin was looking forward to the Calamity expedition, but the Divine Kingdom made his heart heavy. Looking at the 3rd stargate, he had to remain calm. Even Mr. Mu could not search through all the parallel spacetime. These 8 stargates did not represent the 8 most powerful civilizations in all the parallel spacetime. Opening the stargate, Lu Yin did not move. Ling Qing took a step forward and disappeared into the stargate. No one knew what was behind the stargate. He had done this because he did not want Lu Yin to take the risk. Lu Yin looked at Elder Chan, who nodded. The 2 of them entered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3087. Lu Yin's heart sank. The presence of the Ionian Kingdom meant that this spacetime had either been invaded by the Eternals or was in the process of being invaded. There were progenitor corpse kings in the Ionian Kingdom, so Lu Yin's group did not attract its attention and moved further away. Soon, they saw a great battle taking place on the grassland. One side was the Eternals, which was not surprising. The other side was a group of cultivators wearing white robes and strange hats. They also held slender wooden sticks in their hands. Lu Yin had never seen these cultivators fight in a way that he had never seen before. They were drawing. That's right, drawing. These cultivators used the wooden sticks in their hands to draw in the void, drawing star patterns before releasing strange attacks. None of them fought in close combat or used any battle techniques. They just released fixed powers that were similar to battle techniques. These powers were released by quite a few people, and they were exactly the same, but the power was different. Liu Yin's group was not in a hurry to leave, and they just watched. He wanted to see what this civilization was like. To be able to fight against the Eternals and even have a progenitor corpse king, this civilization was definitely not weak. A progenitor corpse king fiercely charged forward. Along the way, walls of chi blocked its path, but they were all torn apart by the progenitor corpse king. The white-robed cultivators were torn to pieces, and their blood stained the grassland. A woman appeared and tapped the wooden stick in her hand. Light-piercing arrow. The next moment, the wooden stick instantly drew two connected star patterns in the void, and a beam of light appeared in the void and shot towards the progenitor corpse king. The progenitor corpse king punched out. Its fighting style was simple and crude, and it shattered the beam of light. However, another beam of light appeared, and then another beam of light shot towards the progenitor corpse king, stopping its charge. Tai wall. The woman instantly drew 5 star patterns in the void and connected them together. A wall of chi appeared in front of her and pushed towards the progenitor corpse king. The progenitor corpse king punched out with both fists, but it could not shatter the wall of chi. As the woman drew another star pattern, the wall of chi suddenly split apart and turned into beams of light that swept out, piercing through the progenitor corpse king's body and seriously injuring it. At that moment, several white-robed cultivators in the surroundings attacked at the same time, all of them using the light-piercing arrow. Countless light-piercing arrows drowned out the progenitor corpse king. The ultimate attack, once again, came from the woman's light-piercing arrow. Liu Yin saw a strange battle. There was nothing fancy about it, and every attack was repeated. However, each attack was released in a different way, and it was abnormally effective. They've fixed their killing techniques. This civilization must have a super expert. Ling Qing was certain. Old Chan said, there are so many strange civilizations in the universe. The Calamity Expedition's irregular attacks are the complete opposite of this civilization. The more fixed the attack, the more it represents the destructive power of the civilization, Ling Qing added. The battle had ended. On the grassland, all the corpse kings had been killed. The white-robed cultivators had also suffered heavy casualties. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood had dyed the grass red. Liu Yin and the rest were not in a hurry to leave, as it was better to be safe than sorry. Mr. Mu might not have sent them to this spacetime in search of the white-robed cultivators' civilization, and Liu Yin needed to at least understand them a little before coming into contact with them. This wasn't the only battlefield. The grassland stretched out endlessly, truly covering this expanse of spacetime. He saw stars in the puddles and meteorites in the rivers. This was a strange spacetime, and this grassland seemed to have been formed later on. The war between this spacetime and the Eternals was very intense. It was like a boundless battlefield, and the woman who had killed the progenitor realm corpse king was constantly shifting the battlefield. Apart from the wall of ether, Liu Yin and the rest also saw other attacking techniques, but against the progenitor realm corpse king, the light-piercing arrow and the wall of ether were the most effective. On this day, a green-eyed progenitor realm corpse king appeared. Not only did it have the combat strength of a progenitor, but it also had innate gifts. It caused the woman to fall into a bitter battle. The light-piercing arrow was ineffective, and the wall of ether was easily shattered. The woman had no choice but to use an attack technique that surpassed these two techniques. It was called Senluo's silencing ray. It was as beautiful as an aurora that shone on the grassland, and it also shone on Liu Yin and the rest in the distance. The woman's expression changed as she looked into the distance with vigilance. Liu Yin knew that they had been exposed, but in reality, they had not hidden themselves. It's time for us to show our sincerity, Liu Yin said. As he spoke, Ling Qing leaped out and slashed at the progenitor realm corpse king. The Sky Blade realm surprised the woman, but it was not too surprising. Her own attacking techniques also had the combat strength of a progenitor, and the Sky Blade realm was just another battle situation. Ling Qing's attack made the woman realize that she was not an enemy. The aurora that shone on the grassland gathered and stabbed at the corpse king. Together with Ling Qing's Sky Blade realm, they finally cut down the progenitor realm corpse king. Lu Yin's heavenly eye had been watching this battle. Senluo's silencing ray. Its power was not weak, but it was not as strong as the Sky Blade realm. If not for Ling Qing, this move would not have been enough to kill the progenitor realm corpse king. He realized that this civilization had a unique characteristic, and that was that he could not see their strength. Lu Yin could not see how powerful this woman's attacking techniques were, even with his heavenly eye. He could see some of the powerhouses in the Calamity Expedition, but this woman was as weak as an ordinary person. "You must be humans from another spacetime," the woman said to Ling Qing. Ling Qing looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked over. "That's right. We are from another spacetime. We have no intention of offending you." The woman looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "You're in charge here. Is there a problem?" Lu Yin smiled. The woman sized Lu Yin up. "You're so young." Lu Yin smiled. "You're also very young. May I ask if your civilization is in charge of this spacetime?" The woman nodded. "My name is Mina, and I'm from a 9-star civilization. We're also the ruler of this spacetime. What's your name?" "Lu Yin." "Ling Qing." Elder Chan, Mina looked at the three of them. "Why are you helping me?" Lu Yin said bluntly, "The Eternals are our enemies." "Of course, we're helping you." Mina was not surprised at all. The Eternals have enemies in many parallel spacetimes. It's not surprising. But you're very powerful. Even in my 9-star civilization, you would be the top fighters. May I ask why you came to this spacetime?" Lu Yin's expression changed. "We're working together to deal with the Eternals." "Working together?" "Yes. We've been looking for a powerful civilization that can deal with the Eternals. Only by working together can we have hope." Mina shook her head helplessly. "Thank you for helping me, but I'm sorry. My 9-star civilization will not work with you." "Why?" Lu Yin did not understand. Mina said, "We don't trust you." Lu Yin was puzzled. "You don't trust us?" Elder Chan was also puzzled. "What's there to not trust? We'll work together to deal with the Eternals. We're just working together." Mina shrugged. "The Eternals are very cunning. We don't know if you're an enemy of the Eternals. You should know that the Eternals have planted traitors among us, causing us to suffer heavy losses more than once. The Eternals may seem like emotionless monsters, but they're not stupid. Don't underestimate the Eternals." Lu Yin was puzzled. He often said this, but today, he was being warned by someone else. "May I ask if you're the master of a 9-star civilization?" Lu Yin asked. Mina shook her head. "I'm not, but I'm sure that you can't work with us. Don't waste time. I can entertain you and thank you for helping me, but there's no need to say anything else." Lu Yin said politely, "No matter what, we're guests. It should be fine to pay a visit to the master of a 9-star civilization, right?" Mina hesitated. Lu Yin said, "If you don't work together, it's because you have scruples and don't trust us. We might be deliberately approached by the Eternals, but it's more likely that we're the Eternals' enemies. Even if we don't work together, we won't be enemies. Perhaps we can help each other in the future. We've never underestimated the Eternals. That was the case in the past, present, and future. The Eternals are extremely powerful." Mina thought for a moment. "All right, I can take you to see Mentor Kakavan, but we'll talk about it after clearing this battlefield." I need to deal with the distant eternal kingdom first. The threat there is too great. Elder Chan was surprised. We've seen that eternal kingdom, and there's only one progenitor realm corpse king. What threat is there? Progenitor realm corpse king. Is that what you call it? Here, we call the strongest corpse king a 7-star corpse king. That's right, the eternal kingdom only has one 7-star corpse king, but the eternal kingdom itself must be destroyed. Its existence will shake the foundation of humanity. Elder Chan looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin looked at Mina. You mean, a human born in the eternal kingdom? Mina was surprised for the first time, and she looked at Lu Yin seriously. So you know about it. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Please take me to see the ruler of this spacetime. To be able to see the essence of the eternal kingdom, this 9-star civilization had a deep understanding of the Eternals. To be able to understand the Eternals so well meant that they had fought with them for a long time. This was a powerful civilization. With the help of Lu Yin and the others, the battlefield was cleared quickly. In the sky above the eternal kingdom, Lu Yin, Mina, and the others stood in the air and looked down. The progenitor realm corpse king roared and rushed into the sky, its pupils turning red in an instant. It raised its hand and waved it, tearing the void apart. Lu Yin attacked for the first time in this battle. With one punch, he unleashed 100 punches. Just as Mina was about to attack, the progenitor realm corpse king was killed by Lu Yin's punch. It had no ability to resist and did not even have the chance to struggle. Mina was shocked. Only now did she see clearly that this very young man was really the strongest of the three. That was why he could make the decision. Mina knew that she would definitely not be able to take that punch because it was too fast. It was so fast that she did not even have time to use an offensive technique unless she attacked first. And her body would only die if she faced that punch. Mr. Lu Yin, your strength is admirable. Mina exclaimed. Lu Yin smiled. I've killed no less than 20 progenitor realm corpse kings like this. It's not difficult. Come in, my old hand. Bonehead won't get up to welcome the guests, please forgive me. An aged voice rang out. Mina pushed the door open and gestured for him to enter. As soon as he entered, he saw an old man sitting at a wooden table with a smile on his face. He was indeed very old. This old man looked just like the wooden door, filled with a decaying aura. It wasn't the decaying aura of extreme Yin like the Shaoyin divinity, but rather the decay of time. It felt like he could die at any moment. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were turbid. His white robes had turned gray from wearing them for too long. I'm Kakavin, an instructor from a 9-star civilization. The old man looked at Lu Yin with his turbid eyes, but he didn't give Lu Yin any pressure. He seemed like a kind old man. Lu Yin was polite. I'm Lu Yin from the primordial space. Kakavin smiled. I know. Lu Yin was shocked. You know about the primordial space. Both Elder Chan and Ling Qing were shocked. Mina was also shocked. She didn't know about this. Kakavin said, Mina sent a letter saying that you call the 7-star corpse king a progenitor corpse king. The word progenitor came from the primordial space. Lu Yin was shocked. I see. Since you know about the primordial space, you should know that we couldn't have been sent by the Eternals. Haha, that might not be the case. Don't the Eternals know about the primordial space? Kakavin retorted. Lu Yin was speechless. I can invite you to the primordial space to take a look. Kakavin raised a hand. Sit down and talk. Is the Dao Source sect still in charge of the primordial space? Lu Yin shook his head. There have been many changes. May I ask how you know about the primordial space and the Dowsour sect? Mina naturally came to the wooden table and poured tea for Luin. It should be tea or something similar. You're not the first person to come to my 9-star civilization from the primordial space. Someone from my 9-star civilization has also gone to your primordial space and ended up at Immemorial City, Kakavin said. Luin was shocked. They went to Immemorial City. Immemorial City is a legend to you, but not to my 9-star civilization. An old friend of mine is currently in Immemorial City. Kakavin smiled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. Luin felt that he had underestimated this 9-star civilization. Not only were there humans in Immemorial City, but there were also other creatures that fought against the Eternals. Luin had seen many strange battle tactics in Immemorial City. Were there people from the 9-star civilization among them? Senior Kakavin, since you know about the primordial space and someone from this civilization went to Immemorial City, you should be even more aware of how powerful the Eternals are. I'm here to represent the primordial space and join forces with your 9-star civilization to deal with the Eternals, Luin formally proposed. If you have any doubts about us, we can take you to the primordial space. Everything will be clear once you're there. The Eternals can impersonate people from the primordial space to contact you, but they can't impersonate the entire primordial space. The current master of the primordial space is the Arbiter sect. Kakavin was shocked. The Arbiter sect. The Arbiter sect that was extremely brilliant but was ultimately destroyed by the Eternals. Luin nodded. Kakavin did not understand. Since the Arbiter sect was destroyed, how could it appear again? Why should it bear the name of the Arbiter sect? From what I know, the primordial space was also very powerful during the Dowsour sect's era, but it did not dare call itself the Arbiter sect. May I ask who is the current master of the Arbiter sect? It's me. Minami was stunned. Even though she knew that Lu Yin's status was very high and that he was very strong, how could he be the master of a spacetime? An existence on the same level as Master Kakavin. How was that possible? Kakavin could not believe it either. You? Luin nodded. Forgive my old bones for being blind, but may I ask how strong you are, little brother? Half progenitor. Say that again. Half progenitor. A half progenitor can control a spacetime. Those two behind you must be progenitors. Little brother, how did you do it? Luin shrugged. There are many things that cannot be explained in a few words. In short, Senior, the times are changing, and what this junior can do is something that even those people from Immemorial City might not be able to do. If Senior does not believe me, this junior invites you to the primordial space to take a look. This was the third time Luin had invited Kakavin. Kakavin shook his head. No, I don't trust you. The Eternals are too cunning. It doesn't matter if these old bones of mine die, but I still have to display some value. The Eternals have been watching me all this time. How could there be such a coincidence? There are so many parallel spacetimes, and you, the master of the primordial space, just happened to come to my 9-star civilization. There's no such coincidence. Luin was helpless. In that case, this junior will tell you the truth. Actually, the reason this junior was able to come to this spacetime was because of the guidance of my master. My master is known as Mr. Mu. Crack. The teapot in Mina's hand fell and shattered on the ground. She was shocked and even looked at Luin in a daze. On the other side, Kakavin was also stunned. He was clearly so old and seemed to have seen through everything, but he was still shocked by Luin. Mr. Mu. Your master is Mr. Mu. Kakavin was excited. Mina stared at Luin, her eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. Luin did not know what Mr. Mu had done to this civilization, but from the expressions of these two, he knew that he was in the bag. Yes, this junior's master is Mr. Mu. Kakavin stared at Luin, and the excitement in his eyes suddenly faded and became extremely sharp. Are you really Mr. Mu's disciple? Luin nodded. How can you prove it? Kid, I'm warning you. Even if you're really sent by the Eternals, I won't attack you unless I'm certain. However, if you dare to use Mr. Mu's name to deceive others, as long as you can't prove that you're Mr. Mu's disciple, I won't let you leave Star Capital. Even if Star Capital suffers losses, I'll admit defeat as a member of a 9-star civilization. Kakavin was unprecedentedly solemn, and his originally decadent aura became heavy and oppressive. The entire sky of Star Capital darkened. Mina stared at Luin warily, ready to attack at any moment. Luin had not expected his master to have such a high status in a 9-star civilization, but he was not surprised. The people of the Woe expedition were barbaric, rude, and destructive. Even they respected Luin because of Mr. Mu, let alone a 9-star civilization. The Woe expedition did not suspect Luin because they did not think that anyone would use Mr. Mu's name to deceive them, and there was no need to do so. However, 9-star civilizations were different. They had been at war with the Eternals for an unknown period of time, and they had experienced everything. Just like in the primordial space, the extremely resplendent above the heavens had been destroyed by the Eternals. Luin did not believe that it was because of strength, he believed that the Eternals had used a scheme. The Lu family had also been exiled by the Eternals because of a scheme, and they had almost not been able to return. The Eternals had used all sorts of methods to rope in redbacks and spies. They were all too skilled at killing and destroying hearts. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3089. Many parallel universes have been defeated by the Eternal schemes, so it was normal for a 9-star civilization to be vigilant. The problem now was how to prove that he was Mr. Mu's disciple. If he couldn't prove it, he had no doubt that this old man would fight to the death. Master left me a jade to contact him, but I used it. I can prove 2 things. Luin looked at Karkawan and saw the veins in his eyes. First, I have 2 senior brothers. I don't know if you know this. Second, Master has 2 ultimate techniques, and I inherited one of them. Karkawan shook his head, and his gaze became calmer. The calmer he was, the more uneasy he felt. We don't know much about Mr. Mu's ultimate techniques, and we know even less about his disciple. Elder Chan said, the entire Genesis space knows that our leader is Mr. Mu's disciple. Karkawan didn't care. He even doubted whether Luin and the others came from the Genesis space, so how could he believe them? If Luin and the others were really sent by the Eternals, then they must have absolute confidence that they could fool any 9-star civilization cultivator who accompanied them to the Genesis space. Karkawan was very cautious. Luin smiled bitterly. Master stops time every time he appears. Does that count? Karkawan was stunned, and then he smiled. You are indeed Mr. Mu's disciple. Luin was stunned. He had just said it casually. Mimi Na was also stunned. Proved. Where? Elder Chan and Ling Qing were puzzled. Was it so easy to prove? Karkawan said, the legends of Mr. Mu in the 9-star civilization were left behind by me and Babar. The only ones who have seen Mr. Mu are me and Babar. No one else in the 9-star civilization has seen him, and we have never told anyone that Mr. Mu can stop time. That's too easy to prove. What if the Eternals know that Mr. Mu likes to prove himself in this way? Luin found it strange. Karkawan said, how can the Eternals be sure that we can prove Mr. Mu's disciple through this feature? That's right. Luin laughed. This method of verification was very casual. The more casual it was, the less likely the Eternals would think of using this method to confirm one's identity. They also wouldn't think that a 9-star civilization would accept this method of verification. If Lu Yin was from the eternal race, then he would never have thought of having one of his own impersonate Mr. Mu's disciple. He would have at least used some sort of token to disguise himself as Mr. Mu's disciple. However, things were often like this. The more one thought about it, the more wrong it would be. Playing around a little could work. Kakawen saw the expressions on Lu Yin's group's faces, and he had Mina clean up the broken teapot on the ground. Our 9-star civilization respects Mr. Mu from the bottom of our hearts, but respect is one thing. We cannot bury the entire 9-star civilization. If we do that, how will we repay Mr. Mu for the help he has given us in the past? Thus, I'm sorry, but we are unable to ally with you. Lu Yin didn't understand. You weren't willing to cooperate before because you didn't trust me. Why are you still not willing to cooperate now? Why would joining forces with us destroy a 9-star civilization? Mina couldn't help but say, the enemy we're facing is far too powerful. Even if we unleash all of our power, we can barely hold on. What the Eternals are truly afraid of is the teacher's constant threat of death. Once we join forces with you, the Eternals will no longer have any qualms. They might even be willing to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the teacher's death. What do you mean? Lu Yin still did not understand. Mina glanced at Kakawen, who nodded with a smug look on his face. Our 9-star civilization divides our power by star. You've seen the light-piercing arrow and the wall of ether. One is 2 stars, while the other is 5 stars. Senluo's Nirvana ray is 6 stars, and above that are 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars. The reason the Eternals haven't completely attacked us is because they are wary of the teacher's ability to unleash the power of 9 stars. Once unleashed, the entire spacetime will be reduced to nothingness, and everything will be wiped out. This is a price not even the Eternals are willing to pay. But if we join forces with you, the Eternals may be willing to pay the price because they will be at a disadvantage. Kakawen was proud. The Eternals are waiting for me to die naturally. They don't want to fight me to the death. This situation is based on the balance. Once the balance is broken, the Eternals will fight to the death. I might be able to take away some of the Eternals' power, but the 9-star civilization will be gone. He looked at Lu Yin. The 9-star civilization should not be buried because of this. Lu Yin was curious. The power of 9 stars. You have to pay with your life. It can wipe out spacetime. Elder Chan was shocked. Kakawen smiled. That's right. This is the strongest power of my 9-star civilization. The 7-star civilization is known as the Ancient Key, the 8-star civilization is known as Against the Will of All Beings, and the 9-star civilization is known as Reboot. Any kind of balance is because both sides have their own misgivings and concerns. The Eternals have the time to wait for me to die, while my 9-star civilization is waiting for the next teacher who can unleash the power of 9 stars. Let's see who can wait until then. This balance cannot be broken. Lu Yin sighed. Balance. That's right, it's still a balance. It's not just your civilization. Our primordial space, the Hexagon Society, and even the other civilizations that I've seen have all maintained a relative balance with the Eternals. But if we don't break this balance, the Eternals will. When that happens, the Eternals will have the upper hand. You should know that passively accepting the balance is equivalent to a slow death. Kakawen was stunned. Passively accepting the balance was equivalent to a slow death. He had lived for so long that he understood this principle, but the 9-star civilization did not have the ability to break the balance, nor did they have the ability to protect themselves after breaking the balance. Lu Yin glanced at Mina. You're fighting against the Eternal's second domain of calamity. I don't mind telling you that the Eternals have 6 domains of calamity. 6 domains of calamity. Mina exclaimed. Kakawen's fingers trembled. So you know. Lu Yin met Kakawen's gaze and saw the surprise in his eyes. He understood. So that's what Senior is worried about. What do you mean, teacher? Mina did not understand. Lu Yin continued, actually, Senior Kakawen isn't just worried about your current opponents. Mina, I told you before that I would tell you about the Eternals, but please don't tell anyone else. After all, this is a cruel reality for most people. Lu Yin then gave Mina a rough overview of the eternal strength. Of the 6 domains of calamity, the first domain of calamity was the strongest. The 7 sky gods, the 3 potentials, and the 6 boundless domains were all powerhouses from the chosen of gods. Kakawen's understanding of the Eternals was limited, and he did not know as much as Lu Yin did. Even Kakawen was shocked by Lu Yin's information. Originally, the 9-star civilizations were wary of the Eternals and did not dare to break the balance. Lu Yin's information would only make them more wary. However, cooperation was cooperation, and Lu Yin would not hide this information. He was also responsible for the 9-star civilization. Kakavin and Mimina were dumbfounded when they heard this. How is that possible? Are the Eternals that strong? Mina could not believe it. Lu Yin was helpless. That's why I tried so hard to find an alliance. Senior, do you think I don't understand the Eternals? Kakawen exhaled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. There are 6 domains of calamity. Only Babel and I know about this. None of the other civilizations we've met know about this. Even the people from your primordial space who came to our 9-star civilization do not know about this. This secret brings too much despair to the humans. So you've always refused to cooperate, but you were afraid that we would be afraid and not dare to fight the Eternals. That's why you didn't tell us, right? Lu Yin asked. Kakawen nodded. I saw the 6 domains of calamity with my own eyes, and the shock I felt at that moment was unparalleled. I was also afraid, terrified, and in despair. We were no match for the first domain of calamity. The strength of the 7 sky gods was deeply ingrained in people's hearts, and it was as if they were immortal. The Eternals actually hid such a powerhouse. At that moment, I didn't know what I had to do, but humans have emotions and desires. They have weaknesses, but they also have strengths. Resilience is also a human strength. No matter how strong the Eternals are or how many powerhouses they have, as long as we humans do not die, there is hope for a counterattack. I searched the outer realms and allied with civilization after civilization before finally gaining Master's approval. He gave me the coordinates of a civilization he approved of, which is why I came here. Senior, you respect my master, Mr. Mu. The reason you respect him must be because of his character, not just his strength. Since that is the case, you should believe that he will not harm you. Kakawen was speechless. Mimina fell silent. After a while, Kakawen sighed. I still don't know how to address you, Mr. Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Anything is fine. All right, Mr. Lu. If you did not know the eternal strength, I would not have allied with you. No matter what you say, it is impossible. However, you understand the Eternals better than we do, so I believe that you are not seeking death. For now, is there anything you need us to do? Kakawen asked. Lu Yin was delighted. Senior, are you agreeing to our alliance? Kakawen corrected him very seriously. It's a cooperation, not an alliance. What's the difference? Ling Qing asked. Kakawen glanced at Ling Qing and Elder Chan. A cooperation can be cancelled at any time, but an alliance is different. We will live and die together. I'm sorry, but I will not bring a 9-star civilization into danger. Ling Qing was indifferent. From her point of view, this 9-star civilization was already in great danger after being targeted by the Eternals. If they were still unwilling to join forces, then they were too cowardly. Lu Yin understood Kakawen's concerns. How should he describe this civilization? They were a little conservative, just like how their killing techniques were fixed. However, everyone had their own considerations and could not be wrong. After saying so much, Kakawen finally relented, which allowed Lu Yin to relax. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3090. This 9-star civilization was able to fight against the second territory of calamity, so their strength was impressive. With such a civilization, they would have more confidence in fighting against the Eternals. Whether it's cooperation or alliance, it's beneficial to us. After all, the Eternals plan to gather their forces and attack the various civilizations in the territories of calamity. It's very dangerous for a 9-star civilization. Lu Yin sighed. Kakawen and Mina exclaimed, "Gather their forces to attack." Lu Yin nodded. "Have you heard of the Divine Kingdom?" The two were confused. Lu Yin said in a low voice, "The Divine Kingdom is a civilization that Master asked me to find." Of course, before Master asked me to find them, I came into contact with them. This civilization is very powerful and has 5 sequence law experts. Senior, you should know about the sequence law. Of course. Lu Yin continued, "The 5 sequence law experts can expel or even kill any enemy that steps into the Divine Kingdom. The Divine Kingdom itself is sealed, and I was almost expelled the first time I came into contact with it. It was this civilization that was destroyed not long ago. 4 of the 5 sequence law experts died, and 1 was crippled." Kakawen's heart sank. "Are you telling the truth?" Lu Yin said solemnly, "If there's any falsehood, may the heavens and earth destroy me." The Divine Kingdom had indeed been destroyed. The 4 symbols had died, and only the Divine Lady remained. She could not use the power of the 4 symbols, so she was naturally crippled. Kakawen's eyes flickered. In a 9-star civilization, a sequence law expert could unleash the 7 stars killing technique. However, this was different from a true sequence law expert. For example, Mina could also unleash the 7 stars killing technique. Its power was equivalent to a sequence law expert, but she could not unleash it easily. A sequence law expert did not have such restrictions. Strictly speaking, he was the only sequence law expert in a 9-star civilization who could unleash the 8 stars killing technique. In other words, the strength of the divine dwelling nation was stronger than that of a 9-star civilization. However, he could unleash the 9 stars killing technique at the risk of his life. This was not something that an ordinary sequence law expert could resist. Even the ruins of the second territory of calamity was afraid of it. In this way, the Divine Kingdom was stronger than the Divine Kingdom. These were 2 different civilizations. However, no matter how one looked at it, the Divine Kingdom was not much weaker than a 9-star civilization. Such a civilization had been destroyed. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he explained, "The destruction of the Divine Kingdom is actually partly the responsibility of the 6 Forces Association. It was precisely because we invaded the first zone of calamity of the Eternals and suppressed the first zone of calamity that the other zones of calamity of the Eternals sent reinforcements. If they wanted to send reinforcements, they would naturally have to deal with their own problems first. Hence, the destruction of the Divine Kingdom was caused by one of the 3 masters and 6 boundless, the 3rd zone of calamity's master, Di Qiong." Lu Yin was talking about the Divine Kingdom, but this caused Kakawen to feel a sense of urgency. If the Divine Kingdom was destroyed because of this, then if the primordial space allied with the other civilizations to suppress the Eternals, wouldn't the Eternals need to send reinforcements to the second region of calamity? If they wanted to provide reinforcements, it meant that they had to solve their own problems first. In other words, the 9-star civilization. Mimi Na said in a dry voice, "Mr. Liu, we have already cooperated. There is no need to threaten me." Elder Chan spoke, "Do you think this is a threat? Do you want me to bring you to the ruins of the divine kingdom?" Lu Yin replied, "There's no need to threaten me. It's easy to think about it. There are 6 zones of calamity of the Eternals. If one zone of calamity were to be destroyed, the other zones of calamity would definitely help. If they wanted to help, they would naturally have to deal with their own problems first." Mimi Na was speechless, and she looked at Karkawan. Karkawan stared at Lu Yin. "Then what you said earlier about the Eternals gathering their forces to attack the various civilizations. Is that true?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "If I were the Eternals, that would be what I would do." Karkawan was helpless. Lu Yin's words confirmed the truth. The Eternals were not stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Karkawan was very sure of this, and he could naturally see the situation clearly. The first zone of calamity had been suppressed, so it was not impossible for the Eternals to unite the various zones of calamity to attack the various civilizations. What Lu Yin had just said was even more likely to happen. "Mr. Liu, we understand. Don't worry, as long as there's a need, our 9-star civilization will definitely do our best," Karkawan assured him. Lu Yin was satisfied. If he had said these words from the beginning, Karkawan and the others would have thought that he was just trying to scare them. Although it made sense, saying these words on the basis of distrust was not enough to achieve the desired effect. Now that they were working together, the effect would be different. At the very least, Karkawan's attitude was more sincere. Karkawan looked at Lu Yin. "Since we're working together, I think that we should share information about the Eternals with Mr. Liu. For example, ruins." "I'm all ears," Lu Yin said solemnly. Ruins was one of the 3 pillars in 6 Boundless, the second ruler of the zone of calamity. Lu Yin had seen him when he had disguised himself as Night Shore, and that was that dark cloud. That was one thing, but Lu Yin did not understand Ruin's strength. Any information about the 3 pillars in 6 Boundless was important, and whether or not he could kill Ruins in the future would depend on how detailed this information was. Karkawan had fought with Ruins more than once, so he had a decent understanding of Ruins. He told Lu Yin everything he knew about Ruins. Of course, Ruins definitely had a trump card, but Karkawan would not be able to force him to use it unless he released the 9 Stars reboot. Back when the Grand Empyrean, Patriarch Lu Yuan, and the others had teamed up to fight against the only true god and the 7 sky gods, they had not been able to force the corpse god to reveal her trump card. Everyone's trump card was their ultimate trump card. Aside from Ruins, Karkawan also talked about Lon Lon and Awaken's abilities. These 2 would represent the second zone of calamity in the Chosen of God's battle. Although Lu Yin had seen some of their abilities during the battle in Immemorial City, he still did not know much about them. Lu Yin was not interested in Awaken since it was impossible for him to appear again. He was more curious about Lon Lon. Lon Lon looks like a child, but she's actually lived for a very long time. Back then, we paid a huge price to understand her power. It can be summed up in 2 words, virtual reality, Mina explained. Lu Yin was puzzled. Virtual reality. Mina nodded. She sees this world as a game, and everyone is a game setting. She can customize her own settings and attack according to them, just like fighting monsters in the game. Our 9-star civilization is also a technological civilization, so we have a special understanding of the game. The settings that Lon Lon created for the game give her an advantage, but these settings are not invincible. Every time we meet Lon Lon, we send many people to get close to her and search for her settings. After all, it's a game, and only by finding the settings can we fight better. Ever since we learned of Lan Lan's power, we've won and lost against her. We're no longer constantly suppressed. Lu Yin had not expected Lon Lon to have such power. Virtual reality was a type of fantasy power no matter how he looked at it. If he fought against her, what kind of settings would she give him? It was both dangerous and interesting. There's also awaken. This awaken is very strange. There's no need to talk about awaken. It's finished. Karkoin and Mina did not understand. Luin continued. During this time, the Eternals will be participating in the Chosen of God's battle, so awaken will not appear again. Did it run into trouble in Immemorial City? Karkoin asked. Luin exclaimed, Senior, you really know everything. You even know that the Chosen of God's battle is in Immemorial City. Rarowin proudly said, After all, our 9-star civilization also has people in Immemorial City. Is it the Babur you mentioned before? That's him. In terms of strength, he's just a little bit weaker than me. Mina subconsciously glanced at Karkoin. Luin saw this and knew that Karkoin's words were exaggerated. However, as the strongest teacher of the 9-star civilization and a ruler, it was normal for him to know about Immemorial City. Just like the Six Direction sect's Grand Empyrean, she did not go to Immemorial City, but that did not mean that she did not know about it. Luin suspected that she could go there at any time, but she did not because Immemorial City was facing the Bone Ship. The Grand Empyrean had to cross the bitter adversity and deal with the only true God. Mina followed them to the Eternal Kingdom. She wanted to leave her aura in the coordinates of the Eternal Kingdom to facilitate communication with the Genesis space. This is your Genesis space. Mina looked around curiously. Elder Chan smiled. Of course not. This was originally the Eternal Kingdom. We took it down and used it as a transit point to enter the Genesis space. After all, it's not safe to bring people directly into the Genesis space. Mina understood. Soon, Luin brought Mina to the 5th mainland and headed towards the Above Heaven sect. When Mina saw the Above Heaven sect, the shock she felt was indescribable. She stared blankly ahead. The Above Heaven sect was a behemoth lying in the starry sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. Beside it were the caged Wirm and the ancestral turtle, both of which were huge creatures. She could feel that these two creatures definitely had the strength to fight against her, but she did not know if they could fight against the 7 stars killing technique. Throughout the entire 9-star civilization, there were not many cultivators who had reached the progenitor realm. Mr. Liu, how many of your Above Heaven sect have reached the 6-star level, the level of progenitor realm experts that you speak of? Mimi Na asked. Lu Yin's lips curled up. A few dozen. A few dozen. Mina was stunned. How was that possible? So many. That's not enough. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Our Genesis space, the entire 6 Direction sect, and the powerful civilizations in the outer realm. The number of progenitors might even exceed 100. This is the main force against the eternal race. Your 9-star civilization is also part of this force. If that's the case, are you confident in dealing with the eternal race? Mina suppressed her shock. Mr. Liu, may I know more about your deeds? Lu Yin did not expect Mina to suddenly want to know about his deeds. In fact, Lu Yin had underestimated the shock he had brought to others. The stronger the Above Heaven sect was, the more amazing he would be as the Tao master of the Above Heaven sect. Through understanding him, one would be able to understand the Genesis space better. Lu Yin's deeds had already been deified in the Genesis space, and it would not be easy for Mina to learn the truth. The 9-star civilization would definitely communicate with the Genesis space, and Lu Yin promised to show them the recent history of the Genesis space. Lu Yin brought Mina into the Above Heaven sect. Along the way, people constantly bowed to Lu Yin. There were envoys, half-ancestors, and even progenitors. She arrived at the bottom of the sky staircase and looked up to see the progenitor statue. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3091. At that moment, the indescribable heavenly might terrified her, as if she had seen the primogenitor himself. The statue enlarged infinitely in front of her until it connected the heavens and the earth, causing her to kneel down. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed Mina. Only then did she sober up. Mr. Lu, who is this? Lu Yin's gaze was respectful. This is the primogenitor of our origin space. He created the cultivation system for the benefit of future generations. Mina looked at the statue in shock once more, her gaze full of admiration. She realized that she had never seen the world since coming out from a 9-star civilization. The civilization had clearly come into contact with many parallel universes, but those parallel universes were far weaker than the 9-star civilization. Their shock when they saw the 9-star civilization had brought them pride, but at this moment, she herself had become that kind of character. Was this the origin space? No wonder Instructor Kakarwan was so envious of the origin space. The origin space was far more powerful than a 9-star civilization. After visiting the above-the-sky sect, Mina finally understood this place. Lu Yin was very curious about the 9-star civilization's fighting style, and he wanted to see it for himself so that they could cooperate in the future. Mina deliberately corrected him, saying that it was cooperation. I'll do it, headmaster. Ling Qing stepped forward. Lu Yin nodded. We're just exchanging pointers, so don't overdo it. Mina looked at Ling Qing, who had long disliked the 9-star civilization. In his opinion, this civilization was too cowardly. Compared to the 9-star civilization, he admired the Wo expedition more. No matter how rude they were, at least they had successfully reached an alliance, unlike this 9-star civilization that was so full of nonsense. It was useless to even mention Mr. Mu. The two were not exchanging pointers in the above-the-sky sect, but in an asteroid belt. Lu Yin did not want the Eternals to know that he had contacted a 9-star civilization. He wanted to give them a surprise. Ling Qing and Mina faced each other on both sides of the asteroid belt. In fact, Ling Qing had helped Mina deal with the progenitor corpse king in the 9-star civilization spacetime, but they had never fought each other. With a command, Ling Qing rushed towards Mina. Mina immediately used the wall of ether to push through space. Ling Qing leaped over and avoided the wall of ether to slash at Mina. At that moment, the wall of ether suddenly expanded and spread wildly, as if it was connected to the heavens. Ling Qing raised his sword and slashed out, and a crack appeared on the wall. Mimi Na was surprised. He almost broke the ether wall with a single strike. This was the ether wall that she had used all her strength to create. She had fought against the cultivation civilization in the past, and few experts of the same level could break it like this. She had a new understanding of Ling Qing's strength. Lu Yin stood in the distance, flanked by Elder Chan and Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing had originally planned to go into seclusion to break through to the progenitor realm, but the fate of the Lady of Fate made him give up. He felt that he had been tricked by Patriarch Lu Yuan. One of the 3 ancestral chi of the 3 sons was destiny. It seemed that he had borrowed the power of destiny, but it was also destiny that had borrowed his power. He felt that he was still far from breaking through to the ancestor realm, so he decided to give up for now. This is a 9-star civilization. Their fighting style is very fixed, Lu Bujing said. In the distance, the light-piercing arrow and Senluo's light of silent destruction intertwined, forcing Ling Qing to retreat continuously. Ling Qing's sky blade realm descended, but it was restrained by Senluo's light of silent destruction. After all, Ling Qing was once one of the leaders of the 12 heavenly gates. This woman will be at a disadvantage if she underestimates him. Lu Yin said, a 9-star civilization is very special. 6 stars killing techniques can't defeat Ling Qing, but 7 stars can touch the sequence. At the order rank, it's a desperate move. Lu Bujing was shocked. Is it that exaggerated? It can touch the order rank directly. Elder Chan sighed. There are too many civilizations in the universe. Who dares to say that their civilization is invincible? Even the Eternals might not dare to do so. This 9-star civilization has their weaknesses and strengths. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stop the Eternals. After a fierce battle, Ling Qing figured out the killing techniques that Mina could use. Although there were variations, they were still the same. With the appearance of blade haze, Ling Qing broke through Senluo's light of silent destruction and pointed the blade at Mina. Mina frowned. This was the first battle between a 9-star civilization and the primordial space. They could not lose. Thinking about it, she decided to use the 7 stars killing technique. Be careful, the ancient key might drag you into the dark abyss. After saying that, she tapped the wood in her hand lightly, and stars appeared and connected. Alright, that's it, Lu Yin suddenly stopped her. Mina stopped what she was doing and looked at Lu Yin. Ling Qing lowered her blade as well. Lu Yin looked at Mina. Using the 7 stars killing technique isn't easy for you. Otherwise, you would have used it the first time we met. Mina did not deny it. Lu Yin smiled. This battle is considered a draw. Mina was not convinced. I admit that I was suppressed just now. If I didn't use the 7 stars killing technique, I wouldn't have been his match. But once I did, he would have definitely lost. The price I'll have to pay is to rest for a few days. Elder Chan stepped forward. But he didn't use his full strength. You don't know, but all progenitors on our side can use order rank. Impossible. Mina refused to believe it. Although the above heaven sect had shocked her, it was not enough to break the rules. How could any progenitor possess order rank? If they did, then they would not be progenitors, but sequence rank powerhouses. Don't think that I don't know common sense. He's a progenitor, but he can't be a sequence rank powerhouse. Lu Yin brought Mina to see the sequence rank equipment, allowing her to see Elder Chan use the sequence rank to attack. Mina was stunned, and she felt as if her worldview had been turned upside down. Dozens of progenitors who can use order rank, yet you still can't defeat the Eternals. Mina could not believe it. Lu Yin's expression was serious. That's why I took the risk of wandering the outer realms to find a powerful civilization that I can ally with. If the Eternals were so easy to deal with, why would your 9-star civilization have to worry about them? Remember, the Eternals will always be stronger than you think. Never underestimate them. Mina took a deep breath, faced Lu Yin, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for allowing us to see the Eternals clearly. Otherwise, our 9-star civilization would not even know how we perished. Lu Yin helped Mina up. We're allies. You're welcome. This time, Mina did not correct him. Based on the current situation, it was fortunate that the 9-star civilization could ally with the Genesis space. Normally, it should be the 9-star civilization begging the Genesis space to ally with them. Lu Yin, the above heaven sect's path master, had spent so much effort to ally with the 9-star civilization. This should be an opportunity for the 9-star civilization to survive. This was what Mina thought. Only by seeing the situation clearly would one know how to choose. She looked at Ling Qing. I lost that battle. I did not use the 7 stars attack, and you did not use the sequence laws. Ling Qing's expression softened. I did not use the sequence laws. Victory and defeat are not decided by words. I want to see your 7 stars attack with my own eyes one day so that we can compare. Mina nodded. There will be a chance. After bidding farewell to Mina, Luin felt rather tired, but it was worth it. The Calamity Expedition, a 9-star civilization, and the Genesis space would definitely give the Eternals a huge surprise. He was now thinking about how to give the Eternals a surprise. That's right, I'll leave this matter to Wang Wen and Wei Rong. They're experts. Luin then took out the 4th astral gate. As long as the civilizations that Mr. Mu had paved the way for were not destroyed, they would be natural allies. This kind of powerful ally was something to look forward to. Just like before, Luin opened the astral gate. Ling Qing was the first to step in, followed by Elder Chan and Luin. After stepping through the astral gate, what entered Lu Yin's eyes was neither the starry sky nor the earth. Instead, it was a place that resembled a cave, and it was a relatively small one at that. Milky white liquid dripped into a 1-meter square pit in the distance. The entire cave could be seen at a glance, but there was no exit. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye. Can't see outside. The celestial eye could see sequence particles, and in the future, it could even see through parallel dimensions. But now, it could not even see through a cave. There was something strange about this cave. Bang! Ling Qing pressed her palm against the wall and exerted a little force. Her strength shook the wall, but it did not break. There's something wrong with this cave. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at the pit filled with milky white liquid. What is this? Both Elder Chan and Ling Qing looked at it. There were many strange things in the universe, and humans had only seen a small portion of them. Could it be that Mr. Mu had guided him here for this milky white liquid? Otherwise, there would be no civilization or starry sky here. Headmaster, there's blood. Ling Qing stared at the corner of the wall and reached out to touch it. It's dried blood. You wouldn't notice it if you didn't check carefully. It's been dried for a long time, and it's the same color as the soil. Lu Yin nodded. It looks normal, but there are traces of life in this cave. Also, he looked down at the pit filled with milky white liquid. If there weren't any life, this pit would have been filled a long time ago, but it's not yet. Let's wait. Maybe something will come. I'll go take a look. There's definitely a way to leave this place, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Be careful, I can't see outside. Elder Chan searched for a long time before finding a way out of the cave. It was actually a teleportation device that had been covered by dust and looked no different from the ground. This was why Lu Yin and the others had not noticed it at first, and it had also been concealed. Lu Yin had seen similar teleportation devices in the Astral Combat Academy and the Technocracy. This technology was between science and cultivation, and some technological civilizations did not have such a device even after developing it to an extremely high level. However, some cultivation civilizations that had not developed their technology had developed such devices. It mainly depended on whether or not someone had researched in this direction. It was not too strange for such a device to appear here. Elder Chan left, and the days passed one by one. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he simply sat in the cave and waited. The visualization of the 5th mainland appeared behind him. He had too much to cultivate. All 4 of his inner worlds were about to transform into progenitor worlds, but aside from limitless and flowing light, he could not find the direction for the other 2. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers Reward, thank you for your support. Writing at night was very quiet, but I was also very sleepy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3092. Many people went into seclusion for thousands or even tens of thousands of years because they had a direction to focus on, while Lu Yin himself did not. Once he found a direction, time was not a problem, and it was easy to pass. The difficult part was finding a direction. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Elder Chan still had not returned. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he quietly visualized the fifth mainland. Another half a month passed, and Elder Chan finally returned. However, he did not use a teleportation device, but rather a stargate. One side of the stargate was in the heaven above earth sect, while the other was in this cave. Why did you come back through the stargate? Lu Yin did not understand. Elder Chan smiled wryly. I can't find this place. This teleportation device corresponds to countless teleportation devices. After I left, the one that appeared on the other side shattered and could no longer be used. Lu Yin glanced at the teleportation device. It seemed that the distance was quite far, and the setup was very well thought out. Path Master, there's a starry sky outside. I see the Ionian kingdom, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Are there many Ionians in this region? Elder Chan's expression was solemn. Many. It seems that the entire region is occupied by the Ionians. In order not to alert them, I did not attack the Ionians. I only infiltrated the Ionian kingdom and asked around. The strongest Ionian in this region was once known as the Arrow God. Lu Yin was shocked. The Arrow God. Elder Chan nodded. During the battle of the first zone of calamity, the Arrow God provided support and suppressed the battlefield with her archery skills. If not for victorious Celestial's ability to resist when pushed to the extreme, the Arrow God would have been able to reverse the entire battle. In this region, the Arrow God possesses overwhelming strength, and she acts frequently. She was the one who wiped out the powerful civilizations that existed in this region. Lu Yin sighed. It seemed that he had been a step too late. That girl with long red hair appeared in his mind. The Arrow God was beautiful, but she was also vicious. The Arrow God had been the one who had led Lu Yin to see the Ionian 6 zones of calamity. The first person to support the first zone of calamity had also been the Arrow God. She seemed to be especially proactive, unlike the others. During the Chosen of Gods, Lu Yin had disguised himself as Yi Bo and learned that the Arrow God controlled the 5th zone of calamity. She had the most sequence powerhouses under her command, and they were known as the 5 Elders. The 5th zone of calamity had been represented by De Huang and Magician. Of course, De Huang and Magician. Of course. The fact that the Arrow God had 5 sequence law experts under his command was definitely related to her frequent attacks. If He Wuxian had not been one of the 7 sky gods and specifically targeted the 1st zone of calamity, the 4th zone of calamity that he controlled would not have been so weak. From the looks of it, San Qing, Lu Hao, Di Qiong, and the Archer God were the most urgent ones to be dealt with. Let's go. There's no hope in this spacetime. Elder Chan said, although the strongest civilization in this spacetime has been wiped out by the Arrow God still has a strong enemy. Furthermore, this strong enemy makes everyone in the Eternal Kingdom feel threatened. An outcast. If we can join forces with this outcast, we can rope in a master. Lu Yin was surprised. He can defeat the Arrow God on his own. He is indeed a master. But where is he? At this point, his expression froze as he scanned the surroundings. Elder Zen and Ling Qing reacted and looked at each other. It can't be a coincidence, Elder Zen muttered. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Maybe Mr. Mu asked me to find this abandoned person. Lu Yin had felt that this cave was strange since the beginning. Even the heavens, I could not see through it. It was perfect for hiding. It was possible that the abandoned person was hiding here. How many places in the universe could block the heaven's eye? The Arrow God could not do anything to the abandoned person. It was not only because of his strength, but also because he could not find him. When Elder Zen left this cave, the corresponding teleportation device had been destroyed. He could not find it, which meant that the creature in this cave was avoiding him. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was the abandoned person. The three of them had the same thought. Luin frowned. Even if it was the abandoned person, how could they find him? Wait for him to come back. He did not know how long he would have to wait. It could be thousands of years. He could not afford to wait. When it came to cultivation time, Luin was different from most cultivators. He could not just wait, so it would be best to lure him out. Elder Zen, Ling Qing, let's split up and destroy the Eternal Kingdom. We'll only attack once, and then we'll retreat immediately to prevent the Arrow God from coming. Elder Zen and Ling Qing acknowledged and stepped onto the teleportation device to leave. Luin stepped onto the device as well. Space distorted, and when he reappeared, he was already in a city. He had not expected to appear in a city. This city was not the Eternal Kingdom, but rather a city of an ancient civilization. Luin scanned it with his domain and found that there was not even a single explorer here. The strongest was only a Lemmeter, and this city was located in the center of an imperial city. This was the upper limit of this ancient civilization's power level. When Luin arrived, the teleportation device beneath his feet shattered. How cautious must the person who had set up this teleportation device be to place it in an ancient civilization that had not even come into contact with the heavens? Even the Eternals might not attack such a civilization. Luin stepped out and left this civilization. He began to search for the Eternal Kingdom, which should not be too far away. Not long after, Luin found an Eternal Kingdom. He stood in outer space and looked at the Eternal Kingdom. He then raised a hand and struck out. The void was compressed, and a palm imprint instantly descended upon the Eternal Kingdom. There was a progenitor realm corpse king within the Eternal Kingdom, and when Lu Yin's palm descended, it rushed out in an attempt to block it, but it was instantly crushed by the palm imprint. This palm imprint shattered the Eternal Kingdom into pieces. Lu Yin had targeted regions without humans. Although the Eternal Kingdom had been destroyed, the people within were unharmed. He had only destroyed the Eternal Kingdom. After that palm strike, he left without hesitation. At the same time, Elder Zen and Ling Qing destroyed 2 Eternal Kingdoms before leaving as well. Lu Yin did not know how many Eternal Kingdoms there were in the entire space-time continuum. He destroyed one every few days, and another every few days. Including the ones that Elder Zen and Ling Qing had destroyed, he had destroyed nearly 10 Eternal Kingdoms. They were easy to destroy in the beginning, but once the Eternals were prepared, things would not be so easy. Otherwise, the Forsaken Path would not have only destroyed 30 Eternal Kingdoms. On this day, Ling Qing slashed down with his sword. He had thought that he could still destroy the Eternal Kingdom, but he had not expected his attack to be blocked. A middle-aged man walked out of the Eternal Kingdom, his gaze gloomy as he stared at Ling Qing. Ling Qing's warning bells rang in his head. Not good. An expert. Only a sequence law powerhouse could make him feel this way. Ling Qing turned and ran without hesitation. The middle-aged man snorted. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As he spoke, he raised his hand and the void distorted. Numerous seals appeared and whizzed towards Ling Qing. Shortly after, the void exploded and a terrifying power swept out in all directions, destroying the stars and shocking the people in the country of eternity. Ling Qing kept slashing out to block the explosion around him, but he was still hit. He had clearly blocked the imprint's explosion, but he did not know where this sudden explosion had come from. The middle-aged man walked towards Ling Qing. One of the Archer God's 5 elders, 1,000 handprint. Tell me your name. Ling Qing gripped his sword's hilt tightly. He could not release the Sky Sword realm, or else he would be in trouble if the Archer God's people recognized that he had come from the Genesis space. The Eternals would definitely be on guard. 1,000 handprints stared at Ling Qing. You won't tell me. Let's see if you'll tell me after I cripple you. With that, the void distorted again, and imprints appeared one after another. Ling Qing did not know where so many imprints came from, but each one of them made him wary. This was not his first time fighting with a sequence law powerhouse. It was not that he could not fight, but he had to at least know what the other party's sequence law powerhouse was. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Just as the thousand handprint was about to attack, the eternal kingdom behind him shattered. He suddenly turned around, and his expression changed drastically. ****. Someone had destroyed the eternal kingdom, causing the thousand handprint to be distracted for a moment. Ling Qing took the opportunity to escape. The thousand handprint was about to give chase when he suddenly felt a chill. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the eternal kingdom. After a while, he finally calmed down. Abandoned path. On the other side, after Ling Qing escaped the thousand handprints' pursuit, he circled the starry sky. He also thought that the abandoned path might have made a move and attracted the thousand handprints' attention. He was waiting for the abandoned path to appear. However, after waiting for a few days, the abandoned path did not appear. Perhaps he was too cautious. Ling Qing did not wait any longer and returned to the above heaven sect. Not long after, Elder Chan returned in a rather sorry state. Ling Qing saw him. You also encountered a sequence law powerhouse. Elder Chan was surprised. You encountered a sequence law powerhouse. You didn't. Then why are you in such a sorry state? I encountered a progenitor realm corpse king that could use the eyeless transformation. That was difficult to fight, and I couldn't use the 3 young ancestral chi. It wasn't easy for me to escape. You're luckier than me. I encountered the thousand handprint, one of the 5 elders. I don't know anything about the sequence law. Then how did you escape? Ling Qing glanced at Elder Chan. The word escape made him unhappy. However, after thinking about it, he was right. He escaped. I don't know who suddenly destroyed the eternal kingdom so that I could leave. It should be the abandoned path. Elder Chan's eyes lit up. He met you. Ling Qing shook his head. He's very cautious. Elder Chan was not surprised. With so many teleportation devices, and with his strength, he only destroyed a small portion of the eternal kingdom after so many years. He must be very cautious. Perhaps he was schemed against by the Eternals and doesn't trust us. It's normal. The 9-star civilizations don't trust us either, Ling Qing said. The two did not speak anymore and just waited. They had agreed on a time to return to the above heaven sect once in a while. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3093. Soon, Lu Yin returned and found out about Ling Qing's situation. He took out a stargate. Let's continue. We'll definitely be able to lure out the abandoned ones, but we need to be more careful this time. The Eternals are already prepared. The 3 of us should work together. Even if we encounter an expert from the sequence laws, we'll be fine. Lu Yin stepped through the stargate and was about to head for the teleportation device when his expression suddenly changed. He stepped backward, parallel to time, and a cold light appeared where he had been standing. He avoided the danger and stepped backward. Everything around him seemed to be still, and when he looked back, the cold light had disappeared as well. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to see a figure standing behind him. There was a dagger hanging from Lu Yin's neck, its edge cold. His limbs stiffened, and he instinctively used reverse motion. Don't move, a hoarse voice said. At this point, Elder Chan and Ling Qing walked out. When they saw this scene, they shouted, "Let go of the path, master." Lu Yin raised a hand to stop the two and looked at the figure. Abandoned ones. The figure spoke in a hoarse voice. You've been destroying the eternal kingdom all this time. Why? To lure you out. Lu Yin spoke frankly. The muscles around his neck had already withered, so even if this person attacked with a dagger, he might not be able to do much to Lu Yin. Why lure me out? To work together against the Eternals. Leave the Stargate behind and leave. I don't work with others. Lu Yin looked at the figure. This person was rather short, and he had to raise his arm to hold the dagger against his neck. His arm covered his face, and Lu Yin could not see his face clearly. You've been destroying the eternal kingdom and hate the Eternals. Why don't you want to work together? What can you do to the Eternals alone? Lu Yin tried to persuade him. The figure looked up with a cold gaze. It doesn't matter. I'm already a cripple of a civilization. At worst, I'll just die. It's not worth it. It has nothing to do with you. Leave. Lu Yin followed the figure's arm and looked into his eyes. Aren't you curious as to why we're here? The figure's eyes flashed. Speak. Mr. Mu, Lu Yin said 3 words. The figure was shocked. Mr. Mu. Lu Yin sighed in relief. As expected, Mr. Mu had asked him to find this abandoned ones. I'm Mr. Mu's disciple. Master gave me the Stargate and told me to work with other civilizations to deal with the Eternals. You're one of them. Or else, we wouldn't be able to find this place. The figure lowered his arm. No wonder. You believe me. Lu Yin was astonished, as even a 9-star civilization would not believe such a thing. The figure picked up the dagger, and his face appeared on the blade. The universe is vast, and there are countless parallel spacetimes. Even this spacetime is vast. It's impossible to find this place by relying on the Stargate. The Eternals can't find this place either. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you, but that woman. What's there not to believe? Only then did Lu Yin see the figure's face clearly. This person was a skinny old man who looked sinister. His whole person was like a shadow that could disappear at any time. His eyes were filled with a cold hatred that could never be melted. Coupled with the short knife in his hand, no matter how one looked at it, he looked like an assassin. Are you the abandoned one? I owe Mr. Mu a debt of gratitude. You want to work together? I don't want to. However, I can help you this once, the Forsaken person said. He had just come into contact with a 9-star civilization, and he had already said enough. He now regretted not recording what he had said to Karkoen and playing it for the abandoned ones. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. Although the abandoned passerby didn't seem to want to talk at all. In that case, here it is. Lu Yin asked. How can we contact you? The abandoned one gave Lu Yin an item that resembled a cloud pass stone. It was probably used in this spacetime for communication. I've only given this item to you in so many years. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you. No matter what, it was good that the abandoned one had helped him this once. Although the battle had been brief, the abandoned one's strength had amazed Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not expected that he would not be able to escape from a parallel spacetime continuum, and he had even had a dagger pressed against his neck. It was no wonder why this person had been able to fight the arrow god for so long. Even if this person was not a match for the 7 sky gods, he was definitely not weak. He should be on the same level as woodcarving. After returning to the above the sky sect, Lu Yin immediately took out the 5th Stargate. This time, Ling Qing was the first to step out. When they met the abandoned one, Lu Yin had a dagger pressed against his neck. This scene made him even more cautious. Elder Chan was the same. Anyone in the starter space could die, even the Lu family's patriarch Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yin could not die. He represented not only the present, but also the future. Everyone was certain that Lu Yin would definitely reach the level of a Grand Empyrean, Patriarch Lu Yuan, or even higher. Lu Yin himself was certain of this, but he could not find a path. If he could find a way to break through the ancestral seal, then he would have done everything he could to cultivate it. Only by breaking through the ancestral seal would he be able to deal with the Eternals. At the very least, he would not have to worry about having to flee every time he met a powerhouse on the level of the 7 sky gods. He still had to find a way to break through the ancestral seal. Beyond the 5th stargate was a shattered region of space filled with void cracks, which reminded Lu Yin of the place where progenitor Chen's handprint had been left behind in the Daosaur sect. However, that was just a small world, while this place was a shattered region of space. Lu Yin and the others split up to search, but they could not find any intelligent life forms. This region of space had been completely destroyed. This scene had clearly been destroyed by a powerful force, and the civilization that Mr. Mu had asked him to search for did not even have any ruins left. Helpless, Lu Yin left and took out the 6th stargate. His luck seemed to have run out, as the 6th stargate was also a shattered region of space. Although it was slightly better than the previous one, as there were still some ruins, it still represented that this civilization was no more. 2 powerful civilizations had been destroyed in a row, and this caused Lu Yin's heart to sink. With a sullen expression, he opened the 7th stargate and impatiently went over. The 7th stargate led to a parallel spacetime, and Lu Yin saw the Eternal Kingdom. It was a very large eternal kingdom with a magnificent gate. It was clearly not built in the style of the Eternals, and it should be the ruins of a previous civilization. Lu Yin and the others split up and wandered the heavens, trying to see if there were any civilizations that could resist the Eternals, but they were disappointed. There were none that could resist the Eternals. They spent 2 months in this region of spacetime, constantly asking around for information. They would have been satisfied if they had heard anything about a powerhouse like the Abandoned Path who could fight against the Eternals. However, there was nothing. This region of spacetime belonged to the Eternals, and they were the rulers. Lu Yin did manage to find out that the Eternals here belonged to the 6th zone. This was not surprising, as the master of the 6th zone was the zombie god, one of the 7 sky gods. He spent most of his time in the 1st zone, fighting against the 6 Directions Association. However, the 6th zone had a powerhouse like Jie Luo. Jie Luo was extremely powerful, and from Lu Yin's perspective, he was not much weaker than the 7 sky gods. He was skilled in killing, and with such an expert around, it would not be difficult to clean up spacetime. With heavy hearts, the 3 left this region of spacetime. There was only one last stargate left, but Lu Yin was not in a hurry to open it and instead just watched. Sometimes, there were coincidences in the world, but there were also causes and effects. Fate was not mystical, but rather a bridge in the river of time that allowed one to see the future. What truly amazed Lu Yin was Saruzan's karmic innate gift, which allowed him to see a person's sins, as well as the karmic transfer of fate's daughters. There were inexplicable powers in the universe, and there were also inexplicable destinies. After opening 3 stargates in a row, Lu Yin had only seen destroyed civilizations, which made him not dare to open the last one. The destruction of a civilization meant the loss of countless lives. This result was too heavy. Lu Yin turned and left the stargate, walking to an uninhabited peak and looking into the distance. Elder Chan and Ling Qing exchanged glances, but they shook their heads and did not say anything. If Lu Yin had been a heartless person, he would not have cared. However, how could a person be heartless? Lu Yin was also human, and he had seen 3 destroyed civilizations in a row, so one could imagine how he felt. Perhaps he was thinking about the 6 Directions Association, the primordial space, and all the people who were tied to him. Perhaps one day, someone would come to this spacetime and see the Eternal Kingdom, but not a trace of the sect above heaven. Lu Yin stood on the peak and looked into the distance. He saw the hellworm sleeping in a different position. It would be great if he could be as heartless as it was. He looked at the sect above heaven and saw many familiar faces. Finally, his gaze settled on a courtyard. It was filled with books, and this was where his unlucky disciple, Tuolin, lived. He had probably been reading for a long time. When he thought of this, Luin disappeared and reappeared outside the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with books, many of which had been preserved through unusual means. These books came from a few large families or sects, and some were the collections of certain people. Even the younger generation would find it difficult to look at them, let alone outsiders. However, they were all gathered here because Lu Yin's disciple was the one who wanted to read them. Tuolin was no longer in the house, he was in the courtyard, his entire body buried in the books as he flipped through every page. His speed was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes excited, sometimes laughing, and sometimes crying. It was as if he had gone mad. Lu Yin raised his brows. He did not want his disciple to go mad, as who would dare to take him as their master in the future? It was terrifying to think that the disciple of the sect above heaven's Tao master was a madman. Lu Yin quickly entered the courtyard. Tuolin. Tuolin heard Lu Yin's voice from the pile of books, and his ears twitched. He suddenly stood up and flipped through the surrounding books. He looked at Lu Yin happily and smiled. Master. Lu Yin sighed in relief. Fortunately, he knew that his master was not crazy. Master, why are you here? Tuolin carefully avoided the books on the ground and walked towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin found it funny. If you didn't come, you would have decayed with these books. Tuolin was confused. Decayed? How long have you been reading? Lu Yin asked. Tuolin thought about it and shook his head. I don't remember. Lu Yin looked at him. How are these books? Tuolin was happy at the mention of this. Master, the test you gave me was right. With these books as my companion, I read so many books and understood many principles of being a person. Master, I understand your painstaking efforts. You want me to learn how to be a person before learning how to cultivate, right? Was that so? Lu Yin did not plan to do so. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3094. It's good that you've comprehended it, but it's still not enough. I hope that one day, you'll have an epiphany and jump out of the books in history to look forward to the future. Lu Yin patted Tuolin's shoulder and said seriously, everyone has to walk their own path. Astral Ten's Dean, Xiaochen, walked the path of the mortal world and was crazy for a long time. Once he gained enlightenment and reached the progenitor realm, even the Eternals fear him. The judge of the interstellar arbitration, who is your uncle Qing Ping, fought in the endless battlefield and experienced countless life and death situations. He jumped out of the shackles of thought and challenged the rules with the rules. He walked his own path, and even the Eternals fear him. The path your master is walking now is unprecedented. As my disciple, I also hope that you can walk a brand new path, a path that even the extremely brilliant era of the celestial sect did not walk. Tuolin's breathing quickened, and his entire face flushed red. He was abnormally excited. Don't worry, master. I understand. I won't let you down and walk my own path. You can leave the great responsibility of saving humanity to me in the future. Lu Yin nodded and looked quite satisfied. He swept his gaze across the courtyard, then, tell me what you've seen. Tuolin excitedly showed Lu Yin what he had learned from reading over the years. He had read for a total of 23 years. 23 years was not a long time for the current Lu Yin. A trip to the outer realms could be completed in any parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. However, Tuolin was just an ordinary person, and 23 years was a long time for him. Fortunately, Lu Yin had the second Night King take care of him. Even though he did not cultivate, his appearance was still the same as when Lu Yin had first met him. Back in the reincarnation spacetime, the Xixing had also helped him adjust. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing Tuo Lin's excited expression, Lu Yin could not bear to disturb him. No matter what, this was his disciple, and a disciple who could not cultivate and had been deceived by him. Lu Yin still felt some heartache. "Master, do you know which book I like the most?" "It's this one, The Teachings of the Gai Family." Tuo Lin handed over a tattered book that had clearly weathered many hardships to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. The Gai family. He had never heard of them. He casually flipped through the information and found that the Gai family was just a family from a weave in the outerverse. They weren't even qualified to enter the above heavens sect. The Gai clan is just like their name. They are very stubborn. "Master, do you know? They have been exterminated 5 times and are still alive," Tuo Lin said. Lu Yin was shocked. 5 exterminations. Tuo Lin nodded and said with a tone of admiration, 5 exterminations. Each time, there would only be 1 or 2 clansmen left. They tried their best to escape and survive. One of them hid in a septic tank in a mortal city and escaped. Another clansman broke his own limbs and escaped. There was one clansman. In short, the Gai clan used unimaginable perseverance to survive 5 extermination crises. Even now, they still exist. The most ridiculous thing is that they never hid their experiences and wrote them all down here. Even ordinary people wouldn't be able to accept these experiences, but the ancestors of the Gai clan wrote them down as a warning to the younger generation. It's all because of their family teachings. It's also my favorite line in their family teachings. Tuo Lin was silent for a moment, and then his expression turned solemn. "Only by living can one live." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Only by living can one live. It seemed simple and even nonsensical, but it gave him a sense of enlightenment. Only by living can one live. Yes, only by living can one live. The more he experienced, the more he understood this line. The Gai clan relied on this ancestral teaching to survive time and time again. They never gave up. "Master, I will learn from them and live on with determination. I will pass the trials and step into cultivation to become the disciple that you are most proud of." Tuo Lin was excited. Lu Yin looked deeply at Tuo Lin. He had wanted to change the test and was afraid that Tuo Lin would become stupid from reading too much. However, seeing Tuo Lin like this, he decided to continue. "Master believes that you can do it. The universe has countless parallel spacetimes and countless people. Master believes that you are the only savior. Walk your own path. In the future, Master will rely on you. Don't worry, Master." Tuo Lin was more determined than anyone else. Lu Yin walked out of the courtyard. The second Night King was already standing there, waiting for orders. "Take care of the Gai clan." "Yes, Path Master." The second Night King bowed and retreated. Lu Yin returned to the astral gate. "Let's go." Elder Chan and Ling Qing did not know what had happened, but when they saw Lu Yin's expression, they were clearly relieved. Ling Qing was the first to step through the astral gate, followed by Elder Chan, and then Lu Yin. After passing through the 8th astral gate, a dark starry sky appeared before them. It was a very normal starry sky with planets, meteorites, and constellations. It was not much different from the 5th mainland starry sky. However, Lu Yin felt that it was somewhat familiar, but he could not place it. "Look around and be careful. Don't get ambushed," Lu Yin instructed them. The astral gates that Mr. Mu had given to them corresponded to powerful civilizations or individuals that could fight against the Eternals. If such a civilization was valued by Mr. Mu, then they would naturally be targeted by the Eternals. Once the civilization in this spacetime was destroyed, the chances of them encountering the Eternals were very high. At first, Lu Yin's group was very careful and restrained their auras as they searched through the starry sky. As time passed, they did indeed discover the Eternal Kingdom in this spacetime, but there was not a single progenitor within. When Lu Yin saw a meteorite, he finally remembered why this spacetime seemed so familiar. This was the same space that he had used to travel to the fourth region of calamity. It was here that he had killed Dai Hui in Silent Void and encountered a civilization that had been defeated by the Eternals. In order to protect themselves, that civilization had given up on their physical bodies and transferred their consciousness into the game. They had used the meteorite as a medium to escape with the help of the remaining progenitor. Lu Yin had communicated with that progenitor, and he had not made things difficult for them. Now, he saw that meteorite again. However, the game world within the meteorite still existed, but that progenitor and the people within the game world had all disappeared. Only the characters and scenes that had been set up by the game remained. Lu Yin looked at the meteorite in front of him. How could this be? Their consciousness was gone, which meant that they had clearly been killed. Was it the Eternals? Another civilization had disappeared, and it was one that he had communicated with. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. It would have been great if he had brought this civilization to the Genesis space, even though they would have been unwilling. Civilizations that had fought against the Eternals would face two choices, either escape and never meet again, or fight to the death. The Hexagon Society and the Genesis space belonged to the latter, while the Divine Kingdom and this civilization belonged to the former. However, both the Divine Kingdom and this civilization had suffered the same fate. They had been completely destroyed. No matter how intense the battle between the Genesis space and the Eternals had been, the people of the Genesis space were still alive and cultivating. Running away would not solve the problem. Suddenly, Lu Yin disappeared. He walked backward, parallel to time, and headed in a certain direction. Since just now, he had felt that he was being watched, as if a pair of eyes had been watching him. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin saw that in the distance, a young man was standing behind the meteorite and staring at him. Because he had used backward step, everything around Lu Yin had stopped. This young man did not know that Lu Yin had arrived. Lu Yin appeared behind this person and stopped walking backward. His surroundings returned to normal. The young man was staring into the distance, watching Lu Yin disappear. Where was he? He rubbed his eyes, but there was still no sign of him. Are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked slowly. The young man was startled and subconsciously moved away from Lu Yin. He asked warily, Who are you? Lu Yin found it funny. You've been staring at me, but you're asking who I am. The young man's eyes flickered. What do you mean by staring at you? Who's been staring at you? I don't even know who you are or where you came from. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Then, who are you? The young man slowly retreated. Who I am has nothing to do with you. If I've disturbed you, I'm sorry. With that, he turned and left. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Did I say you could leave? The young man's expression turned cold as he stared at Lu Yin. Brother, you're strong, but I'm not someone to be trifled with. We have no enmity, and we're just passers-by. It's best if we don't cause trouble for each other. Lu Yin said, If we're equal in strength, then we're looking for trouble. If we're not, then what is it? The young man suddenly sped up and fled. Lu Yin moved, but he did not use backward step. He simply sped up and easily caught up with the young man. He was very curious about this young man. This person was indeed young, even younger than him, but he was already a progenitor. This was very strange. If he had cultivated his own strength, then he would definitely be an extraordinary talent. Even the perfect young master of first meeting had relied on reincarnation spacetime to break through to the progenitor realm. It was amazing that this young man had been able to do so as well. There were not many people like first meeting in the universe, and this young man's movements were far inferior to first meetings. How could such a person break through to the progenitor realm? The young man saw Luin chase after him, and his expression turned gloomy. "Senior, there's no need to attack. I've never offended you. You're calling me senior now. What do you want? Who are you?" Luin asked. The young man gritted his teeth. Luin did not know what he was doing, but he kept shuttling through the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3095. There was no way the youth would stop. There was still a chance of survival if he ran, but if he stopped, he would be handing his life over to Luin. When Luin reached out for him again, the youth's gaze was ruthless. "Senior, are you really not going to give me a chance to live?" Luin did not speak as his hand approached the youth. The youth suddenly pulled out his spear and turned around to stab at Luin. Luin raised his brows. This was Daihui's ultimate technique. What was this person's relationship with Daihui? The spear brushed past Luin and pierced through the void. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the youth's face turned ashen. Luin grabbed the youth's shoulder and exerted force, causing the youth to howl in pain. He stopped abruptly and dropped his spear. "Senior, spare me, please spare me," the youth wailed. Luin let go, and the youth panted heavily as he subconsciously retreated. However, he did not escape, as he knew that there was no escape. When he looked at Luin again, his eyes were filled with fear. "Who are you?" Luin asked. This time, the youth did not dare to ignore him. "Junior, Yixing. I'm a cultivator from this spacetime. The everlasting race." "No, I'm not from the everlasting race." "Senior, are you from the everlasting race?" Luin looked at him with a faint smile. "What do you think?" Yixing's expression changed, and he did not know what to say. "How did you cultivate to this realm?" "You have the realm, but your strength is far from it." Luin was curious. Yixing hesitated. Luin did not rush him and simply looked at him. "To tell you the truth, my cultivation came from my master," Yixing said. Luin's eyes narrowed. "Your master? He helped you reach this realm?" "Yes," Yixing replied respectfully. Luin looked at him deeply. "How did you do it?" "I don't know how to explain it, but if you're interested, I can take you to see my master." His goal was simple, to threaten Luin not to kill him, or else he would provoke another powerful enemy. Luin had never thought of killing him, and he was very curious about how Yixing could use Daihui's ancestral world and battle techniques. There should not be similar ancestral worlds in the universe. Unless they were the same person. Was Yixing Daihui? Of course not. Luin looked at Yixing's respectful expression. "You have a very powerful master." "Yes." Yixing did not hide anything. "But if this master of yours can't find me for revenge, it won't be of any use," Luin said coldly. Yixing panicked. "Senior, I've never offended you. You don't have to do anything to me, right? If you let me go, I guarantee that my master will reward you handsomely. I'll ask you one more time. How did you do it?" Yixing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he looked at Luin, he saw the bone-chilling coldness in Luin's eyes. His heart trembled, and he said in a low voice, "It was indeed Master who helped me achieve it." The method was to share corpses. Luin frowned. Symbiotic corpse. Yixing closed his eyes. "Yes. Find a powerful corpse and use a symbiotic corpse to fuse the corpse's power with your own, allowing you to possess the corpse's power. Lu Yin was shocked. There's such a method. Yixing said bitterly, if you don't believe me, you can meet my master. This method was also created by my master. My master's name is Yiqing. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yixing. Symbiotic corpses seemed to be able to revive him. A person possessing the corpse's power was disgusting, as it was equivalent to losing one's own body. Did this mean that one's consciousness had been transferred to the corpse? That was not right either. This person's symbiotic corpse should be De Hui, but he was still very young. How did he do it? This was strange. Although there were countless cultivation methods in the universe, Lu Yin had never thought that such a method would exist. How could a normal person think of or accept such an evil cultivation method? The person you're sharing your power with is the powerhouse you're using. Yixing said, yes. This person's name is De Hui, and he's a candidate that Master has long since selected. He just happened to die a while ago, and Master used his corpse to share my body. This person was not killed by Master or me. Lu Yin knew this, of course. De Hui had died by his hand. No, he had committed suicide. Fortunately, Lu Yin had taken Desolation's corpse away, or Desolation might have been the one this person was sharing. But it shouldn't be that easy. Every cultivation method had its limits, and this method was akin to reaching the heavens in a single bound. Why are you here? Lu Yin asked. Yixing did not hesitate and immediately answered, that meteorite originally belonged to a civilization. Master asked me to look after it, but when I found it, all that was left of it was an empty shell. I didn't know how to reply to Master, so I left it here until Senior came. Your master asked you to look after that meteorite? Yes. That meteorite carried a civilization from this spacetime. Although that civilization was defeated, Master had interacted with them before and could not bear to see them completely destroyed. So, he asked me to keep an eye on it and contact him if I encountered any problems. Lu Yin nodded. If what Yixing said was true, then his master's cultivation methods were evil, but he should not be a bad person. I don't know how to reply to Master. In fact, I've been looking for clues during this period of time. The only clue is that this meteorite had brushed past a planet and was seen by the people on that planet. They said something. Perhaps this can be an explanation to Master. What is it? When the meteorite brushed past the planet, it was surrounded by a black cloud. Lu Yin was shocked. Black cloud. Yixing nodded. The civilization within the meteorite was completely destroyed. It might have something to do with that black cloud. Lu Yin stared at Yixing. When did this happen? Yixing gave him a time, and Lu Yin calculated that it was right before the Chosen of Gods. The black cloud should have been ruins. Could it be that ruins had destroyed that civilization here before heading to the third calamity region? That was not impossible. What kind of powerhouse is your master's symbiotic corpse? Lu Yin was curious. He suddenly thought of the 6th mainland's mortuary, who could control corpses to battle. It was similar to this symbiotic corpse. If the mortuary could obtain the symbiotic corpse technique, how excited would they be? Of course, Lu Yin could not help them obtain it, as such an evil cultivation method should not exist. Although there was no right or wrong in cultivation methods, it was difficult for ordinary people to accept. Lu Yin's commander appointment platform was already unacceptable, let alone this one. Yixing recalled, I don't know what kind of powerhouse Master symbiotic corpse is. I've only seen Master fight once, and he fought against my symbiotic corpse's master. He was an everlasting powerhouse. Silent Emptiness. De Hui was Silent Emptiness's disciple. Since Yixing's master could fight against Silent Emptiness, he must be a sequence law powerhouse. Mr. Mu had asked him to come to this space-time. Could he be looking for this person? It shouldn't be. Mr. Mu might not be able to accept the symbiotic corpse's cultivation method. Lu Yin wanted to meet this Yi Ro, but he could not go alone. He put Yi Xing into Mount Supreme and brought him to the above heaven sect. He then went to the wood spacetime to find Senior Brother Woodcarving and asked him to accompany him to meet Yi Ro. In the land of Calamity region, many figures staggered about. Their movements were stiff and aimless. The ruins of towers represented the past glory. There were also shattered stargates on the ground. This was the first Calamity region. The divine power river was shattered, and far away, the everlasting kingdom had also been destroyed. The first Calamity region had been attacked several times, and it was no longer as strong as before. On this day, a figure walked down from the Black Mother Tree and arrived in the first Calamity region. This person's arrival attracted the attention of many powerhouses in the first Calamity region. The ancestor of the past looked up. "You're here." Not far away, Divine Sovereign Shao Yin had a complicated expression. He had been defeated. He did not pass the test of the chosen of deities. Although it did not affect his status as one of the 7 sky gods, his status was not legitimate. He could only become one of the 7 sky gods because the ancestor of the past had allowed it. However, this person had passed the test and become the true substitute of the 3 masters and 6 heroes. If the 3 masters and 6 heroes were injured, this person could directly replace them. This person was Ji Luo. Many people had expected that Ji Luo would pass the test of the chosen of deities. He originally had the same battle strength. If not for the corpse god's kindness to his tribe, why would such an existence protect the 6th Calamity region for the corpse god? After passing the chosen of deities, Ji Luo naturally came to the first Calamity region and was recognized by the ancestor of the past as one of the 7 sky gods. The first Calamity region's 7 sky gods have lost the witch spirit god and the undying god. They will be replaced by Ji Luo and Shao Yin, the ancestor of the past announced. Aside from divine sovereign Shao Yin, there was also the captain of the true god guards. The first Calamity region was unprecedentedly weak. Without the 7 sky gods, the first Calamity region did not live up to its name. Wang Fan had died in the Battle of Immemorial City. The ancestor of the past did not care. Since he had participated in the test, there was a possibility that he would die. Divine Sovereign Shao Yin was very unwilling, but there was no other way. They had encountered too many strong opponents in the Battle of Immemorial City. Any one of them was enough to make him feel apprehensive. In comparison, Ji Luo was indeed much stronger than him. This person had slaughtered unhindered in the Battle of Immemorial City. More than one expert had died in his hands. He was definitely a ruthless character. When can we kill our way into the 6 Direction Society? Ji Luo asked. He was a man of few words, but his meaning was very clear. He wanted to take revenge for the corpse god. The ancestor of the past said indifferently, "There is no rush. The tribe has a plan." Not long after, the dark clouds descended and Su Jin appeared. "Since you have come looking for us in such a grand manner, let me think. Is it time to start the divine commandment?" On the other side, the arrow god walked over. Her crimson hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face dazzled divine sovereign Shao Yin. Shortly after, Di Qiong appeared with a calm expression. "Di Qiong, hand over Wu Tian. He has been with you for so long and has not obtained anything. What's the use of obtaining some strength?" Su Jin mocked. Di Qiong was cold and arrogant. "You seem to have failed in the 2nd Calamity region." Su Jin did not care. After all, it is the chosen of deities battle. If it is so easy to succeed, then our existence is meaningless. Speaking of which, His Majesty of the 3rd Calamity region seems to have died as well. Speaking of this, Di Qiong felt somewhat uncomfortable. No one had seen Yi Bo die, but he did not return. There was a 90% chance that he was dead. Thank you. Desert dust is finished. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3096. Yi Bo had comprehended an intent realm battle technique, which was very rare. He was the best candidate for the next chosen of gods. He was like Ji Luo in this battle, and he was very confident of passing. However, he had died, causing the third region to suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, Yi Bo had died as the Arch. Although everyone knew that it was Yi Bo who had participated in the battle and not the Arch, the third region could not openly use the Arch again. The Arch would have to change its name in the future. At that moment, the void distorted, and a figure wrapped in a black robe walked out from not far away. There were too many such figures in the universe, but the moment this person appeared, even the Shaoyin divinity felt a chill. It looked like a black robe, but it was also not a black robe. It was a world of nothingness that was constantly dissipating and recovering. This was a person who had walked out from a world of nothingness, but he was also wearing a world of nothingness. Only a pair of bright, spirited, and deep eyes were exposed. They were like the starry sky, and 3 pitch-black lines overlapped to form a star-shaped pattern. This person was Black Wuxian. You are here. It seems like my guess was right. It is time for the God's commandment. Ruin spoke. Within the dark clouds, his eyeballs were moving strangely. Black Wuxian's voice was deep and powerful. Humanity's development has reached its peak. The God's commandment is not excessive. Is it really the God's commandment? The arrow god spoke for the first time as he looked at the ancestor. The ancestor faced the crowd. Everyone, I represent the true God to officially announce that the God's commandment has been activated. Please cooperate fully. Di Qiong's eyes were burning. It should have been activated long ago. I have only participated in it once. The ancestor's eyeballs turned. The God's commandment has happened twice. I am looking forward to the third one. The arrow god's red hair fluttered. It doesn't matter. I can deal with it myself. The ancestor said, the God's commandment is the end and beginning of an era. I hope to see everyone in the next era. After that, everyone looked at the Black Mother Tree. We obey the true God's order. The God's commandment, descend. In the darkness of outer space, Lu Yin and Woodcut led Yixing in the direction that he had pointed out. Several days later, they saw a dark mountain range that stretched across the starry sky. The mountain range was covered in trees, but there were corpses hanging upside down from the trees. It looked eerie and terrifying, just like hell. Yixing purposely glanced at Lu Yin and saw that his expression was gloomy. He became even more vigilant, worried that Lu Yin would kill him because of this scene. Senior, we didn't kill these corpses. We collected them through various channels, and they're all cultivators' corpses. At most, we sent people to keep an eye on them and bring the corpses here when they die. You guys need so many corpses just to cultivate that symbiotic corpse? Lu Yin asked. Mu Feng's gaze was gloomy. The scene before him filled him with disgust for this place. Humans were rare animals that would be afraid of the corpses of their own kind. Cultivators would not be afraid of these corpses, but they would not feel good either. Yixing chose his words carefully and said, my master cultivated the symbiotic corpse. I didn't cultivate it and I don't know how to cultivate it. I wonder what your master's expression will be if he hears your words, Lu Yin said coldly. Yixing looked embarrassed and did not say anything else. Lu Yin looked up, not wanting to waste any more time. His domain swept through the entire mountain range, but he did not find any powerhouses. There was only one person in the entire mountain range, and it was a woman. She did not sense Lu Yin's domain, and she was surprisingly weak. She could not compare to Yixing at all. Lu Yin and Yixing appeared in front of the woman. "Xiao Xiao, where's master?" Yixing asked. The woman was startled by Lu Yin's sudden appearance, but when she heard Yixing's question, she subconsciously answered, "Master went to cause trouble for the Eternals." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Cause trouble for the Eternals? You are..." The woman blinked, looking a little dazed, but in this gloom mountain range that was filled with corpses, it was a little out of place. Yixing introduced, "Senior, this is my junior sister, Yi Xiao Xiao." "Xiao Xiao, this is a senior. Hurry up and greet him." Yi Xiao Xiao hurriedly bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "Your master went to cause trouble for the Eternals?" Yi Xiao Xiao looked at Yixing and saw him staring at her. She nodded. "Master said that the Geely civilization was devoured. He clearly warned Lonesome Void, but he went to cause trouble for the Eternals." Yixing was puzzled. How did Master know that the Geely civilization was devoured? Yi Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and lowered her head. Yixing glared at her. "You said it, didn't you? I told you not to tell Master first. I'll find a chance to tell him, but you insisted. Now look, Master went to cause trouble for the Eternals. Are you going to take responsibility if something happens?" Yi Xiao Xiao lowered her head and did not dare to speak. Lu Yin looked at Yixing. "Can you find the Eternals?" Yixing was troubled. "I can't find them. Only Master can." "Do you know this Lonesome Void?" "Yes, he's a very powerful expert of the Eternals. He's fought with Master several times. Back then, Master warned Silent Void that the Ely civilization could be defeated, but as long as they gave up their physical bodies, they couldn't be killed." Silent Void agreed, but he didn't expect the Ely civilization to be wiped out without a single person left. "No wonder Master was angry," replied Yixing. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw wood carving standing at the peak of the Gloom mountain range. Should he go to the fourth zone? Yi Ro had clearly misunderstood. It should have been ruins that had devoured the Geely civilization, not the fourth zone. However, they were all the same, they were both enemies to the humans. Yi Ro had definitely gone to the fourth zone, but Lu Yin did not know him. Furthermore, with his cultivation method, it was hard to say what kind of person he was. That did not mean that he was one of the Eternals' allies. Eccentric Mo had also caused trouble for the Eternals and tried to scheme against them, but Eccentric Mo was also Lu Yin's enemy. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided to stay in the Gloom mountain range for the time being and wait for Yi Ro. The fourth zone was currently facing destruction. Because He Wuxian was often absent, he did not care about the strength of the fourth zone. As a result, there were not many experts in the fourth zone. The only powerhouse in the sequence of laws, Lonesome Void, had been killed by Lu Yin. The fourth zone did not even have a presence in the Chosen of Gods. As a result, when Yi Ro arrived at the fourth zone, he easily suppressed the entire fourth zone. More than half of the progenitor realm experts who had betrayed humanity and joined the fourth zone died. Wei Shu frantically fled, not daring to fight Yi Ro at all. One corpse king after another charged towards Yi Ro. They were all killed by Yi Ro. Lonesome Void, come out. Yi Ro was a young man with a pale face, as if he was sick. His entire body was devoid of blood, and although he looked young, his eyes were extremely turbid. He did not look like a progenitor at all, and he was even a progenitor who could fight against sequence of laws powerhouses. Boom! The earth trembled, the towers shattered, and the divine power lake was torn apart. There were progenitor corpses. Wang Xiaoting charged forward with divine power, but he was also killed by Yi Ro. Aside from sequence of laws powerhouses, no one in the fourth zone could stop him. Lonesome Void, Lord Lonesome Void has long since disappeared. A progenitor who was lying in a pool of blood below shouted. Yi-Ro landed and looked at this crippled progenitor. He had pierced through this person's body, and even if he did not die, he could no longer cultivate. Lonesome Void has disappeared. The progenitor's face was ashen. Yes, Lord Lonesome Void has long since disappeared. Who destroyed the Yuli civilization? I don't know. We did not attack this civilization at all. This civilization has given up on their physical bodies, so it is meaningless to us. Yi-Ro casually killed this person. You are clearly a human, but you speak on behalf of the Eternals. You deserve to die. He then looked into the distance, where a black mountain range was. He took a step forward and headed towards the black mountain range. At the same time, in the first zone, Blackless God's expression changed. Something has happened in the fourth zone. He then vanished into the void. Where he stood, Ruin sneered. The fourth zone doesn't even have a decent expert, and any random enemy can deal with it. This guy should be more careful. Progenitor, she looked at the people in front of him. Being able to kill your way into the fourth zone is also one of the goals of the divine commandment. Ji Luo. Ji Luo turned around and left. He had also headed towards the fourth zone. The divine commandment had happened twice in the history of the Eternals. The first time, it had destroyed the 4 main continents of the primordial space, causing the extremely brilliant sect above heaven civilization to disappear. The second time, it had destroyed an entire era, causing a huge gap in history between the sect above heaven's era and the Daosaur sect's era. The divine commandment was to gather the strength of the entire Eternals to attack a single point and eliminate the human civilization step by step. It was no longer a battle between a single domain of calamity and its corresponding human civilization. In the fourth zone, Yi-Ro ascended the Black Mountain Range. Every step he took cracked the mountain range, and by the time he reached the peak, the entire Black Mountain Range had been completely destroyed. At this moment, Blackless God appeared. Blackless God, who was shrouded in the world of nothingness, caused Yi-Ro's expression to darken. Are you the master of this domain of calamity? 3 pitch-black lines rotated in Blackless God's eyes. 3 black lines appeared around Yi-Ro, and they passed through each other to form a prison. Black flames ignited. Yi-Ro reached out and grabbed one of the black lines with each hand. He allowed the flames to burn him, but he remained unmoved. Blackless God was shocked. With your strength, Silent Void is definitely not your match. Why did you attack the fourth zone? I warned you not to attack the Missouri civilization since it escaped, but you destroyed it instead. Yi-Ro parted the black lines and took a step forward. The void shattered, and his body appeared in front of Blackless God. He raised his fist and punched out. His battle style was similar to that of the Eternals' Corpse Kings, simple and crude. However, no matter how powerful this punch was, it could not touch Blackless God. Instead, it passed through him and shattered the ground in one direction of the domain of calamity. Black lines appeared around Yi-Ro once again. This time, there were not 3, but 6, 9, and then more and more. Yi-Ro felt uneasy and hurriedly wanted to retreat, but he found that his arm was inside Blackless God's body. He could not pull it out. At the same time, black flames burned. I don't know what the Missouri civilization is, but Silent Void died long ago. You warned Silent Void, but the one who attacked was definitely not Silent Void, Blackless God said indifferently. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3097. Yi-Ro almost overlapped with He Wuxian. On one hand, he had to endure the burning of the black flames, and on the other, he had to endure the cutting of the world of nothingness. However, his strong body surprised He Wuxian. These two powers did not destroy him immediately. With your strength, if you join the eternal race, I can guarantee that you will participate in the battle of chosen gods. You will be received by the true gods and achieve a supreme status. Yi Rou's eyes were gloomy. Nonsense. After that, he did something that caused the space around him to distort. The entire void was annihilated. Even the world of nothingness trembled and separated him from He Wuxian. He Wuxian's eyes flashed with surprise. At this time, a few red ribbons danced. A sword light appeared behind Yi Rou. It was Ji Luo. Fast, too fast. This sword was almost as fast as time. This was Ji Luo's sword attack. Yi Rou did not seem to react. His arm was cut off. When the sword swept past Yi Rou's body, it suddenly exploded. The void was annihilated again. Without any signs, Ji Luo's entire body was pushed out by the annihilated void. He crashed heavily into the ruins of the Black Mountain Range. Yi Rou grabbed his severed arm and rushed toward the Starry Gate. He Wuxian stared at Yi Rou. Black lines covered the sky. It was not just 3 or 30. These black lines made Yi Rou's face change for the first time. He looked down. Stay. How can the fourth zone of disaster allow you to leave so easily? Yi Rou stared at He Wuxian. He raised his arm. Although it was only one arm, it was obvious that he wanted to embrace the entire sky. The next moment, He Wuxian saw that the sky was filled with countless black lines. It turned into a furnace. It seemed that the entire sky was being compressed and refined. Right above his head was the furnace's lid. Furnace of heaven and earth. He Wuxian was shocked. Impossible. This was Xia Shang's talent. How could this person have it? As the furnace took shape, an unimaginable pressure descended. It seemed to refine the fourth zone of disaster completely. The first to be affected were the black lines and the black flames burning the sky. The moment they were refined by the terrifying pressure, they were extinguished. Yi Rou took the opportunity to pass through the black lines and escape through the Starry Gate. After he left, the furnace of heaven and earth shattered. He Wuxian looked at the sky. Who was this person? Xia Shang. Impossible. Even though Xia Shang had the 9 clones technique, the clone that could use the heaven and earth smelt had died. There was no such thing as an identical talent in the universe. However, this person was definitely using the heaven and earth smelt. Ji Luo walked out of the ruins and raised his long sword. He was a little confused. What happened just now? After passing through the Starry Gate, Yi Chen destroyed the Starry Gate. This was the only Starry Gate that he could use to go to the fourth region of disaster. He had kept it as a threat to the empty silence, but now, he could not leave it behind. Looking at the broken arm, there was no blood flowing out. He was a person without blood. However, his severed arm was indeed injured. The expert who had severed his arm was so fast that he simply could not react in time. There was also the master of Zone 4, who similarly possessed unfathomable strength. If he had been one step slower, he did not know if he could have survived. Exhaling, Yi Rou grabbed his broken arm and headed to where he was. Not long after, Yi Rou saw a dark and gloomy mountain range. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold as he stared at the mountain range. At the same time, within the mountain range, Lu Yin and woodcarving looked over at the same time, sensing Yi Rou's return. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin spoke first. An uninvited guest has come to visit. Senior, please meet him. Yi Rou looked at Lu Yin and then at woodcarving. Woodcarving gave him a similar feeling to the person who had severed his arm. They were both cultivators who were obsessed with weapons and possessed powerful auras. After losing his arm, Yi Rou was even more vigilant. Who are you? Lu Yin said, I met the Mingli civilization once and accidentally learned that they had been destroyed. I happened to see your disciple, so I came to take a look. Yi Rou looked at Yi Xing and Yi Xiaoxiao, come here. He was testing Lu Yin to see if Lu Yin was using his disciple as a threat. Yi Xing could not help but glance at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had his hands behind his back and did not stop him. Yi Xing mustered up his courage and walked towards the sky, bringing Yi Xiaoxiao along. When the two arrived, Yi Rou's gaze relaxed a little. What happened? Master, are you injured? What happened to your arm? Yi Xiaoxiao cried out. Yi Xing also noticed, is it the everlasting? Yi Rou frowned, don't worry about it. What happened? Yi Xing explained what had happened, and Yi Rou's eyes flickered. It seemed that these two were not enemies, at least not from the everlasting race. Master, I told him that you went to the everlasting race to cause trouble. That person was still wondering if he should help you, Yi Xiaoxiao whispered. Yi Xing growled, nonsense, when did he say that he wanted to help you? Yi Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, that's exactly what he was thinking. I can see it. Shut up, Master has his own considerations. Yi Xing glared at her. He did not like Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin had taught him a lesson, but he did not dare to offend him. Lu Yin remained within the mountain range, not moving at all as he waited. He naturally saw that Yi Rou's arm was severed and guessed that he had encountered someone. Logically speaking, there should not be any experts left in the fourth zone of disaster, unless He Wuxian returned. Lu Yin did not know anything about He Wuxian, nor did he know anything about this person's past or what methods he had. The only thing he knew was that this person seemed to have some kind of binding power related to his pupils. Back then, he had used 3 lines to imprison Lu Yin and almost burned him to death. Yi Rou landed in the mountain range and stopped not too far from Lu Yin and Mu carving, while Yi Xing and Yi Xiaoxiao were sent elsewhere. Why are you looking for me? Yi Rou stared at Lu Yin. He was wary of Mu carving, but between the two of them, Lu Yin was the one speaking. Lu Yin asked, Senior, are you an enemy of the everlasting race? They are not of the same race, nor are they enemies or friends. If that's the case, why are you causing trouble for the everlasting race? The Kaoli civilization was destroyed, and I am indebted to that civilization. I also warned the everlasting race not to attack them for the sake of face. Lu Yin understood, actually, our civilization is also at war with the everlasting race. I've been searching the Outlands for experts that we can ally with to fight against the everlasting race. Yi Rou looked at Mu carving, I'll answer your question because you didn't kill Yi Xing. I'm not a hospitable person, so you may leave. Mu carving and Yi Rou exchanged glances, I can't make the decision. Yi Rou frowned, as he had assumed that Lu Yin was just Mu carving's representative. He looked at Lu Yin, you're the one who's a master? Lu Yin smiled, this is my senior brother. No one can make the decision. He just doesn't like to talk. Senior, what was the result of your trip to the fourth zone of calamity? Yi Rou's eyes trembled, you know that it's the fourth zone of calamity. It seems that you know as well. Lu Yin was not surprised, as the Grand Empyrean held the highest status in the Six Direction Association and knew of the everlasting race's 6 zones of calamity. Yi Rou was probably the most important person in spacetime, and he had fought with Silent Void before, so it was not impossible for him to know of the everlasting race's 6 zones of calamity. Silent Void had joined the everlasting race for the sake of cultivation. Although he was a traitor, it was not impossible for him to have told Yi Rou some information about the everlasting race. Yi Rou spoke in a low voice, I'm not interested in you, and I don't want to talk to you. Leave. Lu Yin was helpless. Why were all these solitary powerhouses so stubborn? The outcast was like that, and this Yi Rou was the same. It was normal when he thought about it. If Yi Rou was hospitable, he would not have been able to survive until now. The everlasting race was everywhere. Senior, are you not worried about the everlasting race's revenge? Luin asked, not intending to leave. Yi Ro's gaze swept over Luin and then the wooden carving, and he fell silent. It seems that you really don't want to talk about it. Then, do you not want to know who destroyed the Maori race? Luin asked again. Yi Ro suddenly stared at Luin, you know. Luin nodded. It seems that you already knew of Silent Void's death in the fourth zone of calamity, so it couldn't have been him. The master of the fourth zone of calamity, Hei Wuxian, is often absent, so no expert in the fourth zone of calamity would attack the Maori race. In fact, it was not the fourth zone that devoured the consciousness of the Maori race, but the second zone of calamity. Yi Ro stared at Luin. Although his gaze was still cold, there was something different about it. He had not given up on taking revenge for the Maori race. This person's cultivation method was very evil, but from his attitude towards Yi Xing and Yi Xiaoxiao, Luin had a general understanding of his personality. This kind of person would not give up on the destruction of the Maori race. The gloomy mountain range was silent. Corpses were hanging on the trees, and when the wind blew, the corpses would flutter. It was a horrifying scene. Luin met Yi Ro's gaze. I can tell you who destroyed the Maori race, but I need you to answer my question first. Yi Ro's expression did not change. Speak. He was a cold cultivator, not a businessman. At this moment, he had clearly given the initiative to Luin, but this was not within Yi Ro's consideration. Luin pointed at the corpses hanging on the trees. What's with these corpses? What's with the corpse symbiosis technique? Yi Ro's eyes flashed. The corpses were not my doing. I only collected them, and I created the corpse symbiosis technique. I was born in a family of corpses, and I surpassed my father's generation when I was 6 years old. I am more familiar with corpses than anyone else, but I was persecuted and my family was destroyed. Under the guidance of my master, I stepped onto the path of cultivation and finally created the corpse symbiosis technique. What is a corpse symbiosis technique? Yi Ro did not hesitate, replying directly, the body is in symbiosis with the corpse. It is both the person and the corpse. Senior, what do you think of the humans and the Eternals? Luin asked. Yi Ro looked at Luin. Since I have stepped onto the path of cultivation, the boundary between right and wrong is blurred. I only need to be sure that those who are kind to me are kind, and those who are evil to me are evil. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3098. Luin looked at Yi Ju and felt as if he was looking at his past self. Just like his past self, he had a bottom line in his heart, but the world of cultivation was also divided into good and evil. Ever since Luin had heard the voices of countless people from the fifth mainland, he had understood. Cultivation was not just for oneself, but also for the sake of protecting others. While protecting others, one was also protecting oneself. Many people felt that cultivation was lonely, but that was because they had walked a lonely path. Luin had once plotted against many people in order to unify the inner verse and outer verse. He had been ruthless, but even so, he still had friends and family. It felt good to be cared for by others. He did not want to be lonely, which was why he had lived such a tiring life. However, there were some paths that needed someone to walk in front of him. Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku, which one of them had not walked in front of him? Most of the time, they could have protected themselves. So what if they had joined the Eternals? There was good and evil in this world, right and wrong. Luin did not intend to change Yi Ju's mind. At least she had a bottom line. The one who destroyed the Missouri civilization was the second Lord of Calamity, Ruins. This person is skilled in consciousness techniques. The Missouri civilization gave up their physical bodies and transferred their consciousness into the game world. To him, it was a delicacy, so he would not let it go. You can ask your disciple. The meteorite that carried the Missouri civilization was covered in dark clouds, and those clouds are ruins, Lu Yin told Yi Ju. Yi Ju's gaze sank. Ruins. She would remember this. Ruins is one of the Eternal's 3 pillars and 6 boundless. He is very powerful, and you cannot kill him alone. If you want to avenge the Missouri civilization, you will have to join forces with us, Lu Yin said. Yi Ju was calm. I will not join forces. Thank you for telling me, but please leave. Lu Yin asked, if we were to attack the ruins, would you come? Yi Ju thought about it. All right. All right, I will look for you again. Lu Yin nodded at Woodcut, and the two left the Gloom Mountains. Before leaving, Lu Yin asked Yi Ju if she knew of Mr. Mu. Yi Ju did not know. Lu Yin was not surprised. Perhaps a powerful civilization had once existed in this spacetime, but it had been destroyed. The Missouri civilization and Yi Ju had only appeared after Mr. Mu had left. Lu Yin did not know how long Mr. Mu had lived here, but such situations did exist. On the boundless grassland, a gentle breeze blew, bringing with it smoke and dust. Ahead was the ruins of Eternal Kingdom. A man sat on a pile of rubble, panting heavily. It was finally over. The person overseeing the Eternal Kingdom was a cultivator who had betrayed the 9-star civilization. He had just fought the traitor and paid a huge price to use the 7 stars killing technique. The ancient key had pushed the traitor and most of the corpse kings in the Eternal Kingdom into the endless abyss. Only then had he destroyed the kingdom of eternity. Correspondingly, he had paid a heavy price. It was already a miracle that he was barely alive. But from now on, he couldn't even use the 3 stars killing technique. He was completely crippled. Big Brother Seymour, are you all right? The girl walked over and looked at the man with heartache. The man forced a smile. I'm fine. How can you be fine after releasing 7 stars of power above your level? I'll help you to see the teacher and see if the teacher has any way to help you. The young girl's eyes were red. The man stroked the young lady's hair. Silly girl, since you know that you're releasing 7 stars of power, you should know the consequences. It's already a miracle that I'm still alive, so don't worry. From now on, I'll stay in the academy and help the teacher teach the students. I'll strive to teach a few more geniuses. Ha! The young lady's tears made a powerful 6 stars expert lose his power. How sad was that? But there was no other way. In the battle just now, if he hadn't released 7 stars of power, they would have been defeated. The price wasn't losing his power, but death. All right, go and help them clean up the Eternal Kingdom. I'll recover here, the man comforted. The young lady nodded helplessly. Okay. After speaking, the young lady looked back 3 times with each step and walked toward the ruins of the Eternal Kingdom. Suddenly, the void distorted, and figures walked out, bringing with them a terrifying pressure that filled the sky. A hand reached out and smashed the young lady. You're in the way. The man sat on the pile of rubble in a daze, watching the young lady die tragically. His mind was blank. When he came to his senses, a shadow loomed over his head. It was an incomparably huge corpse king. With a stomp, blood flowed from the rubble. Kill! 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 Far away, in the star capital, Kakawen's expression changed drastically as he looked into the distance. Oh no, has the eternal race gone crazy? Shrill alarms resounded throughout the 9-star civilization. On the grassland, Di Qiong, Arrow God, Ruins, and Ji Luo walked out one by one. Then, Divine Master Shaoyin, Two Blades Sect, Wu Ho, Wang Ho, Ancestor Realm Corpse King, and so on. At this moment, it was as if the entire eternal race had come here. Mimi Na wasn't far from here. She felt the terrifying pressure as vast as the sea, and her face turned pale. Mimi Na, go and ask for help. Kakawen's voice came. He walked out of the star capital and came in this direction. Mimi Na was worried. Teacher, you. Go, Kakawen shouted. Mimi Na gritted her teeth and left hurriedly. On the grassland, in the ruins of the Eternal Kingdom, Ruins laughed and rolled his eyes. It's finally over. Let me remind you, be careful not to be taken away by that old man Kakawen. He's not to be trifled with. Di Cheong sneered. He's just an old man. How can he withstand our attack? That old man can die with you. Ruin's eyes kept rolling. He's here. In the sky, Kakawen approached and saw Ruins, Di Cheong, Arrow God, and the others. His face was extremely gloomy. Eternal race, do you want to die? Hee hee, old man, I've brought you so many things to die. Use them. Restart the 9 stars. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to use them, Ruin said. Kakawen's eyelids twitched. Ruins was an expert that he couldn't fight against. If it wasn't for the possibility of mutual destruction, the 9-star civilization would have been destroyed long ago. Now, not only Ruins, but so many experts who brought him extreme danger had come. These experts might not be weaker than Ruins. The eternal race wanted to destroy the 9-star civilization. Ruins, you should know that my restart can take away all creatures in a space-time. It's useless no matter how many experts you have, Kakawen threatened. Restart could only be used once. Once it was used, the 9-star civilization would be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, a connected 5-star pattern suddenly appeared beside Kakawen. It was the wall of ether. The blade pierced the wall of ether and was only a millimeter away from Kakawen. It was Ji Luo. His sword was unimaginably fast. However, Kakawen wasn't weak. He was a mentor of the 9-star civilization. If he fought against the 6 Direction Society, he would be a sequence law expert at least at the level of the Samsara Spacetime 3 Venerables. He wouldn't be killed instantly by Ji Luo's sword. However, this sword made Kakawen afraid. If he had been a little slower, he would have died. Since that's the case, I'm just a bag of old bones. It doesn't matter if I die. Let's see what restart looks like. After saying that, Kakawen's body was surrounded by the wall of ether. He raised his arm, and the wood in his hand lightly tapped the void. Star patterns formed one after another, quickly connecting into 7 stars, then 8 stars, and finally, 9 stars. When the 9 stars were formed, everything in this spacetime stopped. It was as if time and space had stopped. It's here, Ruin said in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Kakawen. Beside him, Di Cheong, Arrow God, and the others looked solemn. A civilization's strongest power was finally about to be used. Legend had it that the 9-star civilization's 9th star restart could completely reset spacetime. This was a power that could instantly destroy spacetime. In order to be able to use the 9 stars restart, the 9-star civilization had already made preparations. At the moment of the restart, star capital would disappear to avoid the spacetime destroyed by the restart. All this time, Kakawen had threatened Ruins with the 9 stars restart so that Ruins would not dare to take action personally. However, Ruins did not take action. Firstly, he was afraid of the power of the restart. Secondly, he did not want to be used as a scapegoat. Kakawen was not far from death. The Eternals had already infiltrated the 9-star civilization. It was impossible for the 9-star civilization to have a new expert who could use the 9 stars restart. In the entire 9-star civilization, the person second only to Kakawen was Mina. However, Mina was much younger than Kakawen. The 9-star civilization's experts who were older than Mina had been killed by the Eternals. None of them had reached the 8 stars level. Once Mina approached the 8 stars level, she would also be killed by the Eternals. This was Ruin's overt scheme against the 9-star civilization. Once Kakyoin died of old age, the 9-star civilization would completely end. However, the god's commandment could not wait any longer. The 9 stars restart was extremely powerful, but its biggest weakness was time. For an expert, even a moment was a long time, especially for an expert who had the power of time. Although the 9 stars restart caused the current spacetime to freeze, there was an opportunity to escape the moment it was used. This opportunity could not be seized when challenging the 9 stars restart. After all, it was the 9 stars restart's strongest power. It could not be easily escaped. The moment it was used, the entire spacetime would be sealed. How could an enemy who might be killed by the 9 stars restart break the sealing power of the 9 stars restart in an instant? If he could do it, he would not have to run away. However, once there were many experts of the same level, this opportunity would appear. Ruins, the Arrow God, Di Cheong, Ji Luo, and Shaoyin Divine Lord attacked at the same time. Cracks appeared in the entire spacetime. The grass was completely crushed, and the dark starry sky kept cracking. Kakyoin's 9 stars were connected. Spacetime suddenly shrank, turning into a ray of light that headed toward Ruins. This was the 9 stars restart. It turned the entire spacetime into a ray of light that destroyed everything. Of course, this spacetime would also be destroyed. The ray of light shot toward Ruins. Ruins entered the void crack and escaped. Similarly, the Arrow God, Di Cheong, and the others escaped into the void crack. In the current spacetime, only the world of nothingness, that ray of light, and the tottering Kakyoin were left. When the ray of light swept across the void, Ruins had already disappeared. Thank you. QZQ 4418 Baidu Brothers tip, I'll add more chapters. Thank you. I can't take it anymore. Stay up late, really can't take it anymore. I've done my best to add more chapters. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3099. Under the starry sky, Ruins appeared and rolled his eyes. You want to drag me down with you? You're underestimating me. Do you really think that I don't know how to restart 9 stars? You might be able to kill the others, but to kill me? Kakyoin, you. Before he finished speaking, a ray of light appeared in front of him, instantly sweeping past Ruin. The dark clouds suddenly dissipated, leaving only an eyeball staring blankly at the void. How could this be? In order to deal with the reactivation of the 9 stars, he had long made preparations. The 9 stars should not have been able to catch up to him. 9-star civilization spacetime. The entire spacetime has been shattered, the world of nothingness swallowed the spacetime, and also swallowed Kakyoin. Before they were devoured, Kakyoin was most thankful that the primordial space had contacted them, giving the 9-star civilization a place to hide and not be completely destroyed by the Eternals. Ruins, do you really think that my old bones are useless? I purposely revealed everything you know about the 9-star civilization's revival. Those who betray the 9-star civilization will die soon. They won't be able to escape. Letting out a deep sigh, Kakyoin looked into the distance with nostalgia. That was where the star capital used to be, but now, it had completely disappeared. Soon, his entire body was swallowed by the world of nothingness and disappeared. Not long after, the archer god, Di Cheong, and the others appeared and looked at the shattered spacetime. No wonder the Ruins didn't dare to fight against this civilization. This kind of power is enough to seriously injure any of us. If we're lucky, we might even die. Di Qiong was afraid. Divine Venerable Xiao Yin's eyelids twitched. He was definitely going to die. That old thing could actually unleash such terrifying destructive power. Where is Ruin's End? The arrow god looked into the distance. Ruin's End had not appeared. After waiting for a while, Ruin still didn't appear. Forget it. Let's not care about him. The 9-star civilization must have escaped. That old thing will not let this civilization die with him. However, they can't escape. The spacetime they can hide in must be connected to this spacetime. Search for them, Di Qiong ordered. The stargate opened, and corpse kings rushed out one after another, searching this shattered space. In the second domain of disaster, he had returned from the ruins and was heavily injured. It had been a long time since he had suffered such heavy injuries. That old thing had played him for a fool. Even under the divine admonition, he had actually used him as a scapegoat. However, he would not die. It was merely the rebirth of 9 stars. However, he would not be able to participate in the battle of the divine commandment. When the last ray of light disappeared, it represented the end of the 9 stars reboot. It also represented that Kakawen's life had come to an end. The huge star capital was under the fiery red starry sky. This spacetime could be directly connected to the 9-star civilization spacetime, but it did not belong to the 9-star civilization spacetime, so it was not destroyed by the 9-star civilization spacetime. At this moment, everyone in the star capital was looking at the clock tower. Looking at the candlelight on the clock tower slowly extinguishing, that represented Kakawen's death. A middle-aged man stood closest to the clock tower. His name was Wu Wude, and he was a 7-star expert like Mimi Na. There were only 2 7-star experts in the entire 9-star civilization, and he was one of them. Without the divine commandment, the Eternals would definitely kill him, and so would Mina. Even a 7-star expert would have to die. The moment the candle went out, Woodwood bowed deeply. The 9-star civilization respectfully sends you off, mentor. Behind him, countless people bowed and saluted. The 9-star civilization respectfully sends you off, instructor. Farewell, teacher. Farewell, teacher. Kakawen had an extremely high status in the 9-star civilization. He was the mentor of countless people. Not only was he a mentor in cultivation, but he was also a mentor in life. He was the spiritual belief of the entire 9-star civilization. Kakawen's death plunged the entire 9-star civilization into grief and confusion. At this moment, they lost their future direction. Not long after, Mimi Na returned. Looking at the extinguished candlelight on the clock tower, tears flowed. She closed her eyes and saluted. Mimi Na, farewell, mentor. Mimi Na, how is it? Woodwood asked. Before Mimi Na could answer, the fiery red dome of stars cracked open. Found. Instead of struggling at death's door, why don't you join the Eternals? 9-star civilization, it's your choice. Mimi Na was shocked. How did you find us so quickly? There's a traitor. Woodwood shouted angrily and glanced behind him. Only experts who had reached the level of 6 stars knew about this spacetime. The traitor must be one of them. Corpse kings appeared one by one. Divine Master Shaoyin, the true God guards, and other powerful corpse kings from the territory of disaster all appeared and surrounded the star capital. Among them, the 9-star civilization was not concerned about experts like Divine Master Shaoyin, but Lon Lon. Lon Lon was the second strongest expert from the territory of disaster. She had fought with the 9-star civilization more than once, and the 9-star civilization had the deepest impression of her. In the star capital, not far from Mimi Na and Woodwood, a person soared into the sky and headed towards Divine Master Shaoyin and the others. Woodwood and Mimi Na attacked at the same time. Traitor. Divine Master Shaoyin casually pointed, and the laws of extreme yin and extreme yang fused together to form a beam of light that shot towards Woodwood. Woodwood had no choice but to use the wall of ether. The beam of light struck the wall of ether, causing cracks to appear on it. As the wall of ether shattered, the beam of light pierced through the star capital. However, Woodwood had managed to avoid this attack. The person who had fled to the Eternals was a woman. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have remembered her. She was the last student he had seen when he had visited Kakuen. No one would have thought that the traitor was not a 6 stars expert, but rather a woman who was still cultivating in the academy. Furthermore, she was Kakuen's most favored student. Mimi, you actually betrayed us. Mimi Na rebuked. The woman had already arrived at Lanlan's side and was looking at the entire star capital. She faced the countless hateful gazes of the 9-star civilization and spoke calmly. I was Mentor Kakuen's closest student in recent years, so I knew that he was on the verge of death. Even without this battle, he was only 100 years away from the end of his lifespan. I often saw him coughing up blood. The Eternals will not allow another Mentor Kakuen to appear in our 9-star civilization. Our 9-star civilization is destined to be destroyed, so why struggle? She looked at everyone in the star capital. Let me give you a word of advice. Join us before the Eternals completely abandon you. Otherwise, what awaits you will be the most miserable fate. Star capital was filled with an atmosphere of despair. Everyone looked at each other. First, Kakuen had died, and now, the traitor was persuading them. Some of the weak-willed people were already thinking about how to join the Eternals. Woodwood clenched his fists. Shut up, Mimi. Our 9-star civilization does not have a traitor like you. Anyone who betrays our civilization must die. Mimi was indifferent. Mentor Woodwood, Mentor Mina, in the entire 9-star civilization, you are the most valuable. Unfortunately, you are too stubborn. I am the future mentor of the 9-star civilization. Mentor Kakuen said that I am the most talented. Now, I exercise my authority as a mentor to expel you. As she spoke, she faced the arrow god, Di Qiong, and Ji Luo, who had just walked out of the void. Mentor Mimi of the 9-star civilization asks the Eternals to help expel the traitors, Woodwood and Mina. Woodwood and Mina were furious. This woman was the traitor. How dare she slander them? Di Qiong looked at Mimi with interest and then looked at the star capital. History is written by the victors. The 9-star civilization will enter a new era. Only by joining the Eternals can the 9-star civilization be preserved. Those who do not join us are traitors, and traitors should be killed. In the star capital, someone shouted, I'll join. I'll join Mentor Mimi. Following the first person's shout, one by one, they shouted that they wanted to join Mimi. No one was willing to die. If Kakuen was alive, the 9-star civilization could fight to the death because Kakuen's prestige was too great. However, Kakuen was dead. As Kakuen's most valued disciple, Mimi represented Kakuen to a certain extent. This was the reason that the traitors convinced themselves. In that case, why not join Mimi? They only joined Mimi, not the Eternals. Mimi had to be a mentor of the 9-star civilization. Woodwood, Mina, and the others were sad. People were like this. Some could fight to the death, while others surrendered humbly. There are not many people. It seems that we have to deal with the traitors first. Divine Master Shaoyin raised his finger and pointed at Woodwood. A beam of light descended and shot directly at Woodwood. At the same time, Ji Luo raised his sword and slowly pulled out the blade. From this moment on, the 9-star civilization would no longer exist. Those who joined could call themselves the 9-star civilization or another civilization. It did not matter. Sir Woodwood, we will never surrender. We are willing to follow Mentor Kakuen and fight to the death. Some people surrendered, but more people were enraged and wanted to fight to the death with the Eternals. Woodwood shouted, "Okay, today, we will be buried here and follow Mentor Kakuen." After that, he directly used the 7-star killing technique, Ancient Key. The Ancient Key was a key. It took shape in the void, opened the world of nothingness, and swallowed the surroundings. Mina attacked at the same time. Behind her, several 6-stars experts used Senluo's light of nirvana. Auroras filled the starry sky and swept toward the Eternals. Divine Master Shaoyin's beam of light descended and pierced through the ether walls. Ji Luo took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Mina. He pulled out his sword and slashed down. His movements were so smooth that Mina could not react in time. Mina could only watch the blade slash down. She was going to die. In the end, she did not wait for reinforcements. Boom! The sword slash suddenly stopped, and Ji Luo's figure dodged. A figure appeared and punched through the void. The huge aftershock made Mina take a few steps back. Then, she saw the person clearly. It was a woman, a very coquettish and beautiful woman, but the punch just now was full of wild destructive power. Why didn't the 9-star civilization come to us when they were in trouble? We are allies after all. The woman looked at Mina, winked at her, and smiled. She was none other than Ji. Mina was confused. What was the expedition of calamity? The next moment, angry roars resounded through the starry sky, and people walked out one by one, glaring angrily and roaring like wild beasts. Expedition of calamity, kill. Kill. Destroy. Destroy. Divine Master Shaoyin was stunned. What the hell? In front of him, a terrifying destructive power suddenly descended from the calamity. It was Ji's eldest son. There was no fancy attack, just a simple punch. Divine Master Shaoyin subconsciously raised his hand and released a beam of light. The beam of light collided with the destructive power of the calamity, shattering the void. Senior, you may have made your choice, but please consider the feelings of us juniors. Some people have risked their lives to save you, and I don't want to speculate on whether your sacrifice is worth it. Now that you have the chance to leave, please take care. Wu Tian looked at Lu Tianyi and smiled. I recognize you. You're the most talented kid in the Lu family. Lu Tianyi bowed slowly. Senior, take care. Wu Tian let out a long sigh. Don't sacrifice too much for me. Some people are destined to be helpless. It's good to be young. You don't know how to give up. Lu Tianyi didn't say much. In fact, Lu Yuan had already told Lu Tianyi that Wu Tian wouldn't return after returning to Lu Tianyi's realm. However, he didn't tell Lu Tianyi the reason. Lu Tianyi was thinking about Lu Yin. He knew how much Lu Yin had sacrificed. Sometimes, some sacrifices had to be made for the bigger picture, but he didn't want to sacrifice Lu Yin's sacrifice. That kid had sacrificed too much for them. However, if Wu Tian really didn't want to leave, Lu Tianyi wouldn't force him. Di Qiong returned and looked at the observation platform. He saw Lu Tianyi talking to Wu Tian on the observation platform. He felt an indescribable humiliation. He was the one who had imprisoned Wu Tian, but the human wanted to see Wu Tian come and go as he pleased, and Wu Tian didn't want to leave. Was he the one who had imprisoned Wu Tian, or was Wu Tian the one who had imprisoned him? You're courting death. Di Qiong stabbed his spear at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi looked at Di Qiong. Above his head, the golden light of the God's sealing catalog illuminated every corner. Senior, the human race hasn't weakened since the era of the above heaven. Otherwise, why would the Eternals be so worried? Senior, you can take a look at the most outstanding human of this era. After he finished speaking, Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku's shadows walked out of the God's sealing catalog and charged at Di Qiong. Wu Tian was gratified. Humans should be like this. In the wood spacetime, Mu Ji had discovered that wood carving had been taken by Lu Yin to find Yi Luo. He was prepared to charge into the endless battlefield as long as wood carving wasn't there. Mu Ji charged out and stared at the border. As long as he could enter, he could return to the Eternals. Suddenly, red spider lilies bloomed in front of him. Huge red spider lilies appeared from the bottom of his feet in all directions. Let's see where you can run to. Mu Ji's scalp went numb. Another master of the sequence laws. First, it was wood carving, and now it was this woman. It was obvious that Yi Bo was preventing him from returning to the Eternals. Mu Ji hurriedly turned back and fled. He could not meet force with force. Big Sis wanted to stop Mu Ji, but Mu Ji was not weak. Even wood carving's attack, which was supposed to be a sure kill, had not been able to hold Mu Ji back. After this battle, Mu Ji did not want to go to the endless battlefield from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to go to the other parallel spacetimes of the Six Direction Society and pass through their borders to reach the endless battlefield. He did not believe that all of the Six Direction Society's borders could stop him. If that did not work, there would definitely be other ways. Right, wasn't there a human-shaped road sign that led directly to the endless battlefield? Mu Ji slapped his head. He had actually forgotten about that. Lu Yin, you can't stop me. At this moment, Lu Yin was not idle either. When he received Mina's request for help, he had just returned to the above heaven sect. He immediately contacted the Expedition of Calamity to rescue the 9-star civilization. At the same time, he set up a plan. The primordial spaces experts suddenly attacked the third zone of calamity and separated the Eternals' 3 chiefs and 6 boundless powerhouses while he himself went to the second zone of calamity. Through Mina's description, Lu Yin learned that the 9-star civilization's powerhouses included several 3 chiefs and 6 boundless powerhouses. He did not know why the Eternals suddenly attacked the 9-star civilization, but he was not surprised. He had guessed that the Eternals wanted to break the balance, and this was the only method. However, he had not expected them to be so ruthless. In that case, he could only disperse the Eternals' strength. The third zone of calamity lured Di Qiong away. The second zone of calamity lured the ruins away. At this moment, Lu Yin led Void Master, Wood God, and Yi Ruo into the second zone of calamity. In the second zone of calamity, there was a dark cloud directly below the Black Mother Tree. The enormous dark cloud covered a region, and that was where the ruins were located. This was not Lu Yin's first time in the second zone of calamity. Last time, he had used Yi Po's identity. Beside him, Void Master was somewhat nervous. Lu Yin had killed his way into the zone of calamity again, and the war had been rather unstable recently. In the past, as the Void Master of Spacetime of the Six Direction Society, he had never killed his way into the zone of calamity. He had only acted when he encountered the 7 sky gods. Ever since Lu Yin had joined the Six Direction Society, the battlefield had gradually shifted from the Six Direction Society and the endless battlefield to the zone of calamity. This young man was truly ruthless. And how had he found this place? It had to be said that even though Void Master admired Lu Yin's boldness and methods, he actually wanted to kill his way into the third zone of calamity more. This was because Wu Tian was there, and he was good friends with Wu Tian. Wood God's expression was solemn. In the second zone of calamity, the everlasting race's foundation had finally been revealed. Although the pressure was great, it was not to the point of despair. The everlasting race also had many enemies. Yi Ruo looked at the dark cloud in the distance. It really was the ruins. The appearance of Lu Yin's group had caused a commotion in the second zone of calamity. Countless corpse kings charged towards them, including progenitors who had betrayed humanity and human experts born in the eternal nation. Seniors, the everlasting race has launched an unprecedented war with the goal of destroying the 9-star civilization. Now, it's the 9-star civilization. The next target might be our 6-direction society. This junior would like to thank you seniors for your help. This war is not only to save the 9-star civilization, but also to give a guarantee to all the civilizations in the outer realms that are enemies of the everlasting race. Our 6-direction society will not abandon any of our allies. Void Master looked up. Since we're here, we can only break through the second zone of calamity. With that, Void God's power whizzed out and blasted forward. Wood God attacked, sweeping away pieces of wood. Yi Ruo charged towards the dark cloud. A commanding platform appeared beside Lu Yin, and progenitors were summoned one by one. He rode the 7-star mantis. With such a war in the second zone of calamity, Ruins should have returned. Lu Yin did not know that Ruins was within the dark cloud and had been severely injured from the start. Yi Ruo charged towards the dark cloud, but Lu Yin knew that Ruins would attack the 9-star civilization. He allowed Yi Ruo to charge forward. But then, an eyeball appeared above the dark cloud and stared at the charging Yi Ruo. Human. Lu Yin was shocked. Why was Ruins here? Void Master and Wood God were both shocked. Something unexpected had happened. The eyeball stared into the distance and saw Lu Yin, as well as Void Master and the others. Ruins did not recognize the Void Master or Wood God, but he recognized Lu Yin. Lu Yin. Why are you here in the second zone of calamity? One of the reasons the divine commandment had been activated was because the humans were showing signs of forming an alliance. The primordial space had formed an alliance with the 6-direction society, the 5 spirit tribes, and the 3 moons alliance. Once all the powerful enemies of the everlasting race joined forces, it would be troublesome. The previous divine commandment had been activated for this reason as well. However, Lu Yin had appeared in the second zone of calamity right after the divine commandment had been activated to destroy the 9-star civilizations. This made Ruins think of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that the primordial space and the 9-star civilizations had already formed an alliance? Before Ruins could think any further, Yi Ruo had already charged over. He was truly grateful for his brother's support, but Sui Feng could not endure it any longer. Although riding at night was peaceful, he was too tired and sleepy during the day. His hair had turned much more white. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3101. Yi Ruo charged into the dark clouds, and a corpse king charged at him from below. It was an eyeless progenitor corpse king, and its physical body was extremely strong. However, it was slapped down by Yi Ruo, whose physical strength was just as strong. You devoured the nightmare civilization. Ruin's eyeball stared at Yi Ruo, who was right in front of him. He did not recognize Yi Ruo, but he knew about the nightmare civilization. You're from that civilization. There was no need for an answer, as this was the answer. Yi Ruo's gaze was cold as he disappeared into the dark clouds. Lu Yin looked into the distance. His understanding of Ruin was his consciousness. Of all the people he had merged with, only Di Xian knew a little about Ruin. Ruin's main body was that eyeball, and no one knew how an eyeball cultivated. All they knew was that his consciousness was extremely powerful. The Corpse King tablet had entered with his consciousness because Ruin had helped the third zone. The people of the Thousand Faces game were all powerhouses with consciousness, but compared to Ruin, they were like fireflies compared to the moon. The difference was unimaginable. Yi Ro had been dragged here by Lu Yin to deal with Ruin. Lu Yin had only hoped to lure Ruin back by attacking the second zone, but he had not expected Ruin to actually be here. There were no other powerhouses in the second zone besides Ruin. Even if there were progenitors, they were useless against Lu Yin, Void Master, and Wood God. They all watched as Yi Ro charged into the dark clouds. Then, he smoothly rushed out of the dark clouds without touching anything. Yi Ro looked back at the eyeball and took a step forward, striking it with his palm. The eyeball turned and then disappeared into the dark clouds. No matter what Yi Ro did, it was useless. He was hitting a dark cloud, one that did not have a physical body. Lu Yin frowned. That couldn't be his consciousness, right? The consciousness of the people of the Thousand Faces game was formless and could control others, but Ruin's consciousness could see and appear in the form of a dark cloud. If that was the case, how could they fight? How could they break through Ruin's consciousness? Void Master and Wood God did not know how to deal with it. Yi Ro's attacks were useless against the dark clouds, but Ruin did not retaliate. It looks like he's been injured, and it's not light. Otherwise, how could one of the 3 masters and 6 voids not retaliate? Void Master pondered. His words made Lu Yin realize that the Ruins should be dealing with the 9-star civilization. The 9-star civilization was a powerful enemy of the second zone of calamity, so it was impossible for them to not make a move in the second zone and leave it to the other zones. The only possibility was that Ruins had been injured, and the only thing that could injure him from a 9-star civilization was Kagawan's 9-star restart. When Mina asked for help, she said that Kagawan was very likely to use the 9-star reboot to stall for time and protect the 9-star civilization. If Ruin's end was injured by the 9 stars revival, it meant that he wasn't invulnerable. Instead, this attack had to be able to wipe out everything. The reactivation of the 9 stars would wipe out an entire region of spacetime, which might even include time and space. Of course, Lu Yin wasn't sure, as this was just a guess. If his guess was correct, then he would have to injure Ruins or even kill him. It had to have the destructive power to wipe out everything. It didn't target any power, but space and time. The simplest understanding was that every single attack had to tear apart the world of nothingness and completely wipe out everything that existed on the surface of space. Just as he was thinking, a patch of the dark clouds suddenly disappeared, and in its place was a world of nothingness. Lu Yin was shocked. He did not know what Yi Chan had done. She had then destroyed spacetime to reveal the world of nothingness. Under the world of nothingness, a portion of the dark clouds had been swallowed up, and the eyeball within could be seen. The eyeball turned and stared at Yi Chan, but he also did not know what she had done. Yi Chan quietly floated in the sky, her cold eyes emotionless. It was as if her consciousness had disappeared. Attack! Lu Yin shouted, and the mantis spread its 6 wings and flew towards the dark clouds. It moved at a speed comparable to that of time, causing everything around it to stop. Even Void Master and Wood God were frozen in place. Lu Yin rode the mantis and instantly arrived within the dark clouds. He slashed at the eyeball, and the eyeball also stopped moving. Just as Lu Yin thought that the mantis would be able to attack the eyeball, the blades suddenly disappeared. Then, the mantis and the platform disappeared as well. Lu Yin looked at the eyeball in shock, and it turned and stared at him. Suddenly, an invisible force surged into his mind, wanting to shatter it. Lu Yin felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, and the world spun as he fell straight down. Ruins was shocked, he hadn't been turned into an idiot. Lu Yin's body fell, and his vision continued to move upwards. He finally stopped and looked up, only to see the dark clouds heading towards Void Master and Wood God. Be careful of his consciousness. Lu Yin shouted. Void Master and Wood God's power of wood erupted at the same time, forming a tsunami that swept towards the dark clouds above the second zone of disaster. The three terrifying forces caused the second zone of disaster to collapse. Void Master's vision spun, and he fell down like Luin. Wood God fared slightly better, but not by much. He kept retreating, and when he looked up again, his vision was blurry. Ruin's consciousness was too powerful, and it actually suppressed Void Master and Wood God. It could only be said that they did not have the ability to resist such a powerful consciousness, but that did not mean that they were weaker than Ruins. Just like how Luin could deal with the mantis, Void Master might not have been able to do the same. There was no such thing as an invincible power in the universe, or else it would represent some kind of extreme. Extreme power was not the foundation of the universe, and if there really was an extreme, then the universe would no longer be a universe, but a monster that could expand without limit. At this point, Yi Chan's vision recovered, and she stared at Ruins. There was a boom as the void shattered, and Ruins screamed as he looked at Yi Chan in shock. What kind of sequence law was this? How could it break through his consciousness? He had already forcefully cultivated his consciousness to the point of being a sequence law, which was similar to creating something out of nothing. He had reached the level of being recognized by the universe, and this person had actually broken through his sequence law. Had Lu Yin also reached the level of breaking a sequence law? Yi Chan had indeed made a move. This time, Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and saw Yi Chan's sequence particles enter the dark clouds, but he did not know exactly how they had destroyed the clouds. Yi Chan's sequence law seemed to be rather complicated. In the sky, a piece of wood descended and pressed down on the eyeball. The dark clouds around the eyeball did not move, but Lu Yin saw the sequence particles fill the sky and spread out towards the entire second zone of disaster. Be careful, he's using a sequence law. The entire second zone of disaster is being affected, Lu Yin warned. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and the void shattered. This time, it came from Yi Chan. Ruin sequence particles shot towards Yi Chan, Void Master, Wood God, and Lu Yin. The first three used their sequence particles to block, while Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to isolate himself from the particles. At the same time, he used reverse steps to parallel time and rapidly approached the eyeball. He struck out with a palm, shackling it with 100 punches. The eyeball was right in front of Lu Yin, but his palm still missed and brushed past it. At the same time, the falling wood from the sky also missed. It was as if the eyeball did not exist. The eyeball turned and stared at Lu Yin. Under the divine commandment, you must die. Lu Yin stared at the eyeball and locked eyes with it. Something must have happened in that instant. He used reverse steps again and struck out with his palm. This time, he did not use much force, as he wanted to see what had happened. His palm still brushed past the eyeball, but this time, the flow of light was reversed for a second. Lu Yin stared at the eyeball for a second, and he saw it. How could such a thing happen? He saw the eyeball circle behind him at a speed that was not very fast. When his palm missed, the eyeball reappeared in its original spot, which was why his palm had brushed past it. But what was going on? It was clearly not very fast, so why couldn't he see it? If not for the 1-second reversal, he would not have known that the eyeball had circled behind him twice. It was not just him, Void Master, Wood God, and Yi Chan did not know either, or they would have warned him. What was going on? Lu Yin was confused. There were all sorts of strange powers in the universe, and he felt that it was difficult for him to grasp Ruin. Ruin must have been severely injured, or else he would have circled behind Lu Yin. He did not attack, but Lu Yin and the others would not be able to hurt him. Strange, very strange. A vast amount of Void God's power swept over from the surroundings, and while Ruin dodged Lu Yin's palm, Ruin was trapped in Vitality's thermometer and began to heat up. Vitality's thermometer would define any species as normal and raise the temperature to a level that normal species would not be able to withstand. Humans were at 40, 41, 42 degrees, and so on. Void Master did not know what kind of species Ruin was. He could only use a human's high temperature to deal with it, as that eyeball was exactly the same as a human's. But as the thermometer rose, Ruin's eyes widened. Luin did not react. This time, the eyeball did not escape and remained in its original spot. Vitality's thermometer could not do anything to it. Void Master could also see this and waved his hand to disperse the Void God's power. Are you stalling for time? Luin stared at Ruin. Ruin's eyeball swiveled. How did you enter my second zone of calamity? Luin had naturally gone through the 9-star civilization. So many years had passed, and the war between them and the second zone of calamity had been going on for a very long time, so they naturally had a way to find this place. It was similar to how the Six Paths Society had found the entrance to the first zone of calamity. Finding it was one thing, but whether or not they could infiltrate it was another matter altogether. Mina had brought the expedition of calamity to reinforce the 9-star civilization, and she had told Luin the location of the second zone of calamity before leaving. However, Luin would not answer her, and he attacked Ruin again. Yi Ruo and Wood God attacked at the same time. However, all of their attacks brushed past Ruin's eyeball. Luin passed through the stream of light and saw that Ruin had easily dodged all of the attacks. He had not used any sequence laws, but he was still unharmed. Could this be an innate gift? If Luin really wanted to attack Ruin, he would have to attack the spot where he was dodging the moment he dodged, and that spot could only be seen by reversing time. However, time was too short. Luin had been able to reverse time to attack the 7-star mantis back then because he had determined the direction in which the mantis had fled in an instant. All Luin had to do was stare in that direction and attack. However, Ruin had returned to his original spot in an instant, and this was not due to speed or time, which made it difficult for Luin to understand. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3102. Luin suddenly retreated. Every time he dodged an attack, he would circle behind himself. Perhaps it was instinctive, or perhaps he could only avoid a certain area. In that case, he would attack the entire area. Luin secretly told Yi Ruo and the others about his guess. Yi Ruo and the others attacked together, aiming at ruined domain and its surroundings. Their goal was to destroy spacetime and create a void. This time, their attacks did not just brush past ruined domain, instead, they scattered the dark clouds. It was the same as Yi Ruo's initial attack, but the area was much larger. Ruined domain's eyeball appeared in the distance. You guessed right. Again. Luin shouted. They attacked again, but this time, Luin used flowing light. When their attacks neared Ruin's eyeball was clearly still in its original position, but the attacks had scattered it. It was at this moment that a beam of light shot out and reversed for a second, allowing Luin to see the direction that Ruin had fled in. This scene was exactly the same as when he had fought the 7-star mantis. Luin was not afraid that ruined domain would run far, he was afraid that ruined domain would stop too early. Luin struck out in the direction that ruined domain had fled to, confinement 100 punches. A dark scar appeared in the void, splitting apart the sky of the second domain of disaster. Beneath the dark scar, the corpse kings looked up. No matter what kind of battle they faced, they showed no fear. The only difference was that the progenitors who had betrayed the humans looked up at the sky and felt that it was absurd. The Eternals had actually broken in, and ruined domain was being suppressed. Among this group of people, a woman dressed in white stood behind a broken tower and looked at Luin in the distance. She was Bai Qian. When the Eternals had attacked, Bai Qian had disappeared. Luin had searched for her, but there had been no news of her. He had never imagined that Bai Qian would actually come to the second domain of disaster. Bai Qian had no intention of meeting Lu Yin, so she turned and left. Up in the sky, Lu Yin's confinement 100 punches landed squarely on ruined domain's eyeball, compressing it and causing it to scream. As long as it was a living creature, there was a chance that it could be killed. No matter how strange ruined domain's power was, there would always be a way to break it. If the 9 stars revival could heavily injure ruined domain, then they could as well. The eyeball had turned white from the 100 punches, and it turned back to Lu Yin. It looked like a madman with bloodshot eyes. "I'll kill you, Lu Yin. I'll definitely kill you. Kill you. You won't have a chance." After Lu Yin left, Yi Luo, Void Master, and Wood Deity attacked again, destroying the spacetime around ruins. Lu Yin continued shuttling through the streams of light. Under this attack, Desolation had no other choice. He had to instantly avoid the area of spacetime that was being destroyed, and then stop at a location that Lu Yin would not expect during that 1 second of reversal. However, there was simply too little time. 1 second seemed like an eternity, but in this 1 second, he could only avoid the area of spacetime that was being destroyed. Speed and strength were not Ruin's forte. If the ruins had Di Qiong's power, then Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to hurt him. The 3 masters and the 6 Daos were not invincible, and neither were the 3 realms and 6 Daos. They all had their own strengths and weaknesses. The light-sifting sword sky had exposed the weakness of the Lu clan. Even if the Lu clan used the Primogenitor Sutra to make up for it, they still had no advantage over the light-sifting sword sky. Ruin's advantage was that he was strange, but once his weakness was exposed, he would be easily defeated. Of course, the person who could break through it would at least have destructive power at the level of sequence laws. Ordinary progenitors really couldn't do anything to him. Again, this was 100 confinement fists that could severely injure the middle plate of a pupilless transformation. When it landed on the eyeball, it became even more ferocious. If this happened a few more times, Ruin would not be able to withstand it. Ruin went berserk, and the sequence particles spread out once more towards Lu Yin and the others. The power of his consciousness bombarded Lu Yin's brain, causing it to be hammered. Yi Luo, Void Master, and Wood Deity were the same. They all spat out blood, and the world spun around them. Correspondingly, Ruin's eyeball's pupils dilated considerably. It was not easy for him to use the power of his consciousness, as the 9 stars had been too heavily injured. Otherwise, these people would not have had the chance to work together to deal with him. The power of his consciousness was enough to knock them unconscious. Lu Yin resisted the dizziness. "Continue. Tell me where you are," Yi Luo said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he remained calm. Void Master and Wood Deity attacked Ruin together, destroying an area of spacetime. Lu Yin shuttled through the streams of light and reversed for 1 second. Yi Luo raised her arms. Her broken arm had already recovered, and she was now in a hugging position. Ruin's eyeball appeared, and the moment it appeared, it bombarded Lu Yin with his consciousness. Lu Yin's 100 confinement fists also landed on the eyeball. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell. His consciousness was as stable as a boulder in the eyes of those in the 1,000 Faces layout, but he could not withstand this attack. The eyeball was also forced back by Lu Yin's palm, and it kept turning white. Suddenly, the eyeball turned and stared upwards. A cauldron had appeared in the sky and on the ground. It was the heaven and earth furnace. Void Master and Wood Deity might not recognize it. However, Lu Yin was stunned. He thought that he had been hit by Ruin's consciousness and was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, and his expression changed. The heaven and earth furnace. Yi Luo frowned. He had been recognized again. When he had attacked the 4th disaster region, he had been recognized by that person who was wrapped in a world of nothingness. Now, He had attacked this eyeball, and Luin had recognized him again. Was the owner of this innate gift very famous? Luin looked at Yi Luo and wanted to ask him why he had progenitor Chen's innate gift. He had already guessed something, but now was not the time to ask. The heaven and earth furnace had formed, and Ruin had many ways to avoid the attacks. However, at this moment, he could not escape from the furnace no matter where he tried. A terrifying pressure appeared, and the eyeball's gaze turned sinister as it continuously slammed into the furnace. With his understanding of progenitor Chen and the others, Luin knew that it would not be easy for Ruin to escape from the furnace unless he had a trump card. The first time he had faced the heaven and earth furnace was during his envoy origin tribulation. At that time, he had been far more invincible than his peers, but he had almost been defeated by the furnace. If not for the fact that he had relied on the fact that things could move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, he might have actually been defeated. Back then, Ruin's strength against his peers was about the same as his current strength against a half-ancestor. However, he had almost been defeated by the heaven and earth furnace. Now that he thought about it, he could see progenitor Chen's strength. Progenitor Chen had the strength to fight against someone in the same realm as him, which was equivalent to the destructive power of a sequence law. In other words, progenitor Chen might have already possessed such strength when he was a half-ancestor, which was why he had the qualifications to be called invincible. Yi Luo's heaven and earth furnace was not at the half-ancestor level, it was definitely at the progenitor level. In theory, a heaven and earth furnace of this level could completely refine a sequence law. Ruin had not transcended the sequence law level, so he was still within the range that could be refined. If the 3 powers and 6 Cs were refined by the heaven and earth furnace from the start, it would be very difficult to succeed. However, an injured Ruin could force him to use his trump card even if he could not succeed. Within the heaven and earth furnace, the eyeballs madly collided with each other. On the ground, divine power soared, forming numerous tornadoes that shot towards the heaven and earth furnace. Luin, Void Master, and Wood God all moved to block, not allowing their divine power to touch the furnace. A heavily injured Ruin was surrounded by several spacetime masters. This lineup was not any weaker than the one that had surrounded the Witch Spirit God and the Undying God. They could definitely succeed. Bang! There was a soft sound. Luin turned to look, and another figure appeared in the void. His long red hair fluttered as he raised an arrow and shot it out once more. The arrow god had appeared. Ruin had been stalling for time in order to wait for the arrow god. He had been heavily injured by the 9 Stars revival and could not fight against Luin and the others. He had been thinking of ways to prevent Luin and the others from surrounding him while waiting for the arrow god's support. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. They continuously struck the heaven and earth furnace. Yi Ro stared at Ruin, as this arrow's might could not break through the heaven and earth furnace. However, Luin knew just how powerful the arrow god's arrows were. Since the arrow god had appeared, Luin took out an astral door from his cosmic ring and opened it. "I'll leave this to you, Senior." A broad figure walked out from the astral door, golden light blossoming as he swept his staff into the distance. "Woman, your opponent is still me." Celestial Victor had arrived, and only he had been able to resist the arrow god's arrows. He had seen through Ruin's strength, and he had only succeeded after being heavily injured for so long. As for the arrow god's archery, Luin and the others still could not see through it. At this moment, they could only ask Celestial Victor to delay the arrow god. In the future, they would seize a few more astral doors. The Eternals could use them to conquer parallel universes, which would be too convenient. The arrow god's gaze was piercingly cold as he shot an arrow at Celestial Victor. The Celestial Victor blocked outside the heaven and earth furnace, so the arrow god could not avoid him and save Ruin. 2 more figures appeared in a few other directions. They were both sequence laws powerhouses, and Lu Yin recognized one of them. It was magician. It was a pity that he had actually returned alive. Lu Yin had not seen the other before, but the moment this person attacked, he knew who he was. He was one of the 5 elders of the 5th disaster zone, Thousand-Hand Seal. He was an opponent that Ling Qing had faced before. 2 sequence laws powerhouses could not save Ruin either. Now, only Yi Ruo was dealing with him. Void Master, Wood God, and even Lu Yin were free. A chaotic battle erupted, and the 2nd disaster zone was on the verge of collapse. The aftershocks destroyed one eternal kingdom after another. This was something that had never happened in the history of the 2nd disaster zone. Similarly, the battle in the 3rd disaster zone was not small either. Lu Tianyi led the progenitors of the primordial space to delay Di Qiong. Blackless God returned to the 4th disaster zone, worried that it would be attacked. After all, the 3rd and 2nd disaster zones had both erupted. Currently, only Jiluo, divine sovereign Shaoyin, and a few other Eternals were at war with the 9-star civilizations. The divine commandment had gathered the strength of the Eternals' 6 disaster zones to destroy the scattered human civilizations. This had happened twice before, but the 3rd time was no longer a scattered civilization. The humans were unwilling to forget their history, so they had learned their lesson. Mr. Mu had roamed the heavens and visited the 5th mainland as well as various parallel universes. He had left behind the seeds of an alliance, and it just so happened that Lu Yin, a person with innate cultivation talent who also wanted to unite all civilizations against the Eternals, had appeared. By the time the Eternals discovered this, it was already too late. The divine commandment could be used by the Eternals against the humans, but it could also be used by the humans against the Eternals. The Eternals no longer had an overwhelming advantage. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3103. In the 2nd zone of calamity, the worldly furnace continued to rumble as the eyeballs collided with each other. Screams filled the entire 2nd zone. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had to refine the 3 powers and the 6 Cs. He had to deal with them one by one. Beams of light descended from the sky. Lu Yin's expression changed. Outsiders. 2 familiar figures appeared. One was Star Devourer. The moment he arrived in the 2nd zone of calamity, his 6 eyes opened and stared at Victorious Celestial. Victorious Celestial was too eye-catching. The other was Star Toad. Star Toad again. This time, Lu Yin had come with the intention of luring the ruins back to the 2nd zone of calamity. He hadn't planned on fighting to the death with the Eternals, so he hadn't made any preparations. However, the Eternals had taken the initiative to hire Star Toad. Star Toad laughed. Big business again. Boss Eternity, did your other zones of calamity encounter trouble? Lu Yin's expression sank. The only true god hadn't been forced out of seclusion, but Star Toad had been lured in. He then took out a 2nd astral gate that connected to the reincarnation spacetime. This was the gate he had obtained from the 6-fingered tribe, the one that had forced Madman Lu to reveal his identity. This gate only had one purpose, to lure in a Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin had always been cautious, worried that he would encounter a powerful enemy that he couldn't deal with one day. It would either be Forefather Lu Yuan or a Grand Empyrean. In any case, one of them had to save him. Compared to Forefather Lu Yuan, a Grand Empyrean was naturally more perfect. Lu Yin. Isn't this 6 Paths Society's big boss Lu Yin? Star Toad's eyes shone as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up at him. How much did the Eternals pay you? I'll give you double. Star Toad opened his mouth, the copper coin around his neck vibrating as he shrieked in a childish voice. Big boss, it really is a big boss. Big boss Lu, Star Toad is willing to serve you, but only next time. Lu Yin frowned. Don't be so honest when doing business. You should know that I'll work with whoever gives me more. Star Toad was vexed. Big boss Lu, your price is very tempting, but I'm an honest businessman. Only by being honest can I go far. Lu Yin felt helpless, as he couldn't reason with this toad. Sooner or later, he would have to deal with it. Left with no other choice, he opened the astral gate and dove in. Star Toad didn't want him to leave. Why are you running away? Let's talk some more. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are the big boss. The golden light continued to illuminate the second domain of disaster, causing it to shatter into pieces. The Void Master and Wood God looked at each other. Lu Yin could not have escaped, and he must have called for reinforcements. They had to protect the astral gate, or it would be over if it was destroyed. If they could think of this, the Eternals naturally could as well. Magician immediately rushed towards the starry door, and the thousand-hand imprint also attacked the starry door. Yi Chen's expression was gloomy. The end of ruins was so difficult to refine. Until now, he had not succeeded. The Star Devourer charged at Yi Ro and sent him flying. However, the moment he collided with Yi Ro, the void suddenly exploded. It was the same as when Ji Luo had cut off Yi Ro's arm. There was no warning. This was Yi Ro's sequence law, but no one could understand it. The Star Toad lifted its lotus leaf and smashed it towards the Stargate. It's over. Retreat. Around the starry door, pieces of wood took shape. They came from the Wood God. He did not know who Lu Yin had called for reinforcements, but it had to be someone who could deal with the Star Toad. This was the best time to kill the end of ruins, and he might not have another chance in the future. Of the 3 masters and 6 limitless, one had to be killed. The lotus leaf smashed into the wood, but it did not shatter. The Wood God's wood was extremely sturdy. When the Star Toad had transformed into a multicolored color, even the steel fork had not been able to pierce through it. 5 arrows were stuck in Principal Victor's body, and his golden blood caused the void to burn. He fearlessly charged at the arrow god and smashed down with his staff, pressing her into the ground. The arrow god wasn't having a good time either. She couldn't kill Celestial Lord Victor, she could only injure him. However, every injury she dealt was absorbed by Celestial Lord Victor and turned into an even stronger counterattack. It was hard to say if Celestial Lord Victor was more injured than her. The 9-star civilization spacetime had originally been the main battlefield, but now, the second domain of disaster had become the main battlefield. Even the third domain of disaster was not as intense as the second domain of disaster. At that moment, Lu Yin stepped out of the starry door and appeared in the reincarnation spacetime. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Exalted Celestial, come out." The reincarnation spacetime trembled, and Venerate Lotus opened her eyes and stared blankly into the distance. First Jian almost coughed up blood. Was that Lu Yin's voice? Again. The she-saint sighed. It was here again. There was no end to it. With Lu Yin's current strength, no one in the reincarnation spacetime could stop him besides the exalted celestials. Even Venerate Lotus would not have an easy time dealing with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had used all of his methods, and Venerate Lotus would only be able to protect herself. Furthermore, with Lu Yin's current prestige in the Six Direction Society, no one besides Venerate Lotus and First Jian wanted to stop him. First Jian was furious. Lu Yin, don't you dare disturb my master's cultivation. Lu Yin did not even look at First Jian as he looked up at the sky. Exalted Celestial, come out. We've killed our way into the second domain of disaster. First Jian was stunned. Kill their way into the second domain of disaster? Venerate Lotus walked over in shock. They've killed their way into the domain of disaster again. And this time, it's the second domain of disaster again. What's going on? Luin shouted a few more times, but there was no response. He grew anxious, as only Venerate Victor was in the second domain of disaster. Void Master and Wood God might not be able to hold on. Once the astral door was destroyed, even an exalted celestial would not be able to reach the second domain of disaster easily. He would have to go through the 9-star civilization spacetime, which was too time-consuming. The Star Toad said that you will never be able to cross the bitter adversity and defeat the one true God. That's why it's helping the Eternals. It said that your feelings for NCO are unrequited, Luin shouted. A gust of wind blew past, and Luin felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly turned around and saw the astral door tremble a few times. First Jian was stunned. What was going on? Luin walked towards the astral door and entered. What he saw was the world collapsing as everyone stared blankly at the sky. The Star Toad was wailing. Tai Hong, are you crazy? Is there a need to risk your life? I'll go, okay, the Star Toad cried out as it jumped up and down. The exalted celestial's eyes were cold as far more particles than the ruins of disaster filled the air, causing the Star Toad's skin to crack. What did you say before? Say it again if you dare. The exalted celestial's voice resounded in everyone's ears. The Star Toad was confused. What did I say? Tai Hong, you're a crazy woman. You're just a toad, spouting nonsense. At this moment, even Yi Ro was stunned. They had been in the middle of an intense battle when the wood covering the astral door suddenly shattered. Then, a person walked out and suppressed the Star Toad, forcing it to beg for mercy. The straw hat was torn, the lotus leaves were shattered, and the copper coins around its neck were scattered all over the ground. It was a miserable sight. Lu Yin's face twitched. This crazy woman had believed him. Perhaps no one in her world would dare to lie to her. What would happen if she found out that he had lied to her? Lu Yin didn't even dare to think about it. He regretted calling for Patriarch Lu Yuan. This crazy woman hadn't killed him last time, but that didn't mean that she wouldn't kill him this time. Wah, Tai Hong, I'll kill you. The Star Toad's body transformed into a multicolored color. It gripped its pitchfork and viciously stabbed at the exalted celestial. The exalted celestial raised her hand and flicked her slender fingers. Bang! A sound rippled out, silencing the entire second domain of disaster. Next, her fingers grabbed the sharp blade of the pitchfork and broke it with a bang. The Star Toad placed the pitchfork in front of its eyes. It looked at the broken pitchfork and wanted to cry. Tai Hong, I didn't offend you. Why are you causing trouble for me? It's just a toad. The exalted celestial's voice was cold, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. She lowered her hand, and the broken pitchfork fell to the ground. It was clearly very gentle, but it stabbed into the Star Toad's body, causing it to wail. Lu Yin realized that he had misunderstood something. Were the exalted celestial and the Star Toad really on the same level? The primordial realm was about passing through bitter adversity. Had he misunderstood? Or had he missed something? The Star Toad was clearly being suppressed by the exalted celestial, and the exalted celestial was still injured. The Star Toad wailed, but it also went mad. It constantly shattered the void and charged at the Black Mother Tree. Eternity, help me. Seeing the Star Toad and the exalted celestial head for the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin looked away. He didn't care about anything else, he had to deal with ruins first. The heaven and earth furnace had cracked open at some point, and Lu Yin saw the nearby Star Devourer ready to attack. His gaze turned cold as he summoned the Commander Appointment platform. He rode the 7-star praying mantis and charged at Star Devourer. Just as he was about to take out his slippers, he remembered that he had returned them to Su Wangtian. Lu Yin had no choice but to summon his endless inner world and visualize the fifth continent. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. He punched out 100 times at Star Devourer. Behind Star Devourer, stray particles condensed to form a terrifying suction force that caused Lu Yin's punch to deviate, causing it to brush past Star Devourer. However, Star Devourer could no longer attack the furnace. Within the furnace, Ruin's eyeball remained motionless, as if it had reached its limit. Yi Ro's lips were covered in blood, but she continued to refine it. The holy civilization was not powerful, but he owed it a great debt. His strength could not be compared to humans, but he would not join the Eternals either. He was an existence that walked the edge of gray. In the entire universe, he only cared about his two disciples and the holy civilization. The holy civilization could be defeated, but it should not be devoured. His hatred for Ruins was far more intense than what he had seen. Yi Ro would not rest until Ruins was killed. Within the heaven and earth smelt, Su Jin was enduring an unimaginable pressure. Lu Qi only had an additional layer of the heaven and earth smelt's pressure under his skin, and he already dared to face the captain of the true God Guards, the self-proclaimed undying Lu Qi. Now, the entire heaven and earth smelt's pressure was pressing down on Su Jin. The other experts from the disaster realm had come to his aid, and even the powerhouses from outside had arrived. It was as if Ruins would really be killed at this moment. However, Lu Yin did not think so. He thought of a way to force Star Devourer back while keeping an eye on Ruins. If not for Ancestor Hui's intervention, they would not have succeeded in killing the witch spirit god. Even if they had thought that they could kill the witch spirit god, she had still managed to escape from Lu Yin and Lu Tianyi's eyes. If not for Mr. Mu's ancient tracing technique, the undying god would not have been killed, and they would not have been able to cause any substantial damage to him. Karma had also intervened to kill the zombie god, but she had still managed to escape in the end. Lu Yi knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with the 7 sky gods. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3104. Although Ruins had been severely injured by the 9 Stars revival, Lu Yin did not believe that he could successfully kill Ruins with his current strength. No matter how much the Arrow God and the others wanted to help, even if they asked for help from the Star Toad, Lu Yin did not believe that Ruins would be killed because the sole true God had yet to act. This was the Zone of E, a place that the sole true God could reach. The Thunder Lord and the Grand Empyrean had both attracted the sole true God before, and that was under the premise that they had not caused any substantial damage to the Zone of E. At this moment, Ruins was one of the 3 Masters and 6 Voids. If he was killed right under the sole true God's nose, then what dignity would the sole true God have left? Were the 3 Masters, 6 Voids, and 7 Sky Gods all present? Of course not. Far from it. What other tricks did Ruins have? Within the furnace, the eyeball's pupils continued to dilate before shrinking. More and more white appeared in the eye, and the entire eye became lifeless and sluggish. It was as if it would be crushed into nothingness by the furnace if given any more time. At least, that was what Yi Ju thought. Suddenly, the eyeball moved. It first stared at Yi Ju before sweeping its gaze across the entire second zone of E and then Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the eyeball's gaze for a moment, but he did not see any despair. Even the malevolence, madness, and bloodshot eyes that had appeared before had disappeared. At this moment, the eyeball gave him a strange chill, as if something was about to happen. Be careful, Lu Yin warned. Ruin's eyeballs suddenly stared downwards, and the divine power that had been blocked by the Void God's power and wood energy slowly fell down as if it had lost its power. It naturally splashed onto the ground of the Zone of E. But then, a faint singing voice appeared in Lu Yin's ears. Not only him, but everyone in the entire second zone of Yi heard it as well. In particular, the Grand Empyrean, who had been walking towards the Black Mother Tree on the Star Toad, suddenly turned around and looked at Ruins with a solemn expression. True God's Freedom Technique. True gods had 3 ultimate techniques, and obtaining any one of them would allow them to transcend. One of them was known as the True God's Freedom Technique. Those who were free and unfettered. There was no self and no other. They gave up their thoughts, transforming into the heavens and the earth. A sad song sent off Jun Xiaoyao, True God Bayer, and the Freedom Technique. Sparse autumn waters, hazy beauty gazing east. It's hard to see my family, I'll climb to the heavens, I'll be alone for the rest of my life, a sad song rang out in everyone's ears. Unknowingly, they stopped fighting and looked towards the heaven and earth smelt. So did Yi Dan. Within the heaven and earth smelt, the eyeball gradually recovered, as though it was no longer under the pressure. On the ground of the calamity region, godly power slowly floated, forming red lanterns that flew into the sky. It was very beautiful, but also very sad. Everyone looked at the dancing lanterns, which made them feel uneasy. Lu Yin opened his heaven's eye and scanned his surroundings, but he didn't see any sequence particles. These lanterns were completely formed from divine power. Suddenly, he thought of something. His face paled, and he looked towards the end of Ruins. Within the heaven and earth smelt, Ruins' eyeball spun. Below him, a lantern gradually approached the heaven and earth smelt. Yi-Ao made a move, trying to break the lantern. However, the lantern did not seem to have a physical body. His power directly penetrated it. That was pure divine power. Little brat from the Lu clan, run. That's the True God's freedom art. You guys won't be able to handle it. The Grand Empyrean's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears, and he looked at the Black Mother Tree. The Grand Empyrean was still standing on the Star Toad's head, and the toad was frantically charging towards the Black Mother Tree. It had been beaten up badly by the Grand Empyrean, and it desperately sought help from the one true God. Since a Grand Empyrean had already said this, even though Lu Yin was unwilling, he could only retreat. He could not throw away his life in vain. Everyone, retreat. Void Master. This was because the Wood God and Celestial Champion did not have any objections. They understood Lu Yin, and as long as there was a chance, Lu Yin would not give up on killing Ruins. However, Yi-Ao was different. Ruins was about to be refined to death, so he would not give up. Furthermore, he was the true master of the heaven and earth furnace. Lu Yin stared at Yi-Ao. Senior, retreat immediately. This is one of the 3 ultimate techniques of a true God. We can't block it. Yi-Ao's expression did not change. The heaven and earth furnace has never failed. Lu Yin grew anxious. Hurry up and retreat. A true God's power is not something you can imagine. No matter how Lu Yin tried to persuade him, Yi-Ao refused to retreat. Helpless, Lu Yin could only give up on him. However, Yi-Ao did not realize that even if he retreated now, it was already too late. The sides of the lanterns were constantly drawing portraits of Lu Yin and the others. Lu Yin gave up on Yi-Ao and was about to retreat with the Void Master and the others when one of the lanterns shattered. At the same time, the Void Master spat out a mouthful of blood. The Void God's power that had filled the sky instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. The Void Master was shocked. What was going on? The power in his body had disappeared in an instant. Following that, another lantern shattered. This time, it was Yi-Ao. The heaven and earth furnace shattered, and just like the Void Master, Yi-Ao spat out a mouthful of blood. He was in an even worse state than the Void Master, as he could not support his body and crashed to the ground. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He had no idea where this attack had come from or how it had managed to injure the Void Master and Yao. He only knew that it was too late. Pfft. The wood god spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite being a block of wood, he spat out more blood than anyone else. His body swayed as he fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked at the eyeball in the Void Master's hand, and the eyeball stared back at him. Do you really think that the 3 masters and 6 boundless can kill you? You underestimate us too much. The true God's freedom technique is enough to kill all of you. The starry sky in his heart instantly disappeared from Lu Yin's mind. His power, astral sources, techniques, and everything else went blank in an instant. An uncontrollable pain assaulted him, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Finally, Doshing the Celestial spat out a mouthful of golden blood onto the arrow god. He was pierced by the arrow god's arrow and sunk into the ground. In just an instant, the true god's freedom technique had severely injured all of the experts without exception. Magician, thousand-hand imprint, and even the archer god looked at ruins with fear. This was one of the 3 ultimate skills of a true divinity. Looking at the 3 pillars of the 6 seas, there were only a few people who could cultivate these 3 ultimate skills. This was a legendary cultivation method, and it truly lived up to its reputation. Quick, kill them all! Ruins shouted. The thousand-hand seal and magician hurriedly acted. At that moment, the sky cracked open. It was an exalted celestial. She tore through the void and split the sky of the second zone of disaster in 2. Everyone looked up and saw a mountain range on the other side of the tear. It was the Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. An exalted celestial could directly find the astral tree. A huge hole had also been torn in the Lu Tianjing. Lu Yuan looked up and saw the second zone of disaster, as well as the heavily injured Lu Yin. His expression changed. Little 7. He stepped forward and entered the second zone of disaster. Lu Yuan's arrival allowed Lu Yin to breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that the battle that had been meant to delay ruins would turn into such a grand battle. The sole true God couldn't sit still when the forefather had appeared. The moment Lu Yuan arrived in the second zone of disaster, ruins immediately charged into the divine power lake. He didn't want to face the current Lu Yuan. A voice came from the Black Mother Tree. Fertile Earth, Taihong, this zone of disaster isn't a place you can come and go as you please. With that, a torrent of divine power flowed from the Black Mother Tree. It transformed into a tornado that swept towards the exalted celestial and forefather Lu Yuan. Forefather Lu Yuan shouted, "I'm only here to take little 7 away. Now is not the time for the final battle. Crazy woman, retreat. The zone of disaster won't allow you to leave as you please." The previous few times, the Thunder Lord and the exalted celestial had successfully left the zone of disaster. After that, forefather Lu Yuan had saved Wu Tian, and Lu Yin and the others had successfully left the first zone of disaster. They hadn't even considered the possibility that the sole true God would actually act. This time, the sole true God was serious, and he walked out of the Black Mother Tree. The Star Toad had also rushed up to the Black Mother Tree. "Eternal, I can't beat this crazy woman." An earth-shattering wave of divine power swept towards forefather Lu Yuan. A platform appeared beside forefather Lu Yuan, and it crashed down towards the zone of disaster. It was right beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin understood and immediately climbed onto the platform. In the next moment, the divine power swept forefather Lu Yuan towards the Black Mother Tree. That was the true battlefield. Lu Yin had been saved, but Void Master and the others hadn't. However, forefather Lu Yuan's appearance had bought them some time. The true God's freedom technique wasn't invincible, and it had allowed Void Master and the others to recover their strength. They didn't know how the true God's freedom technique had robbed them of all their strength in an instant, but now that they had recovered their strength, they could leave. However, when they wanted to leave, the Stargate was destroyed. Just as the true God's freedom technique had injured them and forefather Lu Yuan had appeared, Magician had destroyed the Stargate with fire. If they wanted to leave, they could only tear open the void and flee. Su Jin hid in the Divine Power River, and it seemed like he would be hard to kill. Yi Ro and the others could only escape and leave the second zone of disaster. Otherwise, more and more Eternals would appear. However, it wasn't that easy to escape. The Arrow God and the others wouldn't give Do Xing and the others any time to tear open the void and escape. At this moment, forefather Lu Yuan was on the platform, giving Lu Yin two choices. He could either send reinforcements and fight a decisive battle in the second zone of disaster, or he could think of a way to escape. Sending reinforcements would be difficult, as he had two Stargates. One had been destroyed, and the other had been opened at the entrance to the first zone of disaster in the endless battlefield. Even if he tore through the skies of the Eternal Kingdom, there wouldn't be anyone who could send reinforcements. After all, Lu Tianyi had led the progenitors of the primordial space to the third zone of disaster. There was another Stargate that could connect to the spacetime of the Abandoned Ones, but the Abandoned Ones might not necessarily be in that cave. That would be too time-consuming, so it was better to send reinforcements to the above the heavens. No matter how he looked at it, escaping was the best option. Lu Yin looked at the Black Mother Tree. The battle surrounding the four absolute experts had not only shaken the second zone of disaster, but it had also shaken the other 5 zones. He was afraid that the first zone of disaster would send reinforcements to the second zone of disaster. No one had noticed that another figure had walked out of the Stargate that Do Xing had used to enter the second zone of disaster. The figure looked up and saw the chaotic battle. He immediately swung his sword into the distance. This sword flashed with white light, and it became the center of the second zone of disaster. The sword pierced through the void, and what followed was a smear of blood that splattered across the ground. The Thousand Handprint lowered his head and looked at the sword that had pierced through his neck. When did this happen? In front of him, the white-robed Kong Tianzhao withdrew his sword and allowed the Thousand Handprint to fall to the ground and become a corpse. No one had noticed this sword. Lu Yin looked at Kong Tianzhao in shock. White Cloud City's Kong Tianzhao. Kong Tianzhao looked at Lu Yin. I was accompanying Jiang Feng to lure the primordial thunder locusts to the first zone of disaster, but I accidentally saw a Stargate and came over. You must be Lu Yin. The battle was intense. Lu Yin was excited. Sorry to trouble you. Kong Tianzhao gripped his sword tightly and turned to look at Magician before taking a step forward. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3105. Lu Yin looked at Kong Tianzhao's white robes and white sword, his confidence bursting. This was a powerhouse that even Lu Tianyi's ancestor had taken notice of, and he was on par with Thunderlord Jiang Feng. He was the guardian of White Cloud City, and his strength could be considered top-notch. Although he might not be able to kill 3 High Lords and 6 Vast Lords, he would have no problem fighting against them for a short period of time. He was similar to Heavenly Lord Victor. This person's arrival caused Lu Yin's desire to kill Su Jin to rise once more. It was not impossible to kill Ruin. The true God's freedom technique could not be used without limit. Otherwise, Ruin would not have been able to hold on until the Arrow God and the others arrived. The only true God was being held back by the Grand Empyrean and forefather Lu Yuan. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble and kill Su Ji. He raised his hand and the die appeared. He tapped it and said, 6, 6, give me 6. Beside the Divine Power Lake, Yi Ro was besieged by Progenitor Realm Corpse Kings. Void Lord and Wood God joined forces to fight Star Devourer. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was still resisting Arrow God's archery skills. Dozens of arrows had pierced his body, but he was still alive. It made Arrow God's expression change. Kong Tianzhao was like the center of this battlefield. No matter how grand Celestial Victor's battle was, it could not conceal his presence. Magician's face turned pale. This man's swordsmanship was simply too terrifying and contained an incomprehensible strength. He had already been injured in the ancient battlefield, and if he wasn't careful now, he would definitely die. However, no matter what, he was still an expert who had passed through the chosen of gods and participated in the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, he had returned alive from the ancient battlefield. This was something that even Wang Fan was not confident of accomplishing. The thousand-hand imprint was not something that could be compared to. Even if he was not a match for the 7 sky gods, he was still qualified to exchange blows with the 7 sky gods and would not immediately die to Kong Tianzhao's sword. Within Lu Yuan's command platform, Lu Yin was very safe. The progenitor realm corpse kings from the second disaster territory had also arrived, including the progenitor realm powerhouses who had betrayed the human race. However, none of these people could even touch Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as the die slowly came to a stop. 4 pips, time stop space. He entered the time stop space and recovered for more than half a year before his injuries were completely healed. His recovery had allowed him to gain some understanding of the true God freedom technique. The reason for that was because his injuries had not come from the true God freedom technique. It took him half a year to figure it out. The true God's freedom technique might have been able to completely erase the battle technique that Lu Yin had trained in. Even though Lu Yin didn't know how the technique had managed to do so, it was a true God's ultimate technique that could allow one to transcend. Mr. Mu had the tracing of the ancients and the 9 yang cauldron transformation. One was the power of time, and the other was unfathomable. Grand Empyreans were the power of reincarnation. They could even bestow power to others, allowing them to leap from ordinary cultivators to ancestor realm experts. As for the one true God, it was not too strange for him to have the 3 ultimate skills and an incomprehensible power. It could only be said that they were unlucky to have run into the true God's freedom technique. If it had been the corpse god, she would have been dead by now. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in the second domain of disaster, which had only taken him a second outside. In front of Lu Yin, a ferocious man glared at him as he continuously attacked. This person was a traitor to the human race and possessed a relatively strong physical body. Brat, come out and accept your death. This person thought that Lu Yin was heavily injured and could only hide in the commander appointment platform. Void Master and Wood God were also heavily injured. They could barely keep Star Devourer at bay. Yi Ro was also barely keeping up with the Ancestor Realm Corpse King. Originally, these people did not dare to approach the battlefield, but at this moment, they believed that they could kill Lu Yin and the others and contribute to the second domain of disaster. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The burly man sneered, and a strange change happened to his arm. He punched at Lu Yin as if he had already seen Lu Yin's arm break. But in the next moment, the burly man's expression changed drastically, and he howled. Lu Yin's palm shattered his arm, and at the same time, half of his body was shattered. The other human traitor who was besieging the general appointment platform jumped in fright and fled without thinking. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Traitor, you deserve to die. Wait, my lord, we are willing to submit. Before the burly man could finish speaking, he was easily killed by Lu Yin. Against ordinary Ancestor Realm experts like him, Lu Yin could easily crush them. He rolled the die again. This time, it was 3 pips. Continue, 4 pips. Continue, 6 pips. At the same time, on the land of disaster, divine power once again formed a lantern and began to float slowly. This scene made Void Master tremble. Run, there won't be a second chance. Would God felt the same way and immediately tore through the void. However, a powerful suction force appeared in front of him. It was star-devourer sequence law that prevented Would God and Void Master from escaping. Beneath the divine power lake, Ruin's eyeball spun. Lu Yin's guess was right. The true God's freedom technique was not easy to use. Every time it was used, it would cause damage to the user. He had already endured the power of the 9 stars revival, and now he was suffering the backlash of the true God's freedom technique. He was already at his limit, but if he used it again, he would be able to force these humans to retreat or even kill them. At worst, he would go into seclusion for a long time. Suddenly, the eyeball stopped spinning, and its gaze became confused. It quickly recovered, and at this moment, Ruin was no longer Ruin, but Lu Yin. Lu Yin relied on his divine power to roll 6 pips. He appeared in the dark space and saw several balls of light. One of them was especially bright. Lu Yin wanted to rush over and merge with it, but he suddenly remembered that the arrow god was still on the battlefield. He had never thought about the sole true God. If it really was the sole true God, then this ball of light would probably be able to illuminate the entire darkness. This bright ball of light was blinding to Lu Yin's eyes. This feeling was caused by the difference in power between the two parties. The other party was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. In this battlefield, one could merge their divine power. The strongest person should be the arrow god, followed by Ruin. After all, Ruin's injuries were too severe. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment before choosing to merge with another ball of light. This one was also very bright, but it was far from the blinding one. There were other balls of light around this one that were dim, but the difference between them and this one was huge. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and charged into this ball of light. He was taking a gamble, and if he won, he might be able to kill Ruin. If he lost, then based on this ball of light's radiance, it was at least a progenitor who could use divine power. Lu Yin thought of magician. If he was unlucky enough to merge with magician's body, then he might be able to delay the process. It all depended on who was lucky. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, as he had merged with Ruin's body. Ruin was not a person, he was an eyeball. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a human eyeball, but Ruin himself did not know who it belonged to. He was like an eyeball that had gained consciousness and started cultivating. In the end, he was discovered by the sole true God and brought back to the everlasting tribe. Consciousness was his strength and innate gift. His sequence law was his will, and his true peak strength was the true God's freedom technique. The moment Lu Yin merged with Ruin's body, the true God's freedom technique retreated. In the second domain of disaster, Void Master and the others despaired as they could not escape. They could only wait for the lantern to shatter again and injure them. At that time, they might not be so lucky as to survive. However, the lantern gradually dissipated and did not shatter. The arrow god. Magician was flabbergasted. What was going on? Void Master, Would God, and the others looked at the divine power lake in confusion. The eyeballs suddenly rushed out from the lake and headed straight for Lu Yin. Yi San instinctively reacted, but Lu Yin had been prepared for this and sent his consciousness smashing down. Yi San had just been severely injured by the true God's freedom technique, and now that he was attacked by Lu Yin's consciousness, he felt the world spin and collapsed. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about Yi San, as he could not stay in Ruin's body for much longer. This had nothing to do with the amount of divine power, but rather with Ruin's cultivation being much higher than Lu Yin's. Lu Yin did not even have the time to look through Ruin's memories when he merged with Ruin's body. Everyone watched as the eyeball charged towards the general appointment stage and slammed into it until it was within 5 meters. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and Ruin's also regained his consciousness. He was at a loss as he looked at Lu Yin, who was right in front of him, and then at the commander appointment platform. He was stunned, and his eyeballs were in intense pain. He had been hit by the commander appointment platform, and it had not been a light hit. Lu Yin merged his consciousness once more, but this time it had nothing to do with the die's 6 pips. This time, he wanted to devour Ruin's consciousness. It was just like how he had devoured the consciousness of the person in the game of 1,000 faces. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to succeed, but he could merge with Ruin's body and make Ruin's consciousness stop resisting. This was the only way to succeed. As Lu Yin's consciousness merged, he controlled Ruin's consciousness and sent it into the void around Lu Yin's heart. There was already a planet formed from Ruin's consciousness in the void around Lu Yin's heart, and as Ruin's consciousness merged with it, the consciousness planet began to rotate and continuously swallow Ruin's consciousness and expand. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, as he could not merge with Ruin's consciousness for too long. Ruin regained consciousness, and his eyeball stared at Lu Yin. He had been controlled, and he wanted to escape. Wait, what happened to his consciousness? Before Ruin could resist, Lu Yin's consciousness merged with Ruin's consciousness once more. He had a limited amount of time, and during this time, Ruin's consciousness would be continuously devoured by Ruin's consciousness planet. Once Ruin regained consciousness, it would not be so easy for him to escape. When Ruin could escape, Lu Yin would merge with his body again. This cycle repeated itself, leaving Ruin in despair. This scene looked very strange to the onlookers, as they did not know what was happening. No matter how they looked at it, Ruin was attacking Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was on the general appointment stage and should not have been injured. So what was Ruin doing? And what was Lu Yin doing? Void Master, Wood God, and the others did not understand, and neither did they have the ability to disturb Ruin. Yi Ju finally recovered with great difficulty, and she looked into the distance at the general appointment stage that was separated from Lu Yin by the eyeball. She did not understand what was happening. Nobody could understand what was happening. Only Lu Yin and Ruin understood. Lu Yin devoured Ruin's consciousness, and after Ruin regained consciousness for the 3rd time, he screamed, "Save me!" The arrow god's eyes went wide, and he shot an arrow at Lu Yin. Along the way, he was blocked by Celestial Champion once more. Celestial Champion seemed like he could not be beaten to death, and golden blood covered his entire body. He gripped his staff and stood tall, smashing it viciously at the arrow god. Aside from the arrow god, nobody could help Ruin, but he was also blocked by Celestial Champion. On the other side of the Black Mother Tree, 4 absolute experts were fighting, and nobody could see what was happening. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish my brothers a happy reunion and happiness. I'll add a chapter at 3 p.m. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3106. The first zone of disaster had suffered a calamity, and the Thunderbolt Lord finally reacted. Since the Eternals had led the ancient Thunder Locusts to White Cloud City, he would lead them to the first zone of disaster as well. The ancient Thunder Locusts had their eyes on him, and it had nothing to do with White Cloud City. At this moment, the first zone was facing a lightning tribulation. In the 3rd zone, Di Qiong was suppressing Lu Tianyi. After all, everyone other than the Eternals would be rejected and suppressed. However, Lu Tianyi was still able to withstand Di Qiong's suppression and hold him there. In the 4th zone, He Wuxian had yet to leave. In the 5th zone, the abandoned person was constantly destroying the Eternal Kingdom, causing the other 2 elders to chase after him. However, his actions had nothing to do with Lu Yin, so it could only be considered a coincidence. The only peaceful place was the 6th zone. Even without Ji Luo, there were no strong enemies. In the 9-star civilization spacetime, the Calamity Expedition had joined in and stopped the Eternals. An unprecedented war had broken out in the entire universe, engulfing many parallel spacetimes. The Eternals had thought that the divine commandment would send the humans into the abyss of destruction, but they had not expected such a situation to occur. In the second zone, Lu Yin's consciousness planet continued to grow in size. It had already surpassed the other planets, becoming the largest planet in his body, and it was still growing. Su Jin's eyes continued to shrink, and he screamed every time he woke up. He was truly terrified. Lu Yin was devouring his most fundamental power. He often devoured the consciousnesses of other creatures, especially the Missouri civilization. He could not forget the feeling of directly devouring a civilization's consciousness, but he had never imagined the despair of the person he devoured. Now, he felt it. Lu Yin would not hold back, nor would he think about killing him. At this moment, his consciousness underwent an earth-shattering change, completing the metamorphosis. In the entire universe, there was probably no one who could match his consciousness. A crack appeared in his eyeball. Su Jin regained consciousness and screamed, "Let me go, Lu Yin. I can teach you the true God's freedom technique and tell you many things. You've already devoured most of my consciousness, let me go, let me go." Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he continued to devour. Su Jin wailed and cursed, but it was to no avail. One of the 3 pillars and 6 limitless had been pushed into the abyss of death in the second zone. The Arrow God and the other Eternals could not help him. They didn't even know what was going on. The crack grew bigger and bigger. Finally, with a soft sound, the eyeball shattered and fell to the ground. Su Jin's consciousness had been completely devoured by Lu Yin, and his consciousness planet had become the largest planet in the cosmos near his heart. It was much larger than the other planets. In terms of consciousness alone, he was already comparable to the 7 sky gods. However, the power of this consciousness was not easy to use. He still had to adapt and cultivate. In the distance, a deafening rumble could be heard. Lu Yin stared at the shattered eyeball. Ruins had truly died, and he had completely disappeared. From now on, there would be no more ruins in the 3 pillars and 6 seas. He looked into the distance. "Everyone, let's retreat." Archer God stopped shooting. "Ruins are dead." This was because she wasn't confident that she could kill Heavenly Lord Victor. This battle would end here. Star Devourer also stopped. Magician was covered in blood. Kong Tianzhao gave him a lot of pressure. However, at that moment, Kong Tianzhao also stopped. In the distance, He Wuxian appeared. He had only arrived at the second disaster region at the moment of Ruin's death. Another 7 sky gods had arrived. Neither the Eternals nor the humans had any advantage. Lu Yin looked at He Wuxian, and He Wuxian looked back at him. As they looked at each other, they both thought of the opportunity they had had in 100,000 years. Now, was there still a chance? He had killed 2 7 sky gods and 1 3 pillar and 6 seas. As he looked back at the Black Mother Tree, a trace of worry flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. "Ancestor, you have to return safely." The void was torn apart, and everyone had their own places to go. Lu Yin naturally returned to the 5th mainland's eternal kingdom. No one noticed that when Lu Yin turned around and stepped into the spatial tear, a dark red dot of light had appeared in the direction of the Black Mother Tree. It had appeared in an instant, and what it brought with it was a dark red light that had traversed the entire second disaster zone. This dark red light had started from the Black Mother Tree, and no one could see where it ended. Along the way, it had pierced through the void and through Lu Yin's forehead, extending into an unseen distance. A shocking roar exploded. Little 7. Golden light blossomed as the God's sealing catalog appeared. The general appointment platform flew towards the Black Mother Tree as Lu Yuan crazily attacked. "Eternal, I'll take your life." The Grand Empyrean stared blankly into the distance. At the spatial tear, Lu Yin's eyes were lifeless, and he instantly lost all light. His body fell from the sky like a corpse. The victorious celestial, wood god, and the others all saw this. No one had expected that the only true god would attack Lu Yin, even though the Grand Empyrean and forefather Lu Yuan had clearly surrounded and killed Ruin. Although it was only a strand of divine power, no one doubted that it had the power to obliterate everything. Lu Yin's body fell to the ground like a rock, and he didn't move at all. Not far away was a fragment of Ruin's eyeball. Lu Yuan crazily attacked from the direction of the Black Mother Tree. The star toad let out a strange cry, and the Grand Empyrean was cold. The only true god's divine power soared into the sky once more, covering the entire region of disaster and turning the sky a dark red. No matter how intense the battle in the distance was, it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. He fell to the ground, his eyes completely devoid of light. Blood slowly flowed from his forehead. Yi Zhu took a deep look at Lu Yin before leaving. He had no way of saving this person, and they weren't friends in the first place. The victorious Celestial, Void Master, Wood God, and Kong Tianzhao all rushed towards Lu Yin. The Arrow God and He Wuxian didn't do anything. Lu Yin's death was an unimaginable blow to the human race. Lu Yuan had already gone crazy, so there was no need to fight to the death. To them, this battle was already over. As for the only true God, if the Grand Empyreans had joined forces with Lu Yuan, the everlasting race would have long since ceased to exist. They all came to Lu Yin's side and saw him lying on the ground with lifeless eyes. They all had sorrowful expressions. Although I don't agree with this child's methods, I have to admit that he is humanity's only hope to defeat the everlasting race. What a pity. Would God sighed. Even the Grand Empyreans can't give us that kind of hope. Victorious Celestial took a deep breath and looked at the Black Mother Tree. How good would it be if that attack had landed on him? He was a person who sought death, and it was very difficult for him to die. Kong Tianzhao's gaze was calm. This was the first time he had met Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had left a deep impression on him from Jiang Qin and Jiang Qingyue. It was a pity that this person had died. Bring him back. Even if he dies, he can't die in the Calamity region. Void Master said. Although he felt sorry for Lu Yin's death, they had seen too many deaths. Although Lu Yin was a peerless genius, he still couldn't escape death. Since he was already dead, there was nothing they could do. Lu Yin could hear what they were saying. He wasn't dead, but his body seemed to be dead. What had happened? The only true god's attack should have been able to kill him, but that attack had landed on his forehead and shattered his heavenly eye. After all, the heavenly eye was left behind by Wu Tian, one of the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. Even if he couldn't defeat the only true god, he wouldn't be too weak. The heavenly eye was a supreme treasure left behind by Wu Tian. It had been shattered by the only true god, but it had also blocked a fatal attack for Lu Yin. However, the only true god's attack seemed to have separated Lu Yin's consciousness from his body. He could hear what others were saying and even see what they were doing, but he couldn't move. His bodily functions were completely stagnant, and no one thought that he was still alive. When Lu Yuan saw the only true god's attack pierce through Lu Yin's forehead, he was certain that Lu Yin was dead. That was an attack from the only true god. He never thought that the heavenly eye would be able to block that attack. The heavenly eye had helped Lu Yin block the attack, but it had also turned him into a living corpse. Lu Yin wanted to move, and he wanted to tell Void Master and the others to call Patriarch Lu Yuan back. The more he fought, the easier it would be for him to expose himself. However, he couldn't move, and he couldn't make a single sound. He was just like a corpse. Void Master squatted down. Let's go. I'll take you home. Lu Yin used all his strength, but he couldn't move. He couldn't let others see that he was still alive. A cold feeling dripped from his forehead. It was fresh blood that dyed his right eye red. Everything he saw turned red. Move, move, move. I'm not dead. I just killed the ruins. Only one of the 3 masters and 6 how died. Move, move. Why did the color of the sky change? It was getting darker and darker. Was he really going to die? Would the color disappear before death? No, Lu Yin saw the Void Master's hand stop. Wood God, Kong Tianzhao, and the Corpse King in the distance all stopped moving. The sky had turned gray. Was this Master? Lu Yin's eyes were lifeless, but he could see a figure walk out from behind the Void Master. The gray color swirled around him, causing time to freeze. It was Mr. Mu. What a big commotion. Mr. Mu walked past the Void Master and reached out to pull Lu Yin up. A shout came from afar. Old Man Mu, are you trying to bring down the battle in Immemorial City? Lu Yuan looked over and saw Mr. Mu. It's him. The Grand Empyrean also looked at Mr. Mu. This was not the first time they had met. The Star Toad cried out, I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting with you guys anymore. I'm just a businessman. I've lost money on this deal. Mr. Mu could freeze time on Lu Yin's side, but he couldn't freeze time on the Black Mother Tree battlefield. The gray color split the entire zone of disaster into 2. I'm just taking away this pitiful disciple. Don't mind me. Fertile soil, long time no see. I'm taking this child with me. Lu Yuan wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and didn't say anything. The Grand Empyrean stared at Mr. Mu. Is Alpha Primordium dead or not? Mr. Mu and the Grand Empyrean looked at each other from afar and didn't answer. As the gray color dissipated, Mr. Mu also disappeared. Don't go. Answer me. The Grand Empyrean quickly chased after him. Lu Yuan looked at the one true God unwillingly. There was a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes, but he no longer fought. That person had taken Shaoqi away. Could it be that Shaoqi wasn't dead? The battle in the second zone of disaster ended with the Star Toad's cry. Next, the battles in the third and first zone of disaster stopped. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3107. The first zone of calamity had not actually been a war, as Lightning Lord Jiang Feng had merely lured the primordial thunder locusts there. When the second zone of calamity ended, Jiang Feng had immediately moved the battlefield, as he did not want to be surrounded by the 3 masters and 6 voids. The war between the 9 civilizations had also ended. The Calamity Expedition was like an unkillable monster. Although they did not have any powerful battle techniques, they did not need them. They only needed to unleash their destructive power, and once they ran out of energy, they would be bitten by the Forefather and then unleash more attacks. Every move was done with full force, and the powerhouses like Ji Luo and Xiao Yin had no choice but to retreat. The massive war finally came to an end. It seemed like the Eternals had used the divine commandment to start the war, but in reality, the moment the Calamity Expedition appeared in the 9 civilizations, the direction of the war and the initiative had changed. The Eternals could not end the war, and only Lu Yin could. The Eternals had taken the initiative to use the divine commandment, but the humans would not be at a disadvantage again. The divine commandment was no longer a disaster for the humans. The humans also had the means to unite the various civilizations. Of course, everyone wanted to know how Lu Yin was doing. Only Lu Yin could unite all the civilizations. Even the Grand Empyreans and Forefather Lu Yuan could not do so. Some people were powerful, but that did not mean they were omnipotent. Lu Yin had his own way of doing things and his charisma. If Luin died, it would be a fatal blow to the humans. This was not only the humans' concern, but also the Eternals. In outer space, Luin was being led by Mr. Mu to an unknown location. Every time I see you, I feel like you've changed. At first, I could see you clearly, but now, I can't see you clearly, Mr. Mu muttered to himself. It seemed like he was talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was talking to Luin. Even though we don't meet often, every time we do, it's always different. You walk too fast and climb too high. Sometimes, even I can't help you. The only thing I can do is to help you find your own path. I know that you're not dead, but I can't save you. There's only one person who can, and you've seen that person before. He's in Immemorial City. Luin was stunned. Progenitor. If he was not wrong, then the person Mr. Mu wanted him to meet was the progenitor. Otherwise, who else could save him? Not even Mr. Mu could save him. After all, I'm not from this side. Luin was confused. What did that mean? Mr. Mu didn't say anything more. He continued to tear the void as more and more strings of the sequence streaked past him. Gradually, they converged in one direction, which was Primeval City. Mr. Mu looked at Luin. What a coincidence. I gave you the Stargate so that you could unite with the other civilizations. Just as you did that, the Eternals activated the Divine Commandment. Consider the Eternals unlucky. If you had been a step too late, the Divine Commandment would have activated, and we would have been forced into a passive position. But you were also targeted by the Eternal. He actually personally attacked you. When I found out about this war, I thought about it, but I was still a step too late. We're here. Luin saw Primeval City. He was here again, even though he had clearly left not too long ago. But this time, he came as a human. Everything was unpredictable. He thought that the next time he came to Immemorial City would be a long time later. The battles in Immemorial City were always shocking. Even though he had only caught a glimpse of it, that familiar feeling made him feel like he was dancing on a knife's edge. It reminded him of the days when he had fought here. Surviving for a month was the standard for the Battle of Chosen Gods. If one passed, one would be one of the 7 sky gods. However, there were very few who could pass. Luin was brought into Immemorial City by Mr. Mu. He stepped on the ancient tiles and entered the depths of Immemorial City, arriving at a place that Luin would never forget. Once again, he saw a dreamlike scene. A figure was kneeling on the ground on one knee, biting down on an endless sequence of strings. He was using himself as the foundation of Immemorial City, supporting the entire city. That was the progenitor. Luin was still shocked when he saw this scene again. The progenitor had lost both his arms, but he was still like a pillar that supported the heavens. He supported Immemorial City and the endless sequence of strings that represented the entire universe. Immemorial City was the most intense battlefield in the universe. The Eternals had assigned missions to destroy the sequence of strings, but this place was a parallel spacetime. It was the starting point or end point of all the sequence of strings. Destroying Immemorial City was equivalent to destroying countless parallel spacetimes. Was the progenitor still alive? No one had ever given Luin an answer before. The Grand Empyreans believed that he was dead, and the Eternals believed that he was dead. However, Lu Yuan believed that he was still alive. Even after seeing this scene, Luin did not dare to say that the progenitor was still alive. But now, Mr. Mu had given him an answer. I'll leave him to you. Mr. Mu put Luin down and left the underground. The underground of Immemorial City was dim, and Luin could vaguely see a blurry figure that was motionless. Was the progenitor really still alive? Kid, are you a descendant of fertile earth? A gentle voice entered his ears. Luin was shocked. The progenitor was still alive. He was still alive. That Eternals guy is really ruthless. Let me see how ruthless he is to a kid like you. Lu Yin lay on the ground, unable to move. He could only see a corner of the progenitor and nothing else, but at this moment, the progenitor's figure moved. Lu Yin did not know how many years it had been since the progenitor had moved, but he could clearly see dust fall like a stone cracking. He knew that the progenitor was looking at him. It's just as Old Moose said. No one can guide you on the path of cultivation. I'm the same. I'm really looking forward to seeing what it will be like when you break through the progenitor realm. Perhaps you'll be the first among all of us to cross the tribulation. Ha! That attack from the Eternals could have killed you, but you didn't die. So you're Wu Da's celestial eye. Wu Da is a simple and honest child. When you disguised yourself as a cultivator of the Eternals' chosen battle and participated in the immemorial city battlefield, I noticed you. Not everyone can obtain the celestial eye. It's a type of power and a person's personality. Some powers can be compatible, while others cannot. You can be compatible with the celestial eye, which means that you're just like Wu Da. You're a good child. Old Moose said that you started the war against the divine commandment. You did well. Fertile Earth was the banner of the human war. As his descendant, you're even more outstanding. Ha! Lu Yin just listened. Why was the progenitor so talkative? If he wanted to save him, then so be it. He kept talking like a nostalgic old man. Although some of the words were pleasant to hear, Lu Yin was anxious. The war between the humans and the Eternals could break out at any time. Without him, no matter how strong Lu Yuan and the others were, they would not be able to suppress certain situations. He had merged with the ruin's body and knew what the divine commandment was. He also knew that the Eternals had used it twice. The first time, it had destroyed the brilliant above heaven sect and destroyed 4 continents. The second time, it had caused the human civilization to break. Layer 1. Between the above heaven sect's era and the Dao Source sect's era, the humans had also given birth to geniuses. There had been the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and there had even been existences that could rival the 3 realms and 6 paths. However, with the second divine commandment, that era had completely disappeared, and not a single trace of it had been left behind. It was not just the primordial space that had been destroyed. Many other civilizations had also been destroyed by the second divine commandment. The first divine commandment had lasted for a very long time, and there had been a long interval between the destruction of the 4 continents. The war that had destroyed the 4 continents had been the first divine commandment. Although the second divine commandment had not lasted as long as the first divine commandment, it had still lasted until the 9 mountains and 8 seas era that progenitor Qin and the others had come from. It had destroyed an entire era before progenitor Chen's era, and it had even extended to progenitor Chen's generation. The destruction of the 5th mainland's Dao Source sect, the war with the 6th mainland, and so on had all been part of the second divine commandment. Of course, it had already come to an end, and the most intense period had been the era before the Dao Source sect. Now, the Eternals had launched the 3rd divine commandment war, and each war of the divine commandment represented the deaths of countless creatures, including those from other civilizations. The second divine commandment war had caused humanity to lose all knowledge of an era in history. Although the Dao Source sect had been preserved, the elites of progenitor Chen's era had all perished. Otherwise, Lu Tianyi would not have been the only survivor from the above heaven sect era to the Dao Source sect era. The frigid immortal sect, Shenwu sect, and so on had all lost their absolute powerhouses in the second divine commandment war. However, humans did not know that the second divine commandment war was a divine commandment, and they only knew that the Eternals had launched the war. Not knowing anything about a war was the greatest tragedy, and it was also one of the reasons for failure. Now, Lu Yin knew that the Eternals had launched the 3rd divine commandment, which meant that this was a war that would not end until one side was annihilated. He wanted to return as soon as possible to preside over the situation. It must be very tiring to lie on the ground without being able to move. Don't worry, just wait a little longer. I haven't used it in so many years, and I need to find it. You're asking me what I'm looking for. You know what it is. Luin was speechless. When had he ever asked that question? I heard that you have 4 inner worlds, and when you underwent a half-progenitor's origin tribulation in one of them, my weapon, incipient dust, appeared. Right, you guessed right, that's what I'm looking for. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move, Luin would have said that he hadn't guessed it. After losing my arms, my power level has been greatly reduced. Although I can still fight, as long as I do, troublesome fellows will be drawn over. With my current strength, I can't defeat them, so I haven't fought for many years. Of course, don't underestimate me, I'm still very strong. I've never underestimated you. You're a progenitor, Luin thought to himself. You're asking me why I'm looking for a weapon? Of course it's to treat you. The Eternal struck your head, and that wound can never be closed. Normally speaking, you're already dead, so there's no need to close it. It's all the same anyway, so it's best to burn it so that it's less of an eyesore. Luin was helpless. He was still alive, so who was an eyesore? But you're not dead, so that's a little troublesome. Luin could only see the progenitor's back. His expectations for the progenitor had gradually faded away after hearing this chatter. No matter how he listened to it, the progenitor's words seemed to imply that he was regretful that he hadn't died. I'm not dead, but my head was pierced through. It's like there's a hole in a dam, and it needs to be plugged. The most suitable one is my weapon, incipient dust. Sigh, I haven't used it in so many years, and my old friend doesn't even want to talk to me. Wait a moment, don't worry. I wish my brothers a happy reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3108. Luin calmed himself down. Someone had once said that everyone respected the progenitor, but once they saw him and understood him, they would realize that he was completely different from what they imagined. Was this what he meant? A chatterbox. After some time, the progenitor's voice startled Luin. You're out, old friend. Don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to use you, it's just that I can't. You'll have to suffer a little and live in that kid's head. What? He's not worthy. Don't be so blunt. Luin was helpless. Was it fun to talk to himself? Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a chill between his eyebrows. He suddenly sat up and gasped for breath. He could move. Luin turned to look at the progenitor, his pupils constricting. What was this? How much damage could a person endure? Luin didn't know. He had endured attacks that would have killed him, but he had never suffered injuries that couldn't kill him even if he wanted to. At this moment, he looked at the progenitor. Not a single part of his body was intact, and his back was covered in wounds. His flesh was overturned, and a dark red energy surrounded his broken arm. It was obvious that it was the eternal race's divine power. The most serious injury was his neck, half of it had disappeared. Was he really still alive? Back when he had been outside Primeval City, he hadn't been able to see the progenitor's injured neck or the wounds on his body. But now, he was so close that he could touch the progenitor's body and see everything clearly. The progenitor had suffered unimaginable damage. And yet, he was still biting the sequence's string. Luin stared blankly at the progenitor. The progenitor turned to Luin. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared? Don't be afraid, it's just some superficial wounds. What? You're asking me if it hurts? Are you kidding me? It doesn't hurt, it just itches a little. Now, Luin could see that the progenitor hadn't spoken at all. Half of his neck had disappeared, and he couldn't speak at all. He had only transmitted his voice. Luin looked at the progenitor and said in a hoarse voice, Junior Luin greets the progenitor. Fertile Earth's descendants are so well behaved. Now that I think about it, that little guy called Lu Tianyi back then was very well behaved, and so are you. Not bad, the little guys have all grown up. Back then, Fertile Earth was the most mischievous of all the children. Sigh, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Kid, your name is Luin, right? Luin nodded. Luin, you can call me Little Seven. My original name is Lu Shaoxian. Little Seven, it sounds familiar, but your name isn't too good. You have to know that there weren't many people at the beginning of the origin space. I'm afraid that the little fellows will die, so names are very important. Cheap lives are easy to feed. How about I give you a name? Just do it. No need, progenitor. Luin is a good name. He thought of Wude, Chuhiaizi, Fertile Earth, and De Huang. These names made him feel a little panicked. The ancestor said regretfully, oh, then forget it. I wanted to call you Pillar, meaning that you are the pillar that holds up the origin space. Look, the meaning is good, you are easy to raise. No, thank you, progenitor, Luin said again. Alright, it seems like you don't understand art. So many people begged me to name it, but I refused. How tiring is that? Luin raised an eyebrow and touched his forehead. Progenitor, is your weapon, first dust, in between my eyebrows? Yes, it said that you are not worthy. Don't mind it. Luin coughed. This junior went through a half-step progenitor origin tribulation and encountered first dust, which formed the mortal world. This junior has been looking for a way to transform mortal world into the ancestral world, but I have no clue. Don't worry, you are still young. Time waits for no one. True, even first dust thinks that you are not worthy of it. It is better to break through earlier. Progenitor, can we not talk about being worthy? I don't want you to mind it. I will not mind it. Alright, I think you are a little angry. Luin sighed. This junior swears that I am not angry. I believe you, you are a good child. By the way, what did you ask me just now? Lu Yin's face twitched. How can this junior transform mortal world into the ancestral world? After all, this inner world is similar to your weapon, first dust. This junior doesn't understand. I see, I don't know either. Lu Yin was stunned, staring blankly at the progenitor. Was he messing with him just because he didn't like the name? Don't look at me like that, Zhu Zi. I really don't know, you have to figure it out yourself. My path is different from yours, but perhaps it is the same. Let me think, is it the same? Different? Same, yes, different, definitely different. I can only give you 4 words, gather all living beings. Lu Yin was confused, gather all living beings. Yes, how you interpret it is your problem, but I feel like you have fallen into a misunderstanding. Who said that breaking through to the progenitor realm requires all 4 inner worlds? Lu Yin's eyes widened, a thought flashing through his mind. That's right, who said that all 4 inner worlds had to transform into the ancestral world? He could completely block them and only allow 1 or 2 to transform into the ancestral world. Look at you, you really fit the name I gave you, Zhu Zi. Sometimes, don't think too much, it's easy to get confused. Progenitor, this junior is not called Zhu Zi, Lu Yin corrected. The progenitor fell silent for a moment. Alright, you really don't understand art. Progenitor, what about progenitor dust? Don't think too much about it. Once you break through to the progenitor realm, you will naturally be worthy of it. Lu Yin was a little tired. This junior is asking how to use it. You can't use it for now, just leave it between your eyebrows. Perhaps the transformation of your mortal world has something to do with it. Many things will naturally happen when the conditions are right. Relax, no one can calculate everything accurately. Nyonya was the last to break through because she thought too much. I wonder how she is now. Lu Yin was surprised. Nyonya. Destiny. You know her. Right, you have the power of Chuhiai and Wuda, so you might know Nyonya. Wait, you have Nyonyo's power. You even have Nyonyo's power. I didn't look closely, but Zhu Zi, you're not bad. Lu Yin was about to speak when one of the sequin strings in the progenitor's mouth suddenly broke. The broken string lashed out like a whip and left a bloody mark on the progenitor's back. Lu Yin was shocked. Progenitor. The progenitor's voice did not change. It's nothing, the Eternals just broke a sequin string. It's a small matter. Lu Yin looked at the bloody mark on the progenitor's back. A small matter. How could it be a small matter? That was the string of the sequence, an item that maintained the stability of parallel spacetime, forming the string of the sequence of the spacetime. Lu Yin could not imagine how strong the progenitor was, but the sequence string had managed to leave a bloody mark on his back. If it had hit Lu Yin, he would have been split in two. The sequence string stabilized parallel dimensions like a rubber band. It was fine if it was not broken, but once it broke, it would lash out in two directions. The progenitor bit down on one end, so the broken string would naturally lash out at the progenitor. Lu Yin finally understood why the progenitor's back was torn apart. There was not a single piece of unharmed flesh. It was the sequence string that had whipped him. The sequence string could break flesh and bring about pain. The pain was not what the progenitor had described. The Eternals had not only destroyed the sequence string to destroy the universe, but also to hurt the progenitor. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He could not allow the sequence string to break again. Every time it broke, it would hurt the progenitor. Zhu Zi, you're thinking too much. Just like Nyonya, it doesn't hurt at all. I'll let you feel it when I have the chance. It's just a little itchy. The progenitor rolled his eyes and smiled. He looked relaxed. Lu Yin's voice was heavy. Progenitor, I will do my best to stop the Eternals and eradicate them. Don't be too burdened. Learn from your master, Mu. He's very open-minded. I don't see him sad when all the creatures on his side die. Which side? Lu Yin heard this name again. It has nothing to do with us. By the way, you're in a hurry to break through, right? I'll take you to a place where you can find everything you want. Perhaps it can help you break through. Lu Yin hesitated. I'm in a hurry. The Eternals have activated the third God's commandment. I know, but there's no need to worry too much. The divine commandment lasts for a long time. Since they've activated the divine commandment, it means that the current human race is qualified enough for them to activate the divine commandment. This means that the human race is very strong and won't be defeated easily. There's no need to go back. Mr. Mu appeared. Lu Yin looked over. Master. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. You killed one of the 3 pillars and Lu Hao, and injured another. 2 of the 7 sky gods have died, and the eternal strength has been greatly reduced. The most important thing for you now is to break through. Otherwise, you'll only be able to surround and kill the 7 sky gods every time. Can you guarantee that you'll succeed every time? Or can you guarantee that you won't die every time? Lu Yin fell silent. Indeed, they had to constantly surround and kill the 7 sky gods. It was too tiring, and it was very dangerous. If they wanted to succeed, they had to be fully prepared and be able to figure out their opponent's trump cards. Otherwise, they would fail just like when they tried to kill the corpse god. Even if they succeeded every time, the humans would still consume a lot of their strength. Not to mention that only one of the 3 pillars and Lu Hao had died, and there were still so many top experts left. If they really relied on encirclement, who knew how many times they could succeed and how many people would die? It was too difficult. With your strength, once you break through to the progenitor realm, you might not need to encircle and kill them. You're too well-rounded, and you'll have an advantage against anyone, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. I understand, Master. Your disciple was too anxious. Shu Zi, there's no need to be anxious. The humans won't be defeated so easily. Calm down and cultivate properly. That place is definitely suitable for you, and it will have everything you want. Of course, there might be some dangers as well, but it's up to you. However, cultivators fight against the heavens, and dying in the process of cultivation isn't a big deal. Mr. Mu was astonished. Shu Zi. Lu Yin corrected him again. Progenitor, my name is Lu Yin. You can also call me Little Seven. Understood, Shu Zi. Don't worry, I'll miss you when you die. Lu Yin felt that this name might follow him for the rest of his life. When he thought of this, he felt a little depressed. Progenitor, where are you sending me? A good place. We'll call it the Mirage Domain. Thank you. Brother Jia. Thank you for all your support. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. He had just finished writing when he heard the sound of firecrackers. It was a different feeling. Mid-Autumn Festival, New Year's Day, and New Year's Eve. Sui Feng had never stopped writing, and he had spent them all writing. His brother's support was his greatest motivation. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3109. Mist floated between the mountain ranges and circled around the bamboo forest, giving off a quiet and elegant feeling. Not far away, a breeze blew past, and Lu Yin looked over to see a surging river. This was the Mirage Domain. He had never imagined that the Mirage Domain that Mr. Daheng had tried so hard to reach would actually be sent here by the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. Was this what the Mirage Domain looked like? Lu Yin stood in place without moving. Before coming here, the primogenitor had warned him that the Mirage Domain had everything he wanted, but there were also unexpected dangers, so he had to be careful of everything he saw. The primogenitor's warning told Lu Yin that this place was far from being as beautiful and elegant as it seemed. Even the fog in front of him might not be fog. He had seen too many things that were similar to fog, but they weren't fog. As for the river not far away, Lu Yin wanted to get closer to take a look, but he could only vaguely see through the mist. Since a river flowed, there had to be an upstream and a downstream. Water gave birth to life, and although he hadn't been in the Mirage Domain for long, he hadn't seen any signs of life yet. At that moment, the wind suddenly grew stronger. The wind blew away the fog behind Lu Yin, revealing a stone tablet. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that there were 9 words written on it: Primordial Realm, transcend suffering, obtain eternal life. Was this the stone tablet that the Bai family patriarch had seen? The first time he had learned about the Mirage Domain was through old deranged old man. His master, the Bai family patriarch, had accidentally seen the Mirage Domain and entered. After leaving, he had madly searched for legends related to the Mirage Domain, constantly muttering those 9 words. His death had also been caused by the Mirage Domain. Chunlu had been the one to kill him, but Mr. Daheng had been the one to give the order. Mr. Daheng had been searching for the stones that would lead to the Mirage Domain, and he had even competed with Lu Yin several times. Now that he thought about it, Luin suspected that the one searching for the mirage domain might not have been Mr. Daheng, but rather the star toad. The toad would not do anything without benefits, and it had nurtured Mr. Daheng and become his backer. It definitely had a request, otherwise, why would it care about a mere Mr. Daheng? If the mirage domain could attract the star toad's attention, then this place was rather unusual. But why had the primogenitor sent him here so easily? Did the mirage domain belong to him? Luin had not told the primogenitor or Mr. Mu anything about the mirage domain before coming here. It seemed like they wanted him to discover and explore it himself. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the mirage did not affect time. This was something that Mr. Mu had told him. In other words, time within the mirage was still. Unlike the parallel spacetime where the flow of time was different, there was no concept of time here at all. No matter how long one stayed here, it would not even be a second in the outside world. Of course, one would still pass through that period of time, and this would not change. Otherwise, if everyone was brought to the mirage domain, everyone would be immortal. As he approached the stone stele, he raised a hand and touched it. The stone tablet was simple and unadorned. It was unknown who had carved these 9 words on it. At this moment, another gust of wind blew past, dispersing the fog that was heading towards the river. Luin walked towards the river, and when he got a clear look at the river, he was completely stunned. This was not a river at all, but the long river of time. In the beginning, the river of time was just a concept that everyone referred to as the passage of time. There was no such thing as a river of time. It was only when Luin gradually came into contact with the power of time, especially when he underwent his half-ancestor origin tribulation, that he was able to see the truth. There was indeed a long river of time. Big Sis had lost her strength in the river of time. He had never thought that the river of time would actually be within the mirage domain. What exactly was the mirage domain? Could this be what the progenitor meant by saying that where there is a river, there is a shore? The progenitor had said this before, but Luin did not understand it. Now, however, he did. Since the river of time existed, then there must be a corresponding shore. It was just like how the power of destiny could transcend the river of time and see the future. It was normal for a river to have a bank and a bridge. But how could a normal person think of this? Luin looked at the flowing river of time. Was this the river that the progenitor wanted him to fish? The mirage domain is a good place. Everything you want is there, but there are also unknown dangers. There is a river there, and with a river, there is a shore. Pillar, go. It is a good place to fish. Your body is the rod, and your skill is the line. Enjoy the fun of fishing. Back then, Fertile Earth, Blackie, and Nyo-Nyo all went there. I hope that you will transform after you come out. Pillar, work hard. Luin repeated the progenitor's words in his mind, and he smiled bitterly. Fishing. Fishing for the river of time. Was this a matter of hard work? Fishing for the river of time was not fishing at all, but fishing for the past of the river of time. The body as the rod, and the skill as the line. So that was how it was. After a while, the fog was blown towards him by the wind. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring and dragged Zhu Yi out. Zhu Yi was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the above heaven era. He had seen the Grim Reaper and believed himself to be the Grim Reaper's disciple. When Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the others were unfrozen, Zhu Yi had also come out. He had worked together with Lu Yin and also fought against him. In the end, he had joined forces with the Celestial Beast Empire to scheme against Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had severely injured him and imprisoned him in Mount Supreme. Dozens of years had passed since Zhu Yi had been imprisoned, and Lu Yin had neither killed him nor let him off. After all, Zhu Yi had once been one of the Elysium sect masters, and even if he was useful, he was still a half-ancestor. Even if he was useless, he was still a half-ancestor, to the point where Lu Yin had almost forgotten about him. Now, it was time to use him. When Zhu Yi came out of Mount Supreme, he was confused at first, but when he saw Lu Yin, his expression changed. He did not say anything and just stared at Lu Yin. Dozens of years was just a snap of the fingers for someone with his cultivation. It did not feel long. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi calmly. Being imprisoned must not feel good, right? Zhu Yi's expression sank. What do you want? As he spoke, he looked around. Where was this place? He originally thought that he would be in the above heaven when he was released, surrounded by Lu Bujing and the others. Moreover, this kid could also borrow Ancestor Chen's strength. Otherwise, why would this kid think that he could suppress him? After dozens of years, his injuries had already recovered. Don't worry, this is not the fifth mainland. I am the only one facing you. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi with interest. You can try to escape. Zhu Yi squinted his eyes. At this moment, his gaze went past Lu Yin and saw the surging river behind Lu Yin. He frowned. It looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Rivers were actually similar, but the river of time was different. This was because the water in the river of time was grayish-white and gave off a completely different feeling. Suddenly, Zhu Yi recalled something. His face turned pale as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. That is the river of time. Where is this place? Lu Yin did not reply. Zhu Yi's entire body trembled. The river of time was behind this kid. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. Where had this kid come from? Why was he able to come into close contact with the river of time? That was the river of time, a taboo of the above heaven sect. Zhu Yi had only read about it in ancient texts. In the 3 realms and 6 Taos, someone had drawn out the river of time after crossing an ancestor's origin tribulation. In the above heaven sect, the appearance of the river of time was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Why was this kid beside the river of time? Zhu Yi looked around and felt uneasy. His scalp went numb. Where is this place? Lu Yin sighed. You can try to escape. Zhu Yi immediately refused and said decisively, I will not escape. Tao Master, although I have done something wrong, I am still one of the sect leaders. I can accept any punishment. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. This guy was quite shrewd. For the river of time to appear here, no matter how one looked at it, it was not normal. Being able to come into contact with the river of time, Lu Yin gave Zhu Yi an even more abnormal feeling. Zhu Yi was very sure that once he escaped, he would either be killed by this kid or die in this strange place. Could it be that this kid wanted him to scout ahead? Lu Yin praised, as expected of an expert who could cultivate to the heaven sect leader level. Your judgment of danger is very accurate. However, today, you have to escape whether you want to or not. I have indeed given you a chance. This is the only chance for you to survive as the heaven sect leader. If you can escape, I will not stop you. If you want to live, that is your fate. However, if you continue to oppose me after escaping, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Zhu Yi gritted his teeth. I will not escape. You can give me any punishment, you can even deprive me of my strength. However, it is impossible for me to escape. Are you that afraid of this place? Lu Yin asked. Zhu Yi's eyes flickered. He had cultivated from an ordinary person to a half-ancestor. The hardships he had experienced were unknown to others. His perception of danger was extremely strong. No matter how he thought about it, the river of time should not be a fixed river. However, it was fixed here. This was already a power that he could not understand. It was beyond his understanding. Right now, the best place for him to go was to return to Mount Supreme. Nothing good would happen if this kid released him. Seeing that Ju Yi was determined not to escape, Lu Yin had no other choice. Since that is the case, I can only force you to escape. Ju Yi, we have not seen each other for decades. Are you curious about my strength? Ju Yi's eyes twitched. Tao Master, I am willing to atone for my sins. After all, I am a half-ancestor at the same level as the Heaven sect leader. In the future, I might break through to the ancestor realm. I have seen the Grim Reaper before. I am his disciple. Escape. This is your only chance. Lu Yin did not want to listen to Ju Yi's nonsense. Ju Yi did not know his current level. Grim Reaper. The three realms 6 Daos were peak experts. The Grim Reaper had been unimaginable to Lu Yin, but now, he could see it. The 3 powers and 6 Daos were comparable to the 3 realms 6 Daos. Although Lu Yin did not feel that he could compare, the difference was not too great. As for the 3 powers and 6 Daos, he had killed 4 and killed 3. He dared to point at the Grand Empyrean and curse at the sole true God. He had also survived a primogenitor's attack. His current level was far beyond what Ju Yi could comprehend. Ju Yi's knowledge was just child's play to him. Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on Ju Yi's shoulder. Give up on resisting and I will throw you out. If you don't give up, then escape. You have no other choice. Ju Yi was unwilling. Tao Master, can you really not give me a chance? This is the chance I am giving you. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. Ju Yi had ambushed Lu Yin in the astral beast domain and tried to kill him. Lu Yin should have been killed, but now, he could only grasp the opportunity himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:10. Lu Yin didn't know how dangerous this mirage was. Perhaps he would be able to escape, or perhaps he would die here. Either way, it was his fate. Humans had to be responsible for their own mistakes. He didn't immediately kill Ju Yi. Ju Yi was very decisive. When he saw the river of time, he knew that things weren't looking good and had immediately begged for mercy. Now that he saw that Lu Yin definitely wouldn't let him off, he immediately attacked. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, Ju Yi had to go all out. However, it had been a few decades since they last met, and Ju Yi was already at his peak state. Lu Yin might not be able to do anything to him. Ju Yi immediately released his inner world's death realm, and a deathly aura surged out and enveloped Lu Yin. The gate of death opened, and a phantom image of the Grim Reaper appeared behind Ju Yi. He was visualizing the Grim Reaper. Lu Yin could tell that this wasn't the Grim Reaper, but rather an imitation of the Grim Reaper. He hadn't been able to tell in the past, but now, Absolute One's method seemed like a joke to him. He allowed the gate of death to open wide and swallow him whole. The surging aura of death surged towards him, and then all of it flowed towards the starry sky in his heart. The pressure from the death realm was meaningless to Lu Yin. He stood in his original spot without moving, as if the death god had really descended. Back then, you and I had a battle. In the past, I could withstand the death realm. Why do you think that I can't withstand it now? Ju Yi was dumbstruck. Impossible, how could this be? He knew that Lu Yin could withstand the death rain and even absorb death chi, but that was only under the death transformation. He had been waiting for Lu Yin to use the death transformation. After being imprisoned in Mount Supreme for dozens of years, he had constantly thought back to his battle with Lu Yin and found a flaw. After Lu Yin used the death god transformation, he reversed the death aura and caused the gate of death to no longer release death aura. Instead, it devoured death aura and suppressed the power of the death god transformation. He had been waiting for this exact moment, but now, Lu Yin hadn't even undergone the death transformation, and all the death energy within the death world had been absorbed by him. How had he done it? At this moment, Zhu Yi found it difficult to comprehend Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin could also tell that Zhu Yi had never given up on attacking him. This person wanted to wield the power of death and become the true successor of the death god. Unfortunately, the difference between the two of them was too great. His unparalleled talent could allow him to cultivate to become the leader of the Elysium. If he went one step further, he might even be able to break through the ancestral plane. As for himself, even Mr. Mu did not know what heights he would reach in the future. A few decades to Zhu Yi was a very short period of time, and there wasn't much change. However, to him, it was already a height that Zhu Yi couldn't imagine. Go Lian appeared in Zhu Yi's hand, slashed the heavens. Go Lian viciously slashed at Lu Yin's shoulder, intending to cut him in half. However, Go Lian's blade didn't even touch Lu Yin's body. There was only a centimeter between them, and this 1 centimeter stopped Go Lian's advance. Zhu Yi's countenance paled. He could tell that this young man wasn't someone he could fight against. Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it in front of Zhu Yi. Go! Bang! He exerted force in his palm, scattering the deathly aura around Zhu Yi's body and shattering the Go Lian, pushing his entire body into the distant fog. Zhu Yi fell to the ground, causing the fog to disperse. He spat out a mouthful of blood and propped himself up with his arm. He looked at Lu Yin. You. Lu Yin had originally wanted to explore the mountain forest, but now, he completely abandoned that thought. How could he go? What if he was entangled by the fog? He considered whether or not he should leave, but in the end, he didn't. No matter what, his cultivation needed to increase, or he wouldn't be able to deal with the third battle of the divine commandment. Ruin's death might cause the Eternals to erupt, and they had to be vigilant. The Eternals already knew that Lu Yin had allied with many civilizations, and with their intelligence, they would definitely have a way to deal with him. The best way to deal with this was to increase his own strength. Lu Yin took a deep breath and sat by the side of the river of time as he pondered, completely calming his heart. After an unknown amount of time, he looked at the river of time. Since this was a fishing ground, then he might as well start fishing. He didn't know what he would catch. His body was the rod, and his techniques were the line. Then, Lu Yin's astral source flowed out from his body through his arm, forming a fishing rod that lay across the river of time. His astral source connected to his body, and his body was the rod, followed by his techniques. His limitless inner world was released, and he followed the astral source fishing rod to the top of the river of time. The Mirage domain had everything that he wanted. Let's see what he could obtain. When the river of time descended from his limitless inner world, an invisible force tugged at the fishing rod. It was a strange feeling, as if there was some sort of force present, but also as if there wasn't. Instead, it was time itself that was pushing. Suddenly, droplets of water splashed out from the river, flowing out from his limitless inner world and spreading out. A starry sky appeared above the river of time, and within it, 2 giant figures were fighting. I'll give you one more chance. With your talent in cultivating the giant's clones, I'll let you become a giant, and your strength will definitely increase. You're just one of his 9 clones. Are you really willing to be devoured by his main body one day? One of the giant figures roared and punched out, smashing into the other giant with a deafening boom. A giant is enough. I'm just a strand of consciousness from when I was young. Corpse God, you're a powerhouse of the sequence laws, yet you still can't take me down after so long. Aren't you a failure? Ha! I'm giving you a chance. If you don't want it, then die. Boom! Boom! The stars were being toyed with in the palm of his hand as the giants fought above the heavens. The two giants were one of progenitor Chen's 9 clones and the other was the corpse god. Lu Yin had not expected to actually fish out this information. He was well aware of the strength of progenitor Chen's clones. They had even fought against the envoy's origin tribulations, and only one of them had not appeared. However, Lu Yin did not know what had happened to these clones, and he had not asked about them back in the burial garden. Many people said that progenitor Chen had died, but it was likely that only one of his clones had died. In that case, had all of his clones died, or had only a few died? At this point, Lu Yin knew that progenitor Chen's heaven and earth furnace clone was definitely dead. Otherwise, Yi Rou would not have been able to form a symbiotic corpse. The one in front of him was a giant clone. An endless inner world represented strength, and the clash between the two giants also represented strength. This was strength fishing out strength, and Lu Yin was witnessing a battle that had never been recorded in the annals of history. Progenitor Chen's giant clone was extremely powerful, and although it had not reached the realm of Palm's battle force, it had still cultivated the realm of warring states to the point of perfection. The corpse god was strong because he was a powerhouse of the sequence laws. With the sequence particles in his body, he was undying and indestructible. When the two clashed, progenitor Chen's giant clone was no match for the corpse god. However, he was not completely powerless to retaliate. The corpse god was also beaten until he coughed up blood, and his sequence particles were scattered. Progenitor Chen's giant clone walked the path of pure physical strength, and he had cultivated his physical strength to an unimaginable level. With a flick of his finger, he could shatter the heavens. It's a pity that you haven't cultivated for long enough to reach the sequence laws. Otherwise, I might not have been able to defeat you so easily. Even so, you still stole the fortunes of the heavens. It's a pity that I killed you. I'll ask you one more time, do you really want to die? Lu Yin had killed the corpse god before and knew how powerful he was. At this moment, the corpse god was definitely at his peak. But even so, he was forced to retreat every time he was struck by progenitor Chen's giant clone. Nonsense. I'm good at fighting. Who knows, I might just break through as we fight. Perhaps these words provoked the corpse god, or perhaps the corpse god already had some misgivings, but he showed no mercy and attacked with all his strength. Absolute strength was unstoppable, and in the end, progenitor Chen's giant clone was still beaten to death by the corpse god. Even at the moment of his death, progenitor Chen's giant clone was still standing, but his heart was no longer beating, and his consciousness had completely disappeared. This battle lasted for a long time, and Lu Yin just sat on the banks of the river of time and watched the scene unfold. This continued until progenitor Chen's giant clone's corpse was taken away by the corpse god. A drop of water fell into the river of time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3111. That scene had happened in the past, and Lu Yin had just happened to catch it. His heart sank, as even the giant's clone had died. Had progenitor Chen's clone died as well? Then, was that progenitor Chen's main body in the cemetery? The final scene made Lu Yin curious. The corpse god had taken away progenitor Chen's clone's corpse, but what did he want it for? The Yi Rou had the ability to create symbiotic corpses, but could the Eternals also use progenitor Chen's clone's corpse? That was not a good thing. Although progenitor Chen's clone had lost to the corpse god, it was still the corpse god, and its laws were indestructible. Even so, it had been beaten to the point of coughing up blood. If the Eternals had faced progenitor Chen's clone, they would not have had an easy time. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it, continuing to fish. His limitless inner world followed the fishing rod into the river of time, and the rod suddenly shook as a drop of water splashed out. The same scene appeared again, and Lu Yin saw another spacetime, a scene that came from the flow of time. It was a huge creature that seemed to be in a deep slumber, snoring loudly. Every snoring shook the stars. This creature was shaped like a whale, and its size could not be seen through the scene. The creature suddenly flipped over, causing the void to collapse from the pressure. The collapse of the void extended into the distance, revealing a deep, black world of nothingness. Lu Yin's expression changed. Just a slight movement had caused a world of nothingness to appear. Just how big was this creature? He had actually caught such a scene with his own strength. Fishing in the river of time allowed one to catch people, events, objects, and everything that had happened in the past. As long as it appeared in the river of time, it could be caught. Fishing with strength allowed one to catch the passage of time that was close to strength. The battle between the corpse god and progenitor Chen was a battle of strength. And this creature was a representation of strength. Lu Yin had never seen anything that could cause a world of nothingness to appear just by flipping over, and he did not know where this creature was. The water droplet fell into the river of time, and Lu Yin continued fishing. He believed that he would be able to catch the passage of time that would be helpful to his cultivation of his limitless inner world. At the same time, he did not forget to keep an eye on the mist. He could not be touched by it, as he did not want to die yet. Time did not flow within the mirage, and the river of time flowed outside of the mirage. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he slowly used his strength to fish until there was a possibility that his inner world could transform. Then, he used flowing light, the mortal world, and the wordless heavenly book to fish. By the way, would the wordless heavenly book fishing fall into the river of time? Droplets of water flowed out from the river of time, allowing Lu Yin to see many things that had happened in the past that were related to strength. It was as if he was looking at different paths of life, and he found joy in doing so. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he couldn't remember how many times he had fished. When the water droplets splashed out again, this time, he actually saw an ancient god. The river of time recorded the universe from the beginning to the future. The beginning and end could not be seen. It was not easy to see familiar people or things in the vast river of time. Fortunately, the people he wanted to see were not ordinary people. The first time he had fished, he had seen the corpse god and progenitor Chen's avatar. Now, he had seen the ancient god. The ancient god's body was covered in palm realm battle force as he fought against a person. Lu Yin did not recognize this person, and he did not know if this person was from the Genesis space, but this person was not weak. To be able to fight against the ancient god, he was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even the weakest among them would not be able to fight against the ancient god, and they would be instantly obliterated. The battle was intense, and Lu Yin saw the ancient god use the hell-suppressing arena, palm realm battle force, and even the palm realm of the void, using space to chase after time. Only then did he defeat that person. He was about to kill that person, but that person had already lost consciousness and fainted. Finally, the ancient god stopped and threw that person into a parallel space. Lu Yin watched this scene. Why did the ancient god not kill that person? It was obvious that that person had not held back against the ancient god, and every move was a killing move. The ancient god threw that person into a parallel space and suddenly raised his head to shout, "The feeling of time. Who is it? Come out." As he spoke, he punched out at the astral dome. This punch carried a terrifying power, and it was accompanied by the full eruption of mastery realm battle force. There was also a valiant pressure that Lu Yin had never felt before, causing the astral dome to shatter in all directions. A single punch shattered the starry sky. Lu Yin's infinite inner world was instantly shattered, and his fishing rod broke. He took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. The ancient god had punched him through the river of time, a punch that he had not felt even during the battle of the first domain of calamity. The ancient god still had some hidden strength. This was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the leader of the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin looked at the flowing river of time and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he panted heavily. Fortunately, it was the river of time and not this punch. Otherwise, he would have been finished and would not even have been able to escape. That punch had shattered spacetime, and from Lu Yin's perspective, its power was not inferior to that of a 9-star civilization's 9 stars reboot. Who was that person? The ancient god had spent so much effort to defeat him and then let him go. That punch was not only because he had been spied on, but also because the ancient god had guessed that someone had seen him let that person go. Lu Yin stared blankly at the river of time. For some reason, he had an absurd guess. Could the ancient god have been planted by the humans among the Eternals? They had always guessed that there might be human spies among the 7 sky gods. Now that the witch spirit god and the undying god were dead, only the ancient god, the corpse god, the forgetful ruins god, the white god, and the black god were left. The corpse god should not have been the culprit, as he had almost been killed. Furthermore, he was a giant and had nothing to do with the Genesis space. Giants did not care about the lives of humans. The white god was the most mysterious, and even now, no one knew who he was. However, countless human spies and redbacks all came from him. If he was a human spy, then it would be too laughable. There was no need to do such a thing. The ancient god had never been suspected by Lu Yin and the others because he was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. If one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms betrayed the Genesis space, then he would definitely be watched by the sole true god. If he was a human spy, then the sole true god would be too laughable. Lu Yin had suspected the forgetful ruins god, but he had pulled Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Fan into the Eternals, which had basically caused the entire Wang family to bear infamy. Wang Xiaoyu was also the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland, so it should not have caused a war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. The most suspicious person was the Black God, as he had given Lu Yin 100,000 years to consider. But now, Lu Yin was at a loss. The ancient god's actions were a little strange. It would be great if he could find that person and learn his identity. Lu Yin did not feel good after being punched by the ancient god through the river of time, and he even spat out blood. He needed to rest for a while. Around him, wind picked up and fog drifted over, scaring Lu Yin so much that he quickly changed his position. Although he had not calculated the time since he had entered the Mirage domain, it should have been several years since he had entered it. As his cultivation increased, time would become less important to him. When he had entered the Daosor sect's main hall and traveled through spacetime with the help of the progenitor's sword, it had been 20 years since he had returned. A mere 20 years was meaningless to him now. After a long time, Lu Yin's injuries recovered, and he continued fishing. He had discovered the joy of fishing the river of time. Since ancient times, how many people had actually fished in the river of time? Lu Yin had been envious of the Sword sect master Lu Qinjue's ability to fish in outer space, which was why he had occasionally fished in the Above the Sky sect. Now, if Lu Qinjue knew that he had fished in the river of time, who knew what kind of expression he would have? In any case, Zhu Yi would be so frightened by the river of time that he would not even dare to flee. He placed his fishing rod across the river of time, and an endless inner world fell down as he continued fishing. Perhaps a few years or even a dozen years had passed, but Lu Yin had seen many scenes of the past, and he had also seen some familiar faces. He had no choice, as he knew quite a few people who could be drawn out by his power. He had even fished up his own half-progenitor Origin Tribulation. He had given up the moment he had fished up this past, as this past had included a Grand Empyrean and a true god. These people might even come out of the river of time and attack him, which would not be as powerful as the ancient gods. On this day, Lu Yin had fished up a shocking scene. An enormous continent was constantly cracking apart as a giant elephant let out a low roar and crashed into the continent, knocking a huge figure into the shattered continent. There was also a tree on the continent, the Mavis divine tree. That was the scene of the second continent shattering. And that giant elephant was naturally the immovable celestial king elephant. This past had lasted for a very short period of time, and Lu Yin had also seen ancestor Lu Yuan. The one that had been knocked into the second continent by the immovable celestial king elephant was most likely the corpse god. This was a terrifying past that could not be withstood. Even though it was separated by the river of time, Lu Yin did not dare to take a closer look. It was as if he had seen his own half-progenitor origin tribulation. He let out a breath. One day, he would also become a powerful existence that even the river of time would not dare to spy on. Right, he was lost in thought as he looked at the river of time. Since he could see the past through the river of time, then could there be someone else who could also see his current self through the river of time? Lu Yin suddenly looked up. He was surrounded by fog, so he did not know. But if someone could spy on him through the river of time, then that feeling was very unpleasant. He continued to fish. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin saw spacetime shatter. That spacetime had originally been very calm, and there were many stars rotating. But for some reason, the stars had suddenly collided with each other and shattered, as if they had been disturbed by an unfathomable power. The stars and the entire spacetime had collided with each other, and each collision had created a huge force that led the other stars to continue colliding with each other. These collisions had spread throughout the entire spacetime, causing it to be destroyed. Lu Yin sat on the shore of the river of time and stared blankly at this scene. His brain was throbbing non-stop, and his eyes were lifeless. This scene gave him a sudden burst of inspiration. The collision, the force, the pushing force, and so on. Every star that collided with each other and the force that was driven by each collision left Lu Yin perplexed. His gaze grew more and more perplexed. He should have seen something, and he should have been able to comprehend something, but he was so close, so close. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:12. The water droplets fell into the river of time. This was just a past where spacetime had been shattered. There were no people, things, or even intelligent creatures, but this scene left Lu Yin in a daze for a long time. He just sat there without fishing and sank into deep thought. Even when the wind blew the fog near him, he did not sense it. At the most dangerous moment, the fog touched his hair and caused a chunk of it to disappear, but he did not move. His eyes were still sluggish, and his mind kept replaying the scenes of spacetime shattering and planets colliding. These scenes were brought into his infinite inner world, and he began to deduce them countless times. Finally, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his confusion completely disappeared. He suddenly stood up, and the fog floated in front of him. Lu Yin was startled and hurriedly dodged. When did this happen? How long had he been sitting there? He had almost been covered by the fog and had almost died. He was still afraid. He changed his position and distanced himself from the fog, and an infinite inner world appeared around him. The power lines constantly flickered like meteors streaking across the sky. It was a beautiful sight. Every time a power line fused into his inner world, his power would increase. The power lines in his infinite inner world seemed endless, just like the starry sky. No one could count how many stars there were. Powerhouses could destroy spacetime and destroy stars, but no one would count them because there were too many of them. The destruction of the starry sky was caused by the collision of stars. In that case, could Lu Yin's infinite inner world also produce new power through these collisions? The starry sky was boundless and contained all the stars. To the power lines, the infinite inner world was like a boundless starry sky. This was using the infinite to encompass the limited. If the starry sky was fixed, then there would be a limit to the number of stars, but the collision of stars would be enough to destroy the starry sky. This was turning the limited into the infinite. Using the infinite to encompass the limited and turning the limited into the infinite. This was the profundity of the infinite inner world. In the past, Lu Yin had not understood this. He had only wanted to rely on visualizing the fifth mainland to continuously increase its power and expand his infinite inner world to achieve his goal of metamorphosis. But now, he saw spacetime being destroyed by the stars themselves. The power generated from the collision of stars was simply limitless. So what if it was born from spacetime? Spacetime was limitless, and so was its power. With this limitless power, it could destroy the infinite starry sky. As he thought about it, the meteor-like energy lines in his boundless inner world began to change and collide with each other. In the beginning, it was very difficult for Lu Yin to control the collisions, and he could only allow them to collide with each other. This resulted in his infinite inner world becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Yes, a new power had appeared in his inner world, but if he couldn't control this new power, it would only backfire on him. Fortunately, the new power produced would also become lines of power because it was in the inner world. In other words, once the collision began, the power lines would increase without limit. Forefather Tianyi had told him that Lu Yin wanted to expand his inner world by visualizing the fifth mainland. This was one way. At this moment, he was using the collision of power lines to generate power. His power would transform into power lines and increase infinitely. This was also a path. In fact, these two paths did not conflict. One was to expand the range, while the other was to increase the power. What he needed to do now was to visualize the fifth mainland and expand the scope of his limitless inner world. At the same time, he could also control the power generated from the collision of the internal energy lines. Once he could do that, it would be impossible to predict just how much power his limitless inner world would bring him. And this process was bound to be very long. Fortunately, this was the Mirage domain, and there was no time here. This was the most suitable place for him. A period of time passed as Lu Yin observed his limitless inner world. He began experimenting with the collision of two power lines. Once they collided, there would be a chain reaction that required time. What he needed to do was to control the power lines that appeared during the chain reaction and then control his entire limitless inner world. During this time, he tried to control the collision of two power lines and then slowly increase the number of power lines. 4, 8, 10. More and more. He did not know how much time had passed, as he did not keep track of it. This was true seclusion for cultivators. Time was a luxury, which was why powerhouses always preferred parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. The progenitor had actually sent people to the Mirage domain. Had those people from Primeval City also been here? If more and more people entered, wouldn't their strength increase rapidly? That shouldn't be possible, as there had to be some kind of restriction. Lu Yin did not think about the others, as he only wanted to perfect his limitless inner world. There was no need to expand the range for now, as it was already difficult to control, so there was no point in expanding it. Another period of time passed, and Lu Yin changed his position dozens of times. This fog was too annoying, and he tried to use something to block it, but what could block time? In the end, he gave up. Finally, one day, the power lines around Lu Yin's limitless inner world collided continuously, creating new lines that also collided continuously. There was no limit to the number of lines. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as the lines continuously merged into his body and collided with each other. His power continued to increase, and new lines appeared endlessly. Lu Yin was currently enduring an unlimited amount of power, but his body had a limit. Not long after, his body could no longer bear it, and he had no choice but to use the extreme matter reverses technique. This was one of his experiments. His body definitely had a limit to what it could take, and that was to use things in the opposite direction. Using things in the opposite direction to withstand extreme pressure, not only could he withstand more force, but he could also rely on things in the opposite direction to absorb the pressure's damage and then use it to form a second attack. His limitless inner world suddenly disappeared, and Lu Yin punched the sky. He squatted on the ground and panted heavily. He raised his hand, excited that he had succeeded. What seemed like a single punch had actually contained two destructive forces. One came from the superposition of his own power, and the other came from the extreme matter reverses technique that absorbed the pressure. It had to be known that the extreme matter reverses technique had an extremely high upper limit. If even the extreme matter reverses technique could not withstand it, then one could only imagine how much pressure the superposition of his limitless power had placed on Lu Yin. To put it bluntly, the destructive power of the extreme matter reverses technique had already reached Lu Yin's own limit. This was a limit that not even ordinary powerhouses of sequence laws could reach. In addition, he had released his own power with this punch. There was no need for visualization anymore. His power had already transformed, and he could clearly see his limitless inner world. In the future, his limitless inner world would definitely become the strongest force in the universe. Lu Yin was confident that his punch could destroy most powerhouses of sequence laws, and even the corpse god would not be able to withstand it. In the future, his punch would become a nightmare for countless enemies. No, it was already a nightmare. The power of this punch had far surpassed what it had been in the past. If he added the 100 shackles technique, Lu Yin would not even dare to imagine its power. However, the 100 shackles technique might be an exaggeration, but he could not use it continuously. He had to continue experimenting. The transformation of his limitless inner world pleased Lu Yin, and he was confident that he could break through to Ancestor Realm with it. Next up were his 3 other inner worlds. Each of his inner worlds was stranger than the last, and his limitless inner world was still the most ordinary. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided to use fishing with flowing light. In the mortal realm, he did not know what the textless heavenly tome was used for. The textless heavenly tome was slightly better, as it could be used to write names and prevent the person who wrote it from being accepted by the fifth mainland. However, he did not know what else to do with it. The forefather had specifically reminded him not to reveal the textless heavenly tome. Now, it seemed that transforming into flowing light was the most practical choice. Furthermore, this was the river of time, which was the most suitable place for flowing light. Lu Yin had long since thought of a direction for flowing light's transformation, which was to go to the outer realm and search for a parallel universe with a different flow of time. However, that was just a guess, and there was simply too much time to search for. How could there be so many parallel universes with different flow of time for flowing light to increase its time? He did not have the time to search for them. Hopefully, the river of time would be able to transform flowing light. Using his body as a rod, flowing light shuttled around Lu Yin's body and followed the fishing rod towards the river of time, slowly probing into it under Lu Yin's apprehensive gaze. Flowing light was space chasing after time, while the river of time was time itself. Lu Yin felt that it was very risky to let flowing light enter the river of time, but he had no other choice. If he did not do this, he did not know how long it would take for flowing light to transform. Cultivation was always a risk. When flowing light touched the river of time, Lu Yin was almost taken away. He felt like he was falling into a waterfall, and the river of time almost dragged him in. He hurriedly pulled flowing light out, his back drenched in cold sweat. He looked up. A water droplet. Flowing light wrapped around a droplet of water. That was the passage of time, and Lu Yin had seen too much of it. This droplet also allowed Lu Yin to see the passage of time as well as the endless passage of space. However, he did not see any living creatures or anything else, only the endless passage of space. What did this mean? Was this a scene of time? The scene quickly disappeared. Luin had assumed that the droplet would fall into the river of time, just like when he used his limitless inner world to fish. However, this time, the droplet did not fall. Instead, it was swallowed up by flowing light. Luin was shocked as he stared at flowing light, but no droplet fell. That droplet, or rather, that drop of time, was gone. How could it be gone? Luin hurriedly retracted flowing light and continued traveling. Flowing light had originally seen 600 seconds, but this time, Luin counted and saw that 5 seconds had passed. These 5 seconds were the passage of time that flowing light had just seen, as well as the endless passage of space. After the droplet was swallowed up by flowing light could see that 5 seconds had passed. There was such a thing. Luin was ecstatic. He had spent a lot of effort to find parallel spacetimes with different flows of time, and only after obtaining their acknowledgement could he see that time had increased. But in this mirage domain, sitting next to the river of time and fishing could increase the time he could see that time. This was too exciting. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He wanted to see if this was really the case. However, there was one thing he had to take note of: he had almost been dragged down by the river of time. His limitless inner world did not have such a problem. Flowing light's ability was similar to that of time, which was why there had been such an outcome. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:13. Luin gripped the fishing rod tightly and unconsciously increased his strength. He stabilized himself and slowly sent flowing light into the river of time. In that instant, he was almost dragged away again. This wasn't a problem of strength, as if the river of time wasn't dragging him away but flowing light. However, flowing light belonged to Luin, which was why Luin was implicated. Flowing light was space chasing after time, and space was the carrier of time. The flow of time drove space along. Flowing light had the ability to chase after time, but it belonged to space itself, so it was normal for it to be dragged away by the river of time. Luin hurriedly pulled flowing light back, but this time, he didn't catch any water droplets. He frowned and tried again. He wanted to see if he could really increase flowing light's viewing time by fishing. This was an opportunity for flowing light to transform. Flowing light fell into the river of time again, and he tried again and again, but he was almost dragged away again and again. Luin could tell that as long as he pulled flowing light back quickly enough, he wouldn't be dragged away. The river of time's power to drag flowing light was stable. He gradually grasped this stability. This time, Lu Guang fished out another water droplet, and Luin saw another image. This time, he saw a stranger that he didn't recognize. This person's face was ferocious, and he seemed to be struggling or fighting at the same time. The image disappeared in an instant, and that person's head flew off. He was dead. The water droplet still didn't fall into the river of time and was swallowed by flowing light. Luin tried again, and sure enough, 3 seconds were added. These 3 seconds were exactly the time the scene lasted. Although he only managed to catch it once after many attempts, it was still much easier than trying to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Finding it was one thing, but to be recognized by that parallel spacetime took too much time. Luin was excited and continued. He continued fishing, and he caught a few more scenes. However, he didn't care much about them, as they were merely images of the passage of time. Some images showed people, some images showed strange creatures, and some images showed nothing at all. It was complete darkness. Until this time, Luin stared blankly at the scene. It was the undying god. However, it wasn't a living undying god, but a heavily injured one. Could this be skipping time? Lu Yin stared at the scene, and it instantly disappeared. The undying god had skipped time for only a moment. Lu Yin hadn't expected that his fishing in the river of time would actually catch the undying god's skip time. What was it that he had been fishing for? Was it really the passing of time? No, he thought of another possibility. Could it be that what he fished up was all erased time? The river of time flowed endlessly. If he wanted to use the flowing light to fish out the past, wouldn't he be erasing everything that had happened in the past? Lu Yin had always been suspicious of this, but he hadn't thought too much about it. Now that he thought about it, this was indeed the case. The flowing light devoured the past of time, which meant that the past of time was gone, which meant that the past had been changed. Clearly, Lu Yin did not have this ability, and neither did Lu Guang. What it devoured wasn't the real past, but the time that couldn't be erased by the river of time. For example, the time skipped by the undead. The undead god had skipped that period of time and denied that period of time, so that period of time could not be tolerated in the long river of time, but there really was that period of time. Then, could it be understood that it was a drop of water that was not swept away by the long river? Only that drop of water could be caught. Therefore, flowing light continued to fish. Although it had clearly fallen into the long river of time, it could never catch anything. Even if it caught something, it could devour it. What flowing light devoured was not the past of time, but the time that had been abandoned and erased. Lu Yin exhaled. If this was really the case, then he recalled Mr. Mu's tracing of the past. The reason why the undead god had been killed was because he had skipped time and had been found by Senior Mu carving. Then, what did tracing of the past mean? Finding back the time that couldn't be tolerated in the long river of time. Lu Yin recalled what ancestor Lu Yuan had said. In the era of the sect above heaven, the ancestors were not allowed to reverse time and change the past. However, Mr. Mu had tracing of the past and could find back the erased time. No matter how he looked at it, these two people were maintaining the stability of the long river of time. No matter how he thought about it, his current guess seemed to be reasonable. If that was the case, then how much erased time was left in the long river of time? Wouldn't it be more suitable for him to fish with flowing light rather than tracing of the past? Faster. He had to tell Mr. Mu when he met him. The erased time was like impurities in the long river of time, and he seemed to be the creator of these impurities. He finally understood that those scenes of shuttling through the starry sky might be someone who had reached the speed of parallel time. There might even be scenes of him using reverse time. As he thought about it, flowing light continued to fish in the long river of time. The more he fished, the more Lu Yin confirmed his thoughts. He saw more scenes of him shuttling through space, but this time, he wasn't shuttling through space, but rather on a battlefield. Every time he encountered such a scene, he would take a closer look to see if it had anything to do with him. During this period, he had spent the most time in parallel time. Sure enough, he saw it. He saw the scene of the first battle in the realm of calamity, the scene of him riding a 7-star mantis, the pure energy body, and himself. The scene of him being seen was definitely the scene of an ancient god using void realm. Time had not disappeared. Even if it was parallel time or reverse time, it still took time to achieve this. However, this time was not part of the long river of time. If the long river of time was the main body and the universe's development trend, then this time was like a branch. No matter what one did, time existed and flowed. It just didn't flow into the main body of the long river of time that everyone existed in. Some things could be erased or reversed, but time could never be truly erased. Lu Yin finally understood. He also understood many things. Why Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others had not told him, saying that it was useless. Only when he understood it himself could he truly understand it. The ancestors definitely knew this, but even if they told him, would he truly understand it? Not necessarily. At this moment, he truly did understand. Then, what about this fog? Lu Yin looked behind him. This fog was a form of time, so did it also mean that it could not be contained in the long river of time? Could it also be devoured by the flowing light? Lu Yin wanted to give it a try, but after thinking about it for a while, he decided against it. He was wrong. His flowing light devoured things that had already happened in the past, and the river of time was actually history itself. The fog, on the other hand, had never happened before. Unless his flowing light coincidentally touched the fog and corroded someone, then the fog that had corroded that person might be able to be devoured. However, most of the fog here should not have corroded anyone, which meant that nothing had happened. It was just pure time, and such time could return to the long river of time, just like a real river. The fog was like a river. This meant that the fog could naturally return to the river. This fog should not be devoured by the flowing light. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and continued fishing. There was no need to think about the fog, as his guess should be correct. Every time he fished, he continuously increased the time he could look back. When he had first entered the mirage domain, he had been able to look back for 600 seconds. Now, he could look back for 700 seconds. Lu Yin did not know how long he had spent, but in any case, it was very long. It would take at least a few decades to reach this point. However, this amount of time was much better than searching for a parallel universe with a different flow of time. He did not even need to move, he just needed to sit there. No, that was not right. He still needed to move, as he needed to avoid the fog. Since he was fishing in a time that could not be contained in the long river of time, it was always good to change his position. This time was like a fish in the long river of time, and Lu Yin truly experienced the joy of fishing. The flowing light had its own direction of transformation, and Lu Yin had long since guessed it. However, there was still quite some time before it could transform. Lu Yin guessed that he would need to look back for at least 1,000 seconds before he could try it out. On this day, Lu Yin saw himself appear in a scene of the past. How could it be him? Lu Yin stared at it closely. At that moment, did he seem to be an enlighter? The scene disappeared very quickly. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as someone was staring at him. Could it be Mr. Mu? Every time Mr. Mu appeared, time would stop. No, that was not a scene of Mr. Mu. Furthermore, every time Mr. Mu appeared, the scene would last for a very long time, as if he was conversing with Lu Yin. Then who was it? Was someone staring at him while stopping time? After a while, Lu Yin saw himself again. This time, he was an emissary who had just survived his origin tribulation. Who was it? It was definitely not Mr. Mu. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as he continued to fish. A chill ran down his spine. Had someone been watching him all this time? The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. There had been a pair of eyes watching him all this time, but he had not noticed. The first person he thought of was Bai Wuxian. Of the 7 sky gods, Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious. She had appeared a few times, but she had either threatened Lu Yin or retreated without exchanging any blows. Even Lu Tianyi and the others did not know how strong Bai Wuxian was. However, if it was Bai Wuxian, then since she could watch him, she could naturally kill him. In those scenes, Lu Yin was only an enlighter and an emissary. There was even one scene in which he was an explorer, which meant that he had been watched ever since he had become an explorer. If it was Bai Wuxian, then she should have killed him. No matter how he looked at it, she did not seem like a human spy. If it wasn't Bai Wuxian, then who would be watching him like this? Was he being watched right now? Lu Yin suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light shot back to check the time. No, but it was also possible that he had not noticed. The person who was watching him was definitely a powerhouse that Lu Yin could not touch. Lu Yin hoped that this person was protecting him and was not an enemy. This possibility was very high, but if it was an enemy, then it would mean that this person's goal was so great that even Lu Yin could not guess it. An everlasting. A powerhouse from outside the domain. Or was it a powerhouse that had existed for countless years? Lu Yin could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried, and he only came back to his senses after some time. No matter what, it was impossible for anyone to be watching him in this mirage. He had just met the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. If the person who was watching him could hide from the primogenitor and the others, then Lu Yin would accept it. This might not be a bad thing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:14. Lu Yin took a deep breath and continued fishing. His lightstream retrospect was still far from the time he wanted to try it out. Lu Yin continued to fish and watch the images. After a long time, the streamer's replay had reached nearly 900 seconds, and he saw 2 more images of someone staring at him. Each time, it made his hair stand on end. No matter what he did, he was being watched. In the blink of an eye, his lightstream retrospect had increased by another dozen seconds, and he saw another image that left him stunned. How could this be? He stared at the image carefully, as if he was seeing an illusion. The image lasted for a long time, but the time that it represented couldn't be swallowed up by lightstream retrospect. It was something that he had inadvertently fished up, not something that could be assimilated into the river of time. Lu Yin sat in silence for half a day before continuing to fish. One day, the fog suddenly dissipated as a gust of wind blew away the fog that led to the forest. Lu Yin looked at the forest. What kind of forest could withstand the erosion of time? Even a half-ancestor had been erased by time, but the forest was still verdant and full of vitality. Suddenly, Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he saw a wooden house faintly appear in the forest. There was actually a wooden house in the mirage. He recalled the progenitor's words. Some people had come here before, such as Fate and Wu Tian. Could that wooden house be related to them? The Bai family's ancestor had also unintentionally come here, which meant that many people had come to the mirage in history. Who was the owner of that wooden house? Someone who could build a wooden house in the forest was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Yin wanted to take a look, but his rationality told him not to act rashly. The fog was too terrifying. He had observed it before, and with its speed, as long as there weren't any strong winds, he would have plenty of time to go and return. However, Lu Yin hesitated. It was too risky. Once the fog closed in, he would have no choice but to leave the mirage. He didn't want to give up on this place. He didn't have the ability to go to Immemorial City and find the progenitor to send him back. He also didn't want to hear the words "a pillar." In the end, his rationality won over his curiosity, and Lu Yin continued to fish in peace. He didn't care about the wooden house, the forest, or even the treasures of the 3 realms and 6 paths. He focused on cultivating his lightstream retrospect. Another long period of time passed, and flowing light's reflection time was close to 1,000 seconds, which was half of what it had been when he had first arrived in the Mirage domain. However, it still wasn't enough for Lu Yin to try transforming flowing light. During this period of time, the wind seemed to have become more frequent. It kept blowing away the fog, revealing the wooden house in the forest. The first time, Lu Yin had been tempted, but after that, he wasn't tempted anymore. He had already given up once, so it didn't matter if he gave up a few more times. Moreover, the frequency of the wind was a little strange. Lu Yin looked around, but he couldn't see anything. He shook his head and continued fishing. Finally, Lu Yin's flowing light recall reached 1,200 seconds, which was twice as long as before. He now had a sense of control over the flow of light, and it was time to see if his research was on the right track. Although Patriarch Tianyi had given him some pointers about the transformation of his limitless inner world, it was still something that Lu Yin had comprehended on his own. As for the transformation of Lu Guang, no one had given him any pointers. It was something that he had comprehended while searching for a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time in the outer realm. He wanted to walk his own path, and no one could help him walk his own path. Even Mr. Mu and the primogenitor could not help. They could only provide the mirage domain. A gust of wind blew past, but the fog didn't reveal itself this time. Instead, it moved towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was on guard. The wind was indeed strange, and he looked around again. It was a pity that he no longer had his celestial eye, or else he would have been able to see if this wind was related to the laws of the sequence. Aside from the laws of the sequence, Lu Yin couldn't think of anything else that could move this fog. The fog came, and Lu Yin could only change his position. However, the fog seemed to have a mind of its own, and it followed him wherever he went. Even an idiot would know that someone was controlling it. "Who's there?" Lu Yin shouted. This was the first time he had spoken since Ju Yi's death. He hadn't spoken in so long that it felt a little strange. No one answered, and Lu Yin continued to change his position. However, the fog continued to entangle him, intentionally leading him in a certain direction. However, it wasn't the forest or the wooden house. Instead, it was moving against the flow of the river of time in a certain direction. Lu Yin's face sank, as he wanted to see who was behind this. After a while, a candle suddenly appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder, and his expression changed drastically. Flowing light appeared, and it was about to reverse for a second before suddenly stopping. He saw that the light was absorbing something. Was this time? After fishing in the river of time for so long, flowing light had absorbed a lot of time that couldn't be contained within the river, and Lu Yin was familiar with this feeling. At this moment, flowing light was absorbing the time produced by the candle. The fact that flowing light could absorb the time when the candle burned meant that the candle had the power of time. Clearly, someone had attacked Lu Yin, and it wasn't just time, it was time that had acted on Lu Yin's body, which was why flowing light could absorb it. Since flowing light could absorb time, Lu Yin could ignore the candle. Furthermore, he could use it as another way to increase flowing light's ability to look back at time. Lu Yin didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Fishing had allowed flowing light to continuously look back at time. He had originally thought that someone had attacked him, but an even better way to look back at time had appeared. In that case, did the person who had attacked him know? Lu Yin looked around warily. "Who is it? Who are you, little fellow? How did you get here?" An old voice sounded from the front. Lu Yin looked forward, but the fog was lingering, and he couldn't see clearly. "I came here by accident. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me. You're so young, yet you lie without batting an eye. How would you know how to fish in the river of time if you came here by accident? Also, you're very afraid of coming into contact with the fog. It seems that you know how powerful it is." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "Then, as long as I know this, I can pretend to be a descendant of the Lu family." "Of course not. The direct descendants of the Lu family have two innate gifts. One is visualization. The innate gift of the God's sealing catalog cannot be forged, but not every descendant of the Lu family can awaken this innate gift. I can help you forge the general appointing platform. As for visualization, it isn't that important. The general appointing platform can explain everything. As for your name." After a pause, this person seemed to be thinking. Lu Yin suggested, "Junior's name is Xian Qi. I also have another name, Yin. How about Lu Yin?" Sure, it's just a code name. From now on, you will be called Luin. Luin replied, Junior understands. This person's previous behavior meant that he didn't know much about the current world. Otherwise, Luin wouldn't have dared to say his name. You are very cooperative. In the past, other people inadvertently came here. They were either too weak or too timid. They were afraid that their lives would be burned away. It's useless to ask such people for help. I have waited for a long time for someone like you. You are young, your cultivation is not bad, and you are very sensible. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.